Yeah, we weren't able to hit these last week as the stats man, Leo himself, was actually at my place / at LCS, which was kind of fun. So he's the one that pulls all this.
Is that the reason?
Partly so. We got him this week. Shout out to Leo, who is a huge help to LCS and us when it comes to this segment of our show. But yeah, we saw some competitive games to wrap up our regular season, and you can see two of the teams, Supernova and Blue Otter, kind of heading in opposite directions as Blue Otter found a dominant 2-0 to secure that 5th seed for themselves, get that second life in playoffs they were looking for. And Supernova had a very competitive 2-1 over AoE, who are 0-9 and now in the promotion tournament in our standings.
Goodness, the race to the end had all the drama you could ever ask for, didn't it? And I could be more excited to move forward here as we do take a look at the standings that did round out our season. It's obviously the top 8 that make it into our playoffs. The bottom 2 will be into the promotion tournament itself. But this setup, obviously with an undefeated Dragon Steel run, brings us to the playoff bracket. And we did say there are a bunch of changes. Not only are there more best of 5s, but maybe some less lives to give here.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this playoff bracket. As you can see, these were the standings for the regular season. That's where they're going to be slotted into the bracket. So you can see the top 2. They get a bye. And the first 2, sets that you see in that top side of the bracket, those are the only best of 3s that we have. Much like LCS, we are on 14-16, so that Senna Abomination, I'm really curious to see where that falls in all the team's priorities, because we are still full Fearless Draft with a twist. Games 4, you will not have a second round of bans. Game 5, you will have 0 bans. We will not be dealing with that today. You can see our bracket is stuffed with best of 5s, the biggest change being all elimination games. So if you have 1 life in the lower bracket, all those games are best of 5s. So you get the maximum amount to go the distance and make sure that you deserve to stay alive in the NACL playoffs. 1 team's dropped there, and we're going to find the first 2 teams that will join Winthrop in Disguise down there today.
Best of 3 full Fearless has been super fun, but goodness, we're all waiting for those best of 5s to come around, because it's going to be even crazier. Let's go ahead and take a look at our kickoff of the playoff season here in the summer split of NACL. It is Supernova versus Blue Otter to start us off, and my goodness, this one couldn't be more tightly contested, I feel like, on paper. FlyQuest Challengers versus Team Liquid as well. 2 of our LCS orgs going at it.
We have a fun day today because all 4 teams that we have related to LCS orgs are playing today, and it's proper. It's the partnered teams. Supernova, of course, have NRG backing them. Blue Otter have C9 backing them, versus the Challengers squads with FlyQuest and TLC to boot. So, they even have like the final boss waiting in the second best of 3 today, Marcel.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll have to see how that boss is working out here. But let's go take a look at some of these teams that we are going to be looking at. First and foremost, it is Supernova, a team with maybe some known names across the table for some of the LCS audience here, but also some names that have been highly sought after in the Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, frankly, it's interesting because since Supernova were partnered with NRG in Spring Split, they were actually really high up on the totem pole for finding a roster. They didn't have the spring they wanted. Honestly, they were a strong team. They were a top 3, bombed out early on in playoffs, looking to change. We have that not happen again this time around. Toasty and Lens were the new additions, but despite the new additions, I feel like Supernova actually still has the same pros and same cons as Spring, where they do have the firepower to get leads in lane and to find these big early game, be up. But they don't have the power always to shut it down, as I feel like Supernova sometimes gets a little bit ahead of themselves and slip up to wrap up games. I was in Toasty's stream yesterday. I rated him as I wrapped up my VOD reviews, and he was like, hey, we just can't beat ourselves. And Blue Otter, on the flip side, they have a very different story coming into this one, so.
They do, and I think it's been one of excitement towards the latter half, but it's been one of growth in a lot of cases, and we've been very surprised at what they've been able to bring onto the Rift itself in terms of macro, especially their mid to late game decision making. But at the beginning of the split, we did see some faltering.
Yeah, Blue Otter, for me, this is a team that's scaled, and also their roster construction quite different. As they partner with C9 going into summer, they had to keep the majority of the roster that they promoted in with, so the changes were adding Quacker in the top lane and Levitate in the bot side. But to see everyone grow this was a roster of 2 rookies and 3 players that were actually relegated when they played on Supernova in Quacker, Music, and Rovex. Now, they have went from the 9th seed to the 5th seed. They're playing a lot more discipline on the map. I know behind the scenes, I think that we've had the shot calling responsibility shift a little bit more from Music in the early season to Rovex as the game goes on later on. And I see a team that plays very disciplined in the later stages of the game, which is something that I'm not expecting out of a team that had 3 players get relegated and was filled up with 2 rookies as well. And the fact that they are playing the league they are now, this is a team that I really feel like can be a threat to anyone in playoffs looking to prove so today.
Wouldn't it be so sweet to knock them down to the lower bracket and give them one more life left to give? But we have plenty of action in store for us today. A best of 3 rather. And it should be an interesting one, especially to look at the jungle meta evolve over the early parts of this. You do have to remember it's full fearless, so whatever gets picked in this first game across the board will not be available for the rest of the games. And Supernova starting on the blue side, they already know they're going to go take away Samikin, Zoe. That's very, very good idea. And the Aurora also going to be the focus on the other side from Blue Otter.
I believe Samick and Zoe has only dropped 1 competitive game between OQs and NACL, so
he doesn't get it often.
Also like the focus of Quacker's Udyr. Quacker is someone that we've seen really be forced to increase his champ pool because of the format, and Udyr is one of those new champs that he added that he's actually really, really strong at. So taking that away, he's one of the top laners that plays it. I think TLC is another team that will play it between Jenkins and mostly Keel in the jungle, but just wanted to deny that from Blue Otter, given that not a lot of other teams actually pilot that in the league. Makes sense.
A man after Shanji's heart in the LPL. It is the Rumble.
Speaking of Shanji,
yeah.
Rumble.
Speaking of, it is good to go ahead and take maybe some of these more detrimental top lane matchups, though, because it does feel like in this setup, and I don't think we'll talk about it often, but top lane, if it does go a little bit lopsided, can be pretty influential between these 2 guys.
Yeah, and already a lot of focus on Quacker's pool, taking away the Darius. I'm wondering if we see an early Renekton from Faisal, who... Faisal, for me, I revealed my ballot for NACL. He was my 3rd team All-Pro top laner. I feel like with just no resources, Faisal is solid as always. And he really is someone that he'll take whatever, play it up there into whatever, and be okay. And it will be that Renekton to open up from him. Big key, both Sejuani and Nidalee are up. In this scenario, I actually like trying... I think it kind of makes it hard on red side, like what to play. Because if you want to deny one of the picks, I feel like Nidalee with Renekton actually plays pretty well in the Sejuani, and vice versa. If you have Renekton, Sejuani, and the Nidalee, you can really overwhelm her later on. So I don't think we're going to see a deny, and so we're going to see Blue Otter pick up that Zeri that's been so big for Levitate.
Can't believe you just said Nidalee is relevant here. It can't be. I'd be very interested. Obviously, these 2 guys are pretty good, especially Kenvi himself on the Nidalee. But the Sejuani going to be locked in, providing a lot of that frontal engage, maybe some of that decision making that we were talking about between the combo of Music and Rovex.
Yeah, this Zeri also likely has a Levitate. I know we're seeing a lot of mid Zeri, but this is something that it's a Levitate special. He's been very strong on this pick, so fully expecting to see that bot. And I really feel like an MF pick here from Supernova that would signal that they also expect it to be bot. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Diamond's Leona has been a really big pick for him and Supernova in this regular season. It really allows for Diamond to get out of lane and impact the map where he is at his best.
And it also kind of denies that. You always love choosing the Leona into the MF because you just have that instant denial, the bullet time. So taking away some of those tools, but also gaining some for a man that deserves some of those go tools, I feel like, on the set of Supernova.
It's a good Braum game. I know that you don't have
I was
pressure.
Thinking Rel.
That's also playable, but they have a choice because they want to grab a top laner into Renekton. They have to do it now or suffer more bans. So it will be Olaf for Quacker. It's a Quacker special. I expect to see both Rel and Braum bans actually for Supernova. You have a bit of a choice. I like taking away Braum because Braum already has main engage in Sejuani, and you wouldn't be able to move bot lane if you do have Zeri Braum into MF Leona. So maybe they want to give that one away. I feel like Rel is the one champ where they might be able to move. So I think that ban makes a lot of sense, but I like Braum a lot into Leona MF. You have a lot of ways to interact with that bullet time.
There you go. You love to see the right focus there and the big brain of Cubby at the same time.
It's Braum, man. I know the Braum angles.
You do. Yeah. There's one thing you know. It's the when to put the shield up. I do really love the jungle focus right now, though, onto Kenvi. I feel like Kenvi is a very big unlocking factor for this team, not only in the facilitation, but also the carry potentials there. So trying to take away some of those picks that we know he can go through and play well on. It is going to be the Hui focus towards Samikin as the final ban for Supernova.
Okay, paying some respect to the artillery mages of Samikin. I'm curious if that tells me they might be looking for a Corki for Toasty, as Hui is one of the better matchups into Corki mid. But yeah, we have support pool being narrowed up a little bit. Alistar is also an option, but you would still really be on the back foot. And you get kind of creamed by MF Leona in the bot lane as Alistar, so wouldn't be surprised if it's Rakan. You already have two melees in the front line to piggyback off of, and Rovex's Rakan has been very solid.
So maybe a little bit easier to get back out of a fight, especially once you go in there. But we are going to get the brand, so something of maybe a little bit more aggressive nature for Kenvi, and it's the Lucian locked in as well.
This is what Supernova's been playing all split. Just pick winning lanes. We're going to win early, and we're going to try and snowball the game from there. We have seen Supernova slip up a little bit in this, but Blue Otter should be on the back foot early on, no matter what they pick last tier for Samikin, as he has the option to go for a couple AD mids that are up. The Corki matchup's not winning, but it's playable this game. But Samikin, of course, he's an artillery mage player.
Game. Yeah, I mean, he had a hell of a Talia game in the regular season, but it is going to be the Orianna choice here. They have a lot of ball delivery systems, Cubby.
I gotta say, I don't mind this pick. I already saw a buff this patch. We are on 14-16. I don't really think it matters. She got 5% AP ratio on her Q, so it doesn't really have an impact early on. Later on, we're going to be good to go, but this gives a lot of ways to interact with a lower range comp from Supernova. So if you throw a ball onto Rakan, Sejuani, Olaf, I mean, Lucian's going to be range gated, MF going to be range gated, especially if they don't have those ultimates. And you have a way now to cancel those ultimates if they're cast at the wrong time. So I like this pick from Samikin.
So looking on the other side, though, for Supernova, I do feel like they have some options. I mean, not only do they have big wombo combos, the pyroclasm underneath a team fight like they have for Blue Otter is going to be very difficult to navigate. And if you can time your entrances right for Supernova, there's a lot of good things that can happen. And you're always scared of a Renekton's backline access there in the later part of the game.
Yeah, the hard part about Brand is that, like, if you don't one-shot him and he presses R, that's all the damage you need, right? So
yeah,
we'll see if Blue Otter can be coordinated enough.
You got a teammate next to you.
Yeah.
Not going to be a good time. We are getting level 1s here, though, by Blue Otter. But we're headed off into the playoffs. It couldn't be a more exciting time. Make sure you spam in chat who you got. SN for Supernova, Blue for Blue Otter. As they were looking for a little bit of a level 1 on top side. Not going to find anything. A standard line scrimmage there for Supernova.
Yeah, a couple things. First off, Quacker does have Ghost, no surprise, but does not have access to TP. So it will be a TP advantage for Supernova later on in the game. And I think part of why they do that level 1 is just to make sure that Olaf is able to have brush control. Because Olaf, very early levels, 1 through 3, you do have a lot of power over the wave. And Renekton does need 3 levels to really start to be that effective lane bully that we know him as in the top lane.
We'll, I'm sure, check in on the top lane, see how they're doing with their pina coladas and things like that later on their island. But we do also need to talk about some of the early moves by both these teams. I think Music is going to want to be pretty proactive once he hits that level 6 mark. Kenvi's going to have a hell of a clear speed, but both these guys are going to be extremely impactful on where these early advantages are going to be delved out.
Yeah, we have both junglers working their way up to the top side. So this is a matchup that, again, Olaf can make a little bit more volatile. Let's see Quacker stepping forward in the wave. Good sidestep here for Faisal. At least able to dodge out on a little bit of damage. But I fully expect Olaf to get these 3 waves in and then go for a base, come back. And meanwhile, I should be just Kenvi on the full clear. The goal for Brand, especially with the bot side start, it's so easy to play grubs early on. And when you have Renekton top side, Dominus is such a strong ability. I'm sure you've seen this a lot in the LPL playoffs too, Bazel, that sometimes just having a Renekton topside, that's enough to ensure the first grubs go your way uncontested.
Yeah, it depends on the map state, but yeah, usually makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
I love that they're trying to go with this Olaf to maybe contest that aspect a little bit more as well. Toasty, we go with a cheeky little ward to make sure he's not going to get caught out there. It's Quacker and Faisal trading extremely heavily. We're actually seeing maybe a 1v1 go down. There's going to be the flash traded through there. Quacker still has his and now has the advantage in top.
That Quacker, of course, one of the 2 Olaf players that we have in Challengers. The other one being Faisal. So does lose his flash to Quacker in the top side. Kenvi actually skipped over 2 camps to try and impact this lane. But Quacker was able to sneak out. We'll get a base. And this wave will be pushing back into him. So Faisal likely going to burn his TP here to get back. Quacker should be able to walk back. We'll see if he pops the ghost to get back in time. But item advantage early on going over to Quacker. XP advantage will be in Faisal's hand as he did burn the TP. But this is something that Music and Quacker can look to punish later on.
Like he is not going to pop that ghost to get back. Just going to walk his axes back to lane. Diamond out on a roam. And this brings up the secondary part of our conversation for today is what impact these supports are going to have. Diamond already on an early roam at level 2. But we also have to look at how often they're going to be circling around this mid lane and their junglers in particular.
Yeah, and it's funny because, again, like I talked to Uncle Phil earlier before this match, and, you know, I said, hey, it didn't really answer the fact. I was like, hey, I've heard that Rovax is taking a little bit more control over the later stages of the game. He said that he's trying to show examples to make sure that there's clarity in the calls that are being made. But I think that we've seen Rovax really, really play well. And it's so cool for Blue Otter, the fact that, you know, not only do they have 2 rookies that are performing, one of which, Levitate, I voted for when it comes to my rookie of the split, but also, we've seen some great improvements out of Music and Rovax in particular. Again, Quacker, Music, and Rovax, when they were on Supernova, they were relegated from the league. And to now see them at the 5 seed, I think Music's been so much more solid in terms of playing out his early games and actually snowballing his leads. And some of the engages we've seen from Rovax, especially in the last couple of weeks, have been massive, Mazel, with these 2 being the primary voices in the team.
Been nice to see, and obviously a return to form. It feels like I remember all the big talk on Music, especially last time around, seeing him here with that Supernova squad, and there was a lot of pressure put on his shoulders, it felt like, and some of it not being able to rise to the occasion. But it really has been a story of this team putting it all together and finding the advantages. Now flash coming out from both Kenvi and Samikin will be revisited on, no doubt. But look, Diamond and Kenvi, they are teaming up to go press Music out of his jungle.
Yeah, I appreciate the walks mid. Something we very commonly see with Supernova is that Kenvi and Diamond, they will converge on mid onto Toasty's lane to help him, A, get a lead, and B, we've seen Toasty be really good at snowballing that. So now going through mid, they block top, they're going to contest the Krugs, and I really feel like they're putting a lot of pressure up here to try and contest
Music actually took that one away. Quacker goes straight at Diamond, does a lot of damage with that ignite there, but now Diamond feeling the brunt of the axes. First blood goes to Blue Otter, and the second one goes to Quacker. One for each one of his axes. They were a bit thirsty.
I mean, we're playing too fast here as Supernova. I understand contesting the Krugs, but Diamond's level 3. I understand it wanted to go on Quacker before he gets 6 and is able to go invulnerable from that CC, but the wave's not in. So you're playing a 2v2 where you're down 2 levels overall with the support. Yes, it's nice that Music yoinks the Krugs. I'm just really surprised that Diamond actually waited for this play onto Quacker. Supernova needs to wait to get this bot lane in before they can posture here. His Faisal's strong, but he's not involved in the fight at all. He's a level 6 Renekton, waiting to get involved with the Dominus to ensure that they're able to take Grubs and get an advantage topside instead. Diamond plays too fast with Kenvi, a common occurrence with Supernova, and fall behind as Quacker and Music there to answer.
They're going to recoup a little bit of that, though, as they take the Grubs on the other side. It will be traded by Music for the early Dragon. Just a bit of an advantage gained by Blue Otter because of that play. And now you have to think about what that means for the map state here. A 2-kill Olaf in the top side already has those plated steel caps as well. And does that change this matchup and where pressure is going to be provided around the map for Blue Otter, at least?
I mean, for me, it does. And also the neutrals, like, this is what I expected given the draft. That the first set of Grubs goes over uncontested to Supernova. And it's a Dragon trade, so really the only change is the fact that Quacker now has 2 kills. And if Quacker starts getting ahead in this side lane, there really isn't anything later on that can deal with him. Lucian is can kite him out, it's okay. Yes, Brand can try and rip through that damage, but if you're going into Ragnarok as this Olaf, you feel really good this game into the front line and with the Sejuani to continuously proc the Permafrost passive as we saw up top. So I really feel like Supernova playing a little bit too fast, trying to go for that dive. Great hover from Music to turn that around. And the neutral is going the way they did. That's expected for me. So Blue Otter sitting pretty.
See lanes go back to normal just a little bit here, as well as Diamond just trying to catch up on XP a bit. He's a bit behind Rovex there in the end. But that's also a condition where we're going to get the resets out from both junglers. Both these guys have been super impactful, but Kenvi himself maybe needed to pick up the impact now that he's got that level 6, now that we're going to have those contests over the objectives, and when those grubs become a big conversation the next time around, when we're looking at maybe 6 for Supernova, that's where Blue Otter are going to try to pounce.
Yeah, and that's where having 2 kills on Olaf is going to be a big deal, because the steel caps can help him really survive in that matchup early on, but later on, I believe we see Quacker usually go for the Hydra build. I must say I slightly prefer the Stridebreaker build. I think Stridebreaker is stronger in the fights, whereas the Ravenous Hydra better for just standing through the laning phase. I do think that Olaf, especially in this matchup, actually just has enough off of his W. But that's usually not what we see Quacker out for, as Music. Gonna try and sneak in here to punish Faisal yet again, but he is spotted this time around.
It's hard to move the piggy around without being spotted, you know? I mean, pigs aren't very stealthy. Have you ever seen a stealth pig, Cubby?
Oh, I gotta dig deep for this one, because I feel like I have.
Oh.
Charlotte's Web, man.
Is there a stealth pig in Charlotte?
Yeah.
That's not stealthy.
They talked the whole time, and no one knew but the animals.
Oh, my God.
How is that not stealthy?
All right. Well, I'll just give it to you because Charlotte's Web is like one of my favorite child stories.
See? He wasn't expecting that.
That movie was a banger, by the way. The movie was a banger.
But book even better.
The early CGI on that pig, my goodness. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the early CGI, maybe action happening on the bot side. Ooh. As maybe mid. No, the flash play from Music. Clean. My goodness, the flail gets him, and then he misses the Glacial Prison. It's okay. You can't have everything. As now Kenvi being run down. He's going to be permafrosted to death, potentially going to go for the kill on a Samikin. Goes for the point-blank stun there. The burn not going to be enough. The shield is there, and Music comes up big. It is 4-0. 10 minutes in for Blue Otter over Supernova.
This ult flash from Samikin is clean as Toasty. He had the dash. Samikin managed to catch him off guard. Music with the perfect chain. Kenvi had some nice moves here to try and trade out a kill, but not enough with these Ori shields coming in being enough. Second one at the end. Locket already completed for Music. That's helping out too, as 2v2s. Both of the ones that Supernova have opted into, Music has been there to answer and turn it in favor of Blue Otter of a big lead early.
What a play. And now early advantage there. Diamond on a ward, not suspecting. It's about to fall, though. Maybe he'll find out afterwards. But still trying to be active on the map, even though they're falling short.
And this is the issue with the comps for Supernova. This is all about the early game, Michelle. We have a Lucian, an MF, a Renekton. These are our lanes. If these picks do not get ahead early, we are going to fall behind to the Zeri, the Orianna, the Olaf later on. The fact that Supernova is in this game state is not great. As Toasty may get some help.
Still is. Oh, the permafrost tried to stop it in midair. Actually, almost got the denial.
There was a vision break because of that blast cone. So Samikin guessed wrong. Also didn't have access to the flash. Regardless, Toasty is forced out. Does not have access to the TP. That mid wave will drop, and with no mid laner present for Supernova, those second grubs that you were saying Blue Otter have to contest himself, do go over to them.
The dominoes keep falling here in favor of Blue Otter, as they will even those up. Now the conversation becomes trying to reset onto the other side of the map for the Dragon contest, and maybe stacking up a second one in a row for Blue Otter.
And we are at the point where MF starts to get a little bit scary. We're close to that BT. The fact that this is even right now for Levitate is a win later on. I think Zeri, again, will interact really well with the rest of this game. As the Wombo combo for Blue Otter, I mean, their team fights for me are so much easier. Just having access to Sejuani, Orianna, and Khan over the top as well. I don't know how Supernova can find the setups later on, as we do see Samikin no flash.
Gonna use the shockwave, do just about as much damage right back to Toasty. He's gonna be healing out, but Samikin will be a bit worse for wear as we're setting up for the Dragon.
That's fine. He managed to kill the wave, So this is the one wave where Supernova could try and pressure the Dragon before Samakin's able to get back and answer. And I don't think they're going to go for it. So once Samakin gets back and fixes the next wave, I think that Supernova will be forced to drop this Dragon. We'll see if Blue Otter's able to pick it up. Really like music, just grabbing this mid wave right here. Don't let that experience go to waste. Sejuani is able to absorb it. And now Blue Otter, they should have prio. They had both. They had everyone reset on the map. And this is something I think Blue Otter does really well. Team resets. Again, this is a team where they had 3 players relegated and 2 rookies. For me, they're one of the strongest teams when it comes to playing the map. I know that they're actually one of the common practice partners for the best team that we have in the league in Dragonsteel. Blue Otter pushed Dragonsteel to the limits in regular season.
They did.
And I know that there's a lot of respect between these two teams. For me, watching a team, again, 3 players relegated, 2 rookies. If they play map this well and have done so in their first split in the league, there isn't much of an excuse for the other teams to not really match them and how they're able to go about playing this map. It really speaks to the work that Sneezes, Thin Uncle Phil have done and how these players have been able to absorb that info and implement them themselves on the Rift as 5. As that team reset there for Blue Otter, that's what got them that free Drake timer and have pushed them even further ahead in this game.
And that's what you love to see in a developmental league, is the combination of not only is it the background staff finding a way to get strategies implemented that the players can absorb, but the players themselves being able to absorb that program and go into it wholeheartedly. And these guys have committed to this style, right? Like, I think that's the kind of growth that we've seen, is some of that consistency really boiling up for them. And again, in a tier 2 league, maybe that's not always the case for a lot of our teams. So we'll see if they can continue that streak going. So far, so good in this one. There is a bit of a setup around the Rift Herald now, though, as we saw that second Dragon stacked up by Blue Otter on the bottom side. Supernova are starting to feel a little bit desperate on the map.
Yeah, I think the best play for Supernova, I mean, Brand Leona finding a pick. And Diamond and Kennedy, we saw them move top, fall behind. That was a tough start for them. Now we see them moving together on the top side, trying to bounce back, but Music and Robex are here on the hover to at least protect Quacker, who has finished up that Ravenous Hydra himself. But with Renekton getting top lane prio, they have started up the Rift Herald. MF is here in Toasty's bot with a TP. So I think this will likely be a non-contest, or Blue Otter just trying to stall this. As Samakin
look like they want to fight it.
Yeah.
Levitate's on his way. It's going to be a little bit of a late contest. He's going to TP here. Okay, Blue Otter. He tried to drift around the corner. They still get the double grand entrance. That's huge. And now Levitate comes over the damage. The bullet time going to separate the team, though.
Quacker.
And they did end up take down Quacker because he was stuck on the other side of the fight. They're going to try to deny the Rift Herald that had gotten taken by Supernova. Len stepping up. Nice little double up and huge pickup by Supernova's AD carry, Lens.
Lands a fresh pickup this split for Supernova after a good split with Cincy Fear last split. And for me, this isn't a timer that I want to take if I'm Blue Otter. So I was a little bit surprised they contested this. Again, they scaled nicely into this game, but they do send the TP off into the fight. But Samakin isn't able to follow up on the big combo from Rovex until later on, and he burns his flash just to be able to get that in there. Supernova able to retreat. Lens has a great bullet time to get everyone low, and this flash follow in to get the bounce on the double up. Very nice as they find the Rift Herald in the 2-for-2.
Double up. That's what he just said. Oh, my goodness. What a way. What a way to go. Hey, if you don't get that reference, I don't know.
I don't. Please, spell it out for me.
It's a song. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's a
Anyways,
song? I mean, you were talking about 2 axes earlier on. Now we got 2 guns and double ups.
True. It's all about doubles
Rule
today.
twos.
We're seeing doubles. Now, the biggest thing here, though, is I really feel like that enables a lot of what Supernova are looking to do these next fights. They had all that team fight damage that we were talking about in the draft. Now Lens enabled with a big bullet time. If he's not shut down, things can go the way of Supernova if they execute right.
So, yes, but also that warped the gold a little bit in the game. Faisal got his wave in, so he's up on Quacker, whereas Samakin got his wave in bot, so he's up on Toasty. I think Lucian being behind hurts Supernova more as we go throughout this game, because dealing with Renekton when you have Zeriolov, Sejuani, Ori, like, I think it's really easy as this game goes forward for Blue Otter to actually deal with the Croc in the front line, whereas the fact that they lack DPS now in that Lucian, that's going to make things a little bit easier for the Olaf later on. It's a good flash from Faisal. He might take that lead.
That's a
Find a
big
kill.
Croc, my man, and you're at the zoom in feeding time.
Again, Samikin burned his flash in the last team fight to try and combo with Rovex, landing late from that TP. And these lane assignments not being into the Orianna. Well played for Supernova to find the right assignment and to get Faisal that kill as really nice flash over the Shockwave.
Well played, Faisal, for Faisal. Able to flash out of that Shockwave. Really, really nicely timed. Just knowing that he would have the play there, there's no real safety net for Samikin to rely on now. As we take a look back at the map state, though, we have to take stock of the Blue Otter lead having been shrunken significantly down to an even game here. We have a second item completed for Lens. He has the Rift Herald to utilize, maybe to distract around this Dragon setup that Supernova are coming out of the map for, that Blue Otter are already here.
Spotted, though. I still favor where Blue Otter's game state is at, but important that Supernova's been able to close the gap. Because, again, as this game goes on, I really only feel like Brand is that big scaling element. Whereas Blue Otter, for me, easier to execute team fight, more scaling throughout this one. Supernova trying to play through bot side. And they have put Faisal mid, so they have a bit of a pinch coming in. This will force Samikin. Did fix that wave top to TP in. As Supernova is taking control over the bot side of the river. Will be Blue Otter playing out this mid lane. They can't afford to drop this dragon. It looks to be the call as Rovex going for the pinch. He is yet to be spotted.
He's not seen.
Yep.
He has not been spotted. He has the flank of a Sentry, and Faisal is nowhere near this fight. Big grand entrance, and they're right on top of the ball. Shockwave on everybody. And you think it's blue, but it's all turned red for Supernova. A double kill goes over to Quacker and completely ballooning the lead right back to where it was.
And I love how Blue Otter played the map in that setup as they're going to force Faisal on the bot side jungle here.
Oh, he's just going to pop Thomas and try to get away. He has the slice and dice, does have Diamond coming away for him as well. Will be taken to safety.
They get bot from this.
But the turret's going to fall.
Yep.
Everything's going the way of Blue Otter.
I mean, this setup from Blue Otter was awesome. They were first to river. They get the vision out. They force Supernova to play through bot lane. Samikin TP's in to fix mid. And then, because they played through bot, they had a ward over the wall. They had a sweeper going on. Rovex was just able to sneak around. Supernova did not mark their flank, and Rovex made sure that he doomed them for that mistake. As the combo from him and Samikin was clean, picked up 3. And we saw 3 kills pretty much instantly go over the Blue Otter in that fight.
Just being able to execute very strongly in the moment they needed to. I mean, now you have 2 items on big carries. You have so much strength on the map. You're over 3,000 gold. The lead is further than it was beforehand. And Supernova, while they have some of that team fighting potential, they still haven't utilized this Rift Herald. I expect it to be the next play, and that Blue Otter will have a decent response to it as well.
Lens just dropped it mid. So, yeah, has been spawned. And plenty of time for Blue Otter to respawn. Should get a crash in, but not going to get too much. Just going to chunk the outer.
Not too much to have in that outer lane there for Supernova. Starting to struggle to find the resources on the map. And this has been maybe returning to that conversation that we were having beforehand that we were trying to bring up, is that Supernova haven't necessarily risen to the expectations we had for them, while Blue Otter have exceeded the expectations that were maybe a little bit lower to start the season. And Toasty maybe feels some of the weight of those expectations on his shoulders right now as Diamonds try to run over here. They did end up getting the TP for Faisal, and maybe Blue Otter have maybe stuck their head a little too far in the cookie jar there. And there was a Croc and a Diamond in there that maybe bit him a little bit.
I appreciate the look from Blue Otter. They at least get a TP out, but they do drop Levitate, who was taking that aggressive path to cut off Toasty. Nice TP from Faisal, who continues to really be the saving grace of Supernova in this game.
The B1 Croc continues to find promise somehow, some way. Life finds a way. I don't know how it keeps happening, but it keeps happening.
It's strong, man. I know Croc gets a lot of flames sometimes, but Cleaver Sterax really strong.
Dude, that piggy's got to get some like a little like bandana on its eyes. It's literally a robbery in daylight right now.
Oh wait, that'd actually be a great skin. Are you kidding me? We need like a little Red Riding Hood, skin for Sejuani with the piggy, being the third piggy, the one with the brick wall.
The brick. I don't know how you do that. I would love to see it happen,
Riot?
though.
I'm spitting game right now. Hold on. Faisal just burned his E. He's out of fury.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now. Unfortunately, I guess the slice and dice comes through as soon as the permafrost is up and available there. Faisal locked down. Gonna flash. Does still have the team and the turret to go to. Has Dominus, and he wants a fight. He's going right back in, right to his death, though, as DPs for Blue Otter. Look at Levitate. Oh, my God, over the wall. And everybody from Supernova is just falling down. And Liz is being chased down by a crazy man with axes. As it's Toasty to save the day. A long-distance axe throw will get a triple kill for Quacker. Ultra Shock Laser stops Diamond from backing, and Music goes forward. He goes on a killing spree, and Blue Otter are just on a killing spree over Supernova at this point.
That's Baron, and I think the game from there, Blue Otter, they had the scaling comp. They found really strong early game where they were able to contest the moves of Kenvi and Diamond, turn it on its head, and then that dragon fight really just got them the lead they needed to make sure that this game spelled doom. As what a great performance from Blue Otter in this one, Mazel. I mean, we've seen them put together good maps, especially in the back half of the season, but from start to finish, even their mistakes feel forgivable. Given how many tools were used to just get that kill on Levitate the last time we saw a play around this top outer turret. This time, a lot of those tools missing. Isol found early in the long lane, picked off, and Quacker just able to run rampant in this fight, flashing in onto Kenvi. Good slow from Samikin on the lens that helps keep the autos and the Ragnarok going and spell the certain doom for Supernova in this game one.
And you speak about some of those macro plays, some of the strength that we've seen Blue Otter utilize around the map. It's so funny to watch them make some of those mistakes and then instantly come back and make a play 10 times better, right? Because it's just they're rezoning themselves after these issues are coming up, and it's really awesome to see in real time. And it truly is a testament to some of that growth we've talked about from Blue Otter so far.
It is. It helps when they're ahead at this point too, not only in the gold graph, but also just where the comps are at this point in the game. So I think Blue Otter, again, they usually have this approach where I feel like they are taking somewhat easier to execute team fights. I think it does help with Samikin's pool being very mage heavy. You know, finding those wombo combos can be very big. The way that Blue Otter's been playing around it's been fantastic.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Mage
is mid.
Oh, well, this is the patch for you, my friend. We got to buff up Oriana a little bit. The buff, now that you have a couple items in, extra 5% AP on the Q is not bad. It's a rather low cooldown, so it is going to help your damage. This doesn't really help your landing phase.
Going to be curious to see the rest of 14-16, see how much the meta changes itself right now, though. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what AP mid laners actually get coming, because this whole meta has literally just been about 80 mids getting prio and then leaning towards or being played towards by jungle supports. And I'm very curious if we get any changes from that back to like the split pushing or side laning, things like that. Yeah,
I actually, speaking of, you know, splitting and siding, I do like how Blue Otter...
it's working out, you know?
Yeah, I like how Blue Otter's playing
this. You got the 7,000 lead and a Baron buff. It
they
helps.
do, but they're down a TP when it comes to Quacker, just given the sums that he took. So I appreciate the narrow 4-1 setup as they're playing the two lanes closer to each other. Oh, we did see a flash there from Blue Otter. Supernova setting up a trap to maybe get Quacker's ult as he transitioned from one lane to another. Will not be the case.
Toasty! He dashes and unfortunately gets followed up by Music's Glacial Prison. And he'll be locked there for the rest of eternity, it feels like, as the tier 2 in the top side falls.
Yeah, that word from Diamond, you can see it over the wall. Toasty did not have info for that one quite yet, so Rovax was able to sneak in, found the sneaky charm, took down Lucian. And that will certainly spell the doom of the first inhibitor as Blue Otter continue to put the finishing touches. What's been a really nice game one from them.
Isn't this just a state and game for Music as well? I talked about maybe some of the not living up to expectations the first time around when he was on Supernova, but I mean, to come out like this and have almost 100% KP on this Sejuani and have so much influence that early game, it's been incredible to watch.
I mean, he was my vote for most improved player, and a lot of that was because when he was on Supernova the first time around, we saw Music have ideas about how to play out early on, but I don't think that roster didn't really have a real carry on it, frankly. And Music, I don't think, was able to play out the mid games rather well. This early to mid game has been fantastic. I mean, he was there to answer every play that can be attempted early on in the game. And now, of course, he is that engaged tool later on that should be leading with Rakan as follow-up. He's been doing a nice job of picking the right fights, the right targets, and making sure that this game gets snowballed out cleanly for Blue Otter.
And we talked so much about the kind of tentpole positions for Blue Otter. On the reverse, it's literally the same on the other side. We've talked to Supernova, the direction, the leadership. It comes from Kenvi and Diamond. So to see these 2v2s in that regard go at it like this and see Rovex and Music come out on top of some of these macro decisions early on within the game, it really is a testament to some of that leadership potential that maybe Uncle Phil and the rest of the team has been able to bring to the squad. And now we actually get a state of the game where they have full control. They're 9,000 gold up. They have the strength of the team fights. We're going to be 3+ items in for everybody. And it's really a game state where they have their pickings on how they want to end it, but they have to end it cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, they still have scaling advantage. We'd like to end it cleanly, but they can afford to make some mistakes, and I think be okay. Their team fight is so much easier to execute. And I like how you brought up Uncle Phil. For me, it was pretty clear who the coach of the split was for LCS this year in terms of TL, even though it's really hard to know what coaches do. I think the impact that we've seen Blue Otter, like Uncle Phil have on Blue Otter, and just how they've cleaned up from week 1 to now, has really been something else. Like again, I said
it's
earlier in this game, the impact and the improvement we've seen from this team in one split should be the gold standard for what our challengers teams are looking to do. And Blue Otter in this form now in playoffs, this is a team that I legitimately think can make that push to find top 2 and go to the Tier 2 Americas tournament. If their team play continues to be as disciplined as is, they don't have the firepower that some of the other rosters have that you'd expect. But man, the way these guys have been playing out maps, it's been good league. And it's been really fun to see a team that, again, 3 players relegated, 2 rookies in the league. They're playing the map like this. That's the gold standard that we should have in Challengers League.
And in this organization's first split in the league. You'll love to see it. As Blue Otter surrounding Supernova like a bunch of wolves in the night. I wonder if Quacker wants to collapse over here on the mid lane play. They're trying to get a little bit of split pushing going with Sammykin as well in the side lane right now. Nothing else going to come of it. There's still going to be a Baron coming up soon, but Dragon at about 40 seconds. It would be a soul for Blue Otter.
Yeah, really, you can, thanks to our observers for the vision toggle, you can see how dark it is for Supernova.
Night is dark and full of terrors, my friend.
It's looking like the galaxy they came from.
Oh, no.
Not a lot of stars in there.
That's
1 star. That's 1 star. And unfortunately, it's flushed out fastly by that control word. Now, Music's going to go.
And he just gets immediately stunned up. Oh, the glacial prison through it all. Oh, Toasty, you just got burnt like a piece of toast on Sunday. Faisal's getting carved down, too, by the double axes being thrown his way. And it's a double kill going to Levitate. It's the mid lane push for Blue Otter, and it's almost a total ace, except for Diamond slowly putting his tail between his legs and slinking back to base.
Yeah, they want this game to be clean, too, as Levitate's flashing over the wall to get to the wave. Closest to the turrets down this one as Blue Otter. Great game 1 from them. They're going to find the win.
To open up our playoffs, it starts with a bang, and it comes from the Blue Otter squad. Over 11,000 gold up. And Supernova not meeting the expectations and Blue Otter blowing them out of the water.
I mean, I favored Blue Otter going into the series. I think that the map play they've been having has been fantastic, and we really saw that in this game. Shout out to all 5 players, but I think especially Rovex and Music, who was our player of the game, deserve the most credit because, man, Music, every move that Kenvi went for, Music was there to answer in favor of Blue Otter.
It's a wonderful thing when you can have that much influence on a game so early and so often against a legendary jungler in this scene like Kenvi, and to do it on the Sejuani, maybe making some junglers cringe a little bit, but it was beautiful nonetheless. That piggy grew wings and could fly, I swear. As 4-0-13, a great start to the series for Music, and again, a pole position that has found success for this Blue Otter squad over the time.
He could fly. He was a bandit. He was finding all the engages, freezing everyone up around the map. Really well played from Blue Otter. Again, feel like that draft, they had scaling advantage. They have ways to neutralize Supernova early on. And when you don't get anything going with that draft from Supernova, you can see how quickly it can run out of gas as Blue Otter take a rather dominant game 1. I mean, I really feel like besides fighting, taking the Herald fight in the top side, you could not ask for a better game 1 from Blue Otter.
We'll see what the adaptation is going to bring, though. It is full Omega Drive Fearless, as we will not have any of those picks you just saw in the next game. We'll see what we exactly get in that next game after a short little break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. As we just got done with our first game of those playoffs, and it was Blue Otter holistically holding down the stars of Supernova. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and what a game number one.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Otter, it's been such a pleasure to watch them scale throughout this split. And man, I mean, these guys just play so well as a team of five. I think that the way they're playing maps, the team resets, keep tempo, what they're prioritizing, like how they play out their drafts. I see it. I watch them play it. It makes sense to me. They have a lot of direction in what's going on, and it's really helping all five players look good. With Music really being at the helm of that last game, answering the early plays that Supernova were looking for with their drafts and turning it in Blue Otter's favor.
I mean, getting those... I'll just say getting those 2 kills early. That top plate did not help Supernova whatsoever. It made them to where they had no pressure from that Renekton on top side. They still ended up getting those first round of grubs, but it didn't matter in the end because around the map, they were able to just play so much more fluidly. I
mean, to be fair, in spite of that, and I'll say in spite of that, because Faisal was level 6 and not able to, help out in the fight. He was getting the wave in. Faisal had the best game, I feel like, on Supernova.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, Music was just there every play that Supernova looked for. They were able to answer, and you can see the drafts. I mean, that's a scaling comp in their advantage, and Blue Otter never let go of the lead that they got early on.
And, I'm a former zookeeper. I got to work around otters a little bit. They love shiny things. They'll keep them. They'll take them in. They'll hold them. It's like a treasure to them.
They never got the shell underwater.
I didn't know that they just did... They did that with stars. I mean, Supernova is literally in space, and Blue Otter just took them like they were a little trinket.
Yeah, just held it nice and close to the belly. Never flipped around. Never dipped down underwater. It would look a lot better if it was like blue side and the graph was up.
True.
We can figure it out.
We'll fix it out. Game 2, we'll fix it. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it really was a triumphant win for Blue Otter. It accentuated all of the things that we kind of hyped up about them, all of those mid to late game decisions, the pole positions of both Music and Rovex having extreme decision-making power on this team. And it was very evident from the start, all the things we laid out for them like a brick house.
Yeah, they were as solid as a brick house. I still like. I appreciate how you're bringing that up, Mazel. We're still cooking on the Sejuani skin. We're still cooking on the Bandit Sejuani with the brick house that the wolf cannot break. What if you just threw out a
bandit comes into there? But
what if you just threw out a brick chimney and that's the ult?
True. Okay.
I don't think that quite works.
It doesn't freeze them. I don't know how that's gonna work.
It encapsulates them like an overweight Santa Claus that can't get down to the drop off the presents.
There's a little context clues needed there. I feel
a lot of explaining.
But let's talk about some context clues here because we're going to be going into game number 2, and it is that full overdrive fearless, and it is going to be 10 less champions available to both sides.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things that I'm finding when it comes to this full fearless draft, often like last split, we had it where if a team drafted a champion, just they couldn't play it. So you could play similar games, just be on the opposite side of it. This time around, every game is really different. And I'm finding that, like, in order to win these best of 3s and also best of 5s, you do have to know how to win the game in a lot of different ways. Like, you are going to have games where you might be forced to play fast or play back. And teams have to be flexible in that. And I feel like a best of 5 win, it's really earned because it's not like, standard pro where, hey, you know what? We could have won that game. We're just going to change out 1 or 2 elements and feel like we have a better shot and play a similar game. No, you have the opportunity now to play something completely different with 5 different champions. Yeah. So really accentuating the flexibility that these teams need in order to overcome the new format that we've had and had us get 118 unique champions in just about as many games as I was doing some math. We had 111 games that Challengers League played in regular season. Or no, it was 115. We had 118 unique champs. So we'll see if that number grows as we get into playoffs.
I'm sure with the best of 5s, we will see how that goes. But we are back to the playoff time as we're back for game number 2. We're going to be drafting here very shortly. Supernova, they'll be back on the blue side. And no cool blue dipping graph this time around. Anyways, Blue Otter on the red side. We're going to see the Samic and Respect banned by Supernova yet again. I'm sure that's going to be consistent throughout the series itself. Does Blue Otter change up some of their draft prios here, though?
Yeah, so if you guys are new and are just joining us for playoffs, one of the things we have seen in Full Fearless is that the bans mostly stay the same. throughout the series. The only way that you can really switch it up is if you swap sides, which makes sense. I mean, if you're taking away these champs game 1, and you have 10 more champs that neither team can play, it feels like you should be denying the tier 1s. Or in this case, a lot of the pocket picks that Blue Otter play, as, of course, Samek
those
and
win
Zoe.
conditions like you were talking about.
Yeah, Samek and Zoe not going to be available. The Udyr and the Darius taking away from Quacker, who, in spite of that, still had a big game on his Olaf. But
he was
Quacker,
close to an MVP himself, man. He was popping off.
I am curious. Quacker is also Renekton and Cassante player. And with Renekton gone and 2 of the better matchups against Cassante taken away, I'm curious if we see Faisal potentially lock a Cassante on 3 and push Quacker's pool a little bit.
Get the chicken. The golden chicken.
Yeah.
Locked in number 1 there for Supernova.
I don't have to pull up my patch notes for this one. Azir on this patch, he got 3 armor and an extra 1.5 health regen, which is quite big for him in the mid lane. And Toasty has been a solid Azir player from last split to this split.
He really is.
Is missing one of the better pairings in Sejuani, as that is now off the board. And music will go to that trusty Maokai that is so good at controlling terrain and controlling the fights with that nature's grasp.
Couple things. First and foremost, I've been a massive fan of Toasty's flank angles and the kind of ways that he can enter fights since his Columbine days as well earlier in the year. But maybe this Azir unlocks a little bit of that for him. I'm not personally a really big fan of Maokai right now. I feel like the reactive playstyle doesn't really fit into the very active style of jungle that we have right now. And this is also giving a ton of options for Kenvi to play something that maybe fits a little bit more in his wheelhouse too.
Well, you see, Wanin, you do cover the LPL, and they specialize in proactive gameplay.
They do. You know, but it still doesn't change the fact, all right?
It doesn't. I think that Maokai, like, he's better as the game goes on. He does need to get his farm. And I'm with you. Like, he can get pressured early by a lot of jungle matchups. And this does open things up for Toasty. But they did not take a jungler for Toasty. Instead, they went for that Kalista Renata that has been really big in Fearless Draft. It's really common just to take strong bot lane pairings and play it out from there. So we will see that. It's going to be the Rel with no AD. So right now, we have a jungler showing for Blue Otter. I'm very much expecting a Viban to come in here against Kenvi. Whereas Supernova, they're showing their AD, no AD for Blue Otter, so have bans available to protect the Kalista if they want to.
I love it because Len's always, and everybody around Len's is always like, oh, he's not just a Kalista player. And then he whips out the Kalista and just dominates
He's
people.
damn good
It's like, yeah, he's not just a Kalista player, but man, he's damn good at it. I love to see him pull that one out. See what him and Diamond can pull out now.
Kalista for him this split, it is his most played champ, and it's 4-0. So he's been really, really strong. Even overcoming a big deficit against AoE in what was a mess of a final game of regular season. They gave 2 kills to a Jinx early on and then won the game because side lanes still matter. Yeah, side lanes matter.
So let's take a look at the second phase here. As you'd rightfully pointed out, the AD ban's already coming through for Supernova with the Aphelios banned away against Blue Otter. It is the jungle focus yet again. The Vi and the Kindred this time instead of the Lilia, which maybe opens up some options for Kenvi.
I'm curious. So there was a change made to Black Cleaver in the patch notes that I think will... I'm not sure. I haven't tested this, but I'm wondering if Graves can fully apply it pretty much instantly. Because if he has shotgun shells, they go out as...
You gonna bring back the Kenvi Graves?
Yes. With Cleaver, it's quite good, and you already have a little bit of armor showing. They had a nice buff because I see the Kindred ban and then I automatically think of the next champ for Kenvi, and that is the Kenvi.
Right.
Graves, so
that Graves Lilia meta was something else, man. It was so fun to watch him navigate that one as well. It is the setup utility from the AD position though for Blue Otter, and Levitate going to be on the Jhin this time around. Can provide a lot of return, I guess, on investment if you have some early action and get him in a place where he can set up the rest of his team.
I mean, Jhin Hui, nice way to proc some of those deadly flourishes. And with a Maokai too, dropping saplings, the ability for Blue Otter to control the terrain of the fight, it's really high. And Supernova is going to have to find ways to break that, as it's going to be a Kenvi Hecarim. We've heard rumblings that Hecarim is getting more and more play. And I got to say, I like it in this game because I think that like your ability to go unstoppable through a Deadly Flourish or a Fear or a Maokai engage could be really, really big for Kenvi to have access to that backline that really wants to play far back. So that said, Cassante, we teased it. It is picked up. And a lot of the answers that Quacker usually likes to Cassante are taken away. No Darius, no Udyr, no Rumble. No Renekton, no Olaf from the last game. So he's pretty far down the totem
Literally
pole.
nothing.
You can't play. Mordekaiser would be decent this game, but you can't
Gwen.
play it because it'd be triple magic damage topside. That said, Blue Otter may not care as they lock in the Gwen, and magic resist is going to feel very good for Supernova in this game.
Yeah, it is. I want to talk about the Kenvi Hecarim here, though. He's going to be very active on the map. Can be just as active as Music was on the Sejuani last game as well, but it's also about the timings, about the kind of setup for a lot of the team, and also taking a pick away for Music, who know, was one of the ones to bring the Hecarim into the league.
He was an early adapter of the Hecarim, so we're going to go into Kenvi's, see if we can find his career stats on Hecarim. He is 3-6 on the champion, not one of Kenvi's stronger champs. But this is a champ that can really ramp up throughout the game. Yeah. I expect Kenvi to go for damage. It's probably going to go like that Eclipse Shojin build. And I got to say, Hex Strength here is going to feel really good this game on the Hecarim if you want it.
Well, let's talk about the setups for both teams. I think you're going to have a lot of team fight potential later on in the game. The thing is, though, right now, at least when you look at Blue Otter, you have some of that side laning, but you have to be able to survive. You have to stop a little bit of the early advances that Supernova are going to be giving us here. They've got some of their comfort picks. They've got a little bit more proactivity to their pockets here, and they need to find themselves a little bit of ground to stand on in this best of, or go quietly into the night and into that lower bracket. It's the kickoff of the playoffs, and you know it's got to be a banger. Let's get into game 2 between Supernova and Blue Otter.
I love how it just starts off with Lens killing Diamond to make sure that the spear comes in. The Callista, you know.
Teamwork. That's what you do to your teammates, right?
Yeah, little team kill to kick this one off. As I will be interested to see what happens with at least the path for Music. I think that he's going to have to play some defense against the Hecarim this game. And I very much expect Hecarim to start Wolves or Raptors and to go for that really big power clear where you're going to try and go for the full clear +2 camps to get this Hecarim going.
I'll see if maybe they go for a little bit of vision game early as well to keep some at least informational advantage on the side of Supernova. Make sure you're spamming it in chat who you got, though. SN for Supernova. Blue Otter is blue, if you couldn't guess. Make sure you are also... I know, right?
Sorry.
Make sure you're also hitting that subscribe button if you got a Prime sub, or if you just want to sub to the channel. 50% of the proceeds do go to our players and teams. It's been an awesome incentive. We're seeing LCS pick up something along the lines like that. Yeah. And it's been really cool to see. So a little bit of extra love to the emotes and things you get if you do subscribe.
I mean, OGN did it first. But,
they did.
We like to say that we beat LCS to something here on Challengers League. See all of our wonderful emotes there at the bottom of the screen. Could be yours, and you could directly support the teams and players with a sub if you drop it yourself. So one of the very cool things that we added last year.
But now we got to talk brass tacks, all the seriousness. Everything's crazy. It's not elimination day, but you do get knocked in the lower bracket if you lose here. This spot lane for Supernova feels a lot better. It definitely feels a lot more lane-centric, but it feels a lot better than maybe what they were looking at the last time around in game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, the first 3 levels of Callista Renata are rather diabolical. As you can see, Levitate and Rovex paying maximum respect to that. Again, I think the goal for Blue Otter, play fight slow, utilize all the slows and the utility that you get on Hui, on Jin, on Maokai, to make sure that you are never fighting on even footing. You want to chip out Supernova before they're able to get into your backline and engage. So definitely going to be the goal here, as we're going to see Blue Otter, their bot lane. Levitate a little bit behind in XP. Looks like he missed at least one of the melees. Rovex is 2, and Levitate is not. But will not be a dive, as again, Hecarim going for that full clear. That is a mirrored jungle path from each of our junglers to start early on. So Hecarim should be rather safe in picking up the majority of his CS.
Don't know if there's necessarily a dive angle on either case. I feel like maybe there's a force there, but trying to get the resets, go back out again. I think both these junglers are going to feel a lot more comfortable in their own skin once they get level 6. That definitely enables both these guys, but the vision will spot out Kenvi. Rovex still taking a massive chunk on the back end of it, though, but Kenvi going to play a little bit aggressive on this side of the map as he goes back for the scuttle.
Yeah, still really nice. He gets a scouting ward down on the Music, and of course we'll be able to take the Prio Crab, as we see Levitate and Rubeck still on the back half of these trades. Diamond doing a very nice job on this. Renata was early adapter of the champion when it came out, and his Renata has been one of the best in the league ever since. I think the biggest, I guess, difference in this game, Mazel, is going to be that top side. As Quacker on the Gwen, of course, if you do get a couple items, Gwen does become a menace, but for the entirety of the game will be a side lane menace in this matchup. Faisal will have to use his windows to be very effective in the team fight, as that really is where Faisal and Cassante can excel. You're a lot better earlier on compared to Gwen, so Supernova is able to hit that time where the rest of the team could be very good. It's a nice cleanse from that.
Really good cleanse. Yeah, he's got a fourth shot coming back up, and now can't step forward. You can't do that. Lens goes for first blood and gets it. And meanwhile, on the top side, you got Supernova striking another one, and it's looking like Blue Otter, but deja vu, it's Supernova this time.
Yeah, I would love to see the top side play if we could get a replay, because Music was there on the hover to make sure that Quacker got the wave in, but Kenvi found the timer to get up there, get involved, and take down that Gwen really big to buy Cassante some space. That's a great first buy for Faisal, who, of course, with that Negatron, he's going to have resistances now against all three. Shout out to our team. Thanks for the replay. Yeah, you can see, again, Music's on the hover, but Kenvi, he started these camps on the top side. He's going to skip over that Gromp respawn and just hoof it to make sure that he's able to interact with his Gwen. Good setup from Faisal.
Oh, man. Yeah, Quacker just unsuspecting. That's a big pickup. Meanwhile, the whole play on bot side as well going the way of Len. They have so much pressure on both sides of the map now.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to Faisal. I feel like he has been, as always, kind of an unsung hero of his teams. Again, plays really without a lot of resources in the top lane, but always plays solid. The fact that he was holding that wave there to ensure that Kenvi was able to come up and interact and land that free kill onto Gwen. Really well played. And now we'll see if Faisal can do a little bit more with a lead this time. Keep in mind the last game, they were trying to dive Quacker, but Quacker found 2 kills before they were able to get involved.
Something I want to point out here, this bot lane is about to get so much worse for Levitate because the boots completion for Lens in an immobile carry like Jhin, if you overstep 1 foot, you are dead because the Ren will come through and you will just not have the health bar. So now this bot lane needs to be repaired in some way, shape, or form by Blue Otter.
No, good shout. And you can see Music just completed his second clear. He doesn't feel like he can go for the grubs right now. He's going to come bot and try and make sure that his bot lane can actually play this one out. And, of course, we're talking about that topside play. See Lens in time and find that 2v2 kill as this Callista pick for Lens continues to be big. Now, they're holding that bot wave. I think that means that they might be dropping this dragon. But Kenvi is first on the grubs. Did ding 6. I'm wondering if he can take these quickly. If he can actually go contest a dragon take from Blue Otter.
I'd be curious. I mean, they don't have much damage, especially the Kindle Gem start for Music. So might have enough time to get down there as the Dragon not even going to be started up by Blue Otter. Again, just trying to look at a saving grace for that bot side. As they do get the push in the end, they'll move over to the Dragon, 3-manning it here. Kenvi has decided he's not going to contest that side. He's going to go for the enemy jungle.
All right, just going to clear his own camps. And Water going to pick this one up. Still with that bot lane deficit, as you highlighted, Mizel. After that kill, the wave state was really bad for Blue Water's bot lane. Lens and Diamond were also holding it to accentuate that. Levitate, going to pick up this wave, but he's down already 2-3 waves in this matchup. Very good for Callista, who wants to be up, going to have less range, needs the doubles, the power to be able to step up and dish out that damage.
I was wondering if maybe we get a little bit of vertical jungling action going on here for Supernova as well after the back end of that one. But as the red buff is going to be coming up soon, you see that Kenvi wants to look at mid lane. There's the push and there's the shove. Here comes the devastating charge right to get back after that onslaught. And that's saving it going down to Kenvi. 2-0 now on the Hecarim. And there ain't no vertical jungling. It's just kills needed.
Yeah, I talked about the combos being denied. The Sejuani combo being one that's really good with Azir. Really like how Kenvi and Toasty played that one out. Of course, find the scoop, get the flash from Samakin, makes it so that it's a free ultimate for Hecarim to find the fear, find the kill, which was gifted over to him.
Always love to see the utilization of the timings of Hecarim. Just because you can get the fear and then activate the devastating charge afterwards, you get so much distance away from the body that was originally safe under turret, if you will, for Samikin. But this has been a big answer from Supernova holistically. I mean, game number 1, it was rough. There was not much going for them. Now this is a much more proactive and much more, I feel like, expectation-heavy Supernova in a way that they are finding those early advantages. And Kenvi now has the Shojin already completed.
All right, this is one of my favorite items, busted out by Kenvi. So this gives you basic ability haste, so more Qs, and then if you get those stacks up, it's an extra 12% damage on the Qs that Kenvi will be throwing out. The fact that he is this far ahead early on is massive.
And you may say, casters, Music just completed his locket. What do you mean? They're on the same items. No. And if you need to know why, you go look at the prices. All right? But no, it isn't that much difference, but it is something. And definitely a lot more fight power for Kenvi. As speaking of fight power, Quacker out to get a little return visit from Kenvi. They're looking for him under tower. He literally has nothing available to him right now, and it's just Supernova taking the easy pickings.
Yeah, Kenvi gets the Krug camp to boot, too, if he wants it, as he continues to cruise in this matchup. Yep, he's going to see those rocks up. He wants it for himself. I got to say, I feel like if Blue Otter were going to go triple magic damage topside comp, I almost think it'd be a better game for Mordekaiser than Gwen. I think that Gwen is just so vulnerable to Hecarim, and at least with Mordekaiser, you could remove someone from the fight and play it out from there. Instead, this Hecarim, especially with the lead that he has early on, he's just going to overwhelm Blue Otter for the next few minutes of the game. And I really feel like this lead from Supernova is too much for Blue Otter to overcome already. They're going to need Supernova to really make mistakes if they want to have a chance in this game. Just given how efficient Magic Resist is going to be, and then the lead that Supernova has and their ability to interact with these champs early on, it takes a lot of time for the Blue Otter comp to get online.
And it's not like you have some super scaling AD. Unfortunately, you look down there and there's a guy playing with some of the theatrics here, Jin. He does have a decent amount of damage, but he's not going to be that big. He needs items. Yeah, he needs items. I mean, Gwen needs items. Void needs items. It's going to be a long time until Blue Otter feel like they have a say in this game. There is going to be that moment, but it's all up to Supernova to make sure they don't get that say. 3,000 gold up less than 11 minutes in. There's another dragon coming up in about a minute and a half as well. Grubs are up on the table, but haven't been positioned for just yet.
And so, I mean, selfishly, this is kind of a fun series to start off so far because I feel like we've seen the strengths of each of these teams and how they got here early on. Game one, of course, we saw Blue Otter neutralizing some of the plays from Supernova, using a really strong map play to make sure their scaling comp got online early, and they snowballed it out very cleanly from there. Supernova, this team's been all about the early game in our league. They have one of the strongest early games when it comes to teams, or fourth in terms of early game ranking. I'd say that like the way that they play out, usually very strong, and we're really seeing them get a lead early on and be able to stick with it. Now, the big thing, Supernova, this is a team that, again, sometimes they tend to beat themselves, play a little bit too fast. We teased this before we started off in the series. I was in Toasty's stream yesterday. He's like, hey, we can't beat ourselves now that it's playoffs. I want to see Supernova play this one out cleanly and push us to that.
It could be all out from Faisal. Combination on the Quacker. Go for the kills. Can't do it just yet. The back did get completed by Music, even though he backed. He's just coming right back up top side. This Quacker is going to be forced out of his turret.
Yeah, and 6 grubs go over.
Another one! Sammykin, he has flash. He's not even going to use it. He realizes he's just dead to rights. A 4th kill for Kenby, who's on a rampage. Oh, no, Quacker.
He didn't TP? Oh, Music was coming. Oh, this is a doomsday scenario for for Blue Otter. Supernova getting leads everywhere on their own. Quacker, he had the ability to base and TP back to that turret, but decided to stick around with Music coming in. Faisal cleans up the kill before that. Music shows topside. Second dragon goes over to free for Supernova. Ocean Soul spawns on the Rift. Not the draw that Supernova wanted, but they don't care given the early game that they have, as this has been all them early.
It's massive advantage given to Supernova this early on. I mean, Kenvi having these tools. Kenvi himself trying to make his name one of brutality. A mix of ruthlessness and brutality, because this guy, and I'm making up new words. This guy, he's been so outright in how he wants to play his game, how he wants to be the voice of his own play, right? And I feel like his time on the LCS, it didn't look great. Obviously, a lot of fans didn't appreciate it, but he comes back himself saying, you know, I didn't get to play my game. We have seen a lot more of his game this split here in the NACL.
It wasn't the result they wanted in game one, but this game two, couldn't ask for anything better. Also, just want to direct your attention to Faisal's inventory. It already has the Canic Rookern with Merc Shreds and a Negatron cloak. How do we deal with this as Blue Otter? You're only 80 damage.
Just don't worry about it.
It's Jin.
Ignorance is bliss. You just stick your head in the ground like an ostrich.
Well,
does that work?
It might work if we go to game 3, which sure looks like
I feel like we're going there. So let's go ahead and get these holes dug and stick our heads in there.
Oh boy, I mean, this is such a big lead. Blue Otter, they need so much time, especially like Quacker. He can't even be strong at the side lane because of the lead that FlySol had. I mean, he got what 2 ganks from Kenvi and then found a kill on his own. Just this entire map is Supernovas. They rotated up their bot lane to play for this Rift Herald. Really nice that Toasty is picking up the bot wave, the only wave that was Crash. And FlySol, he doesn't even have to join for this, but he just keep on playing the lane and bullying out this Gwen.
Not gonna lie, it looks like you might be able to just kill him under tower there in a 1v1. As you see, the plates very, very lopsided there. And it ain't gonna get any easier as Music was trying to get some pity prizes on his way out. Will be spotted, and the alarms have been sounded. I do not think you're getting out of this one, Music, as Toasty is gonna chase him down and maybe making a sweet, sweet melody out of him here. Oh, yeah, God.
Canby not even going to burn his ult. Doesn't buffer that one from Samkin. At least going to take the baby bump and spawn some grubs. But, yeah, I mean,
that was a devastating bump. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't devastating enough, unfortunately.
It's so funny when really awesome named abilities don't do much. There is nothing really on the map right now for Supernova to play for. They are looking for somebody to overextend from Blue Otter and take the rest of these outer turrets. I do wonder if they have the same promise around the tier 2s as well, but you have to expect this outer tier tower is going to be the big focus right now for Supernova.
Frankly, this is one of the biggest leads that we've seen all split in NACL, and that's saying something because we get some wild games down here in Challengers League. But I don't see a way that this can be broken by Blue Otter. I think that Supernova would really have to overextend into the Hui Jin for any mistakes to be made. We also have like Collector coming in first for Levitate, so stronger one-item spike because they do need some power now. But man, this Gwen just really is not involved in this game at all. Gwen needs a lot of time to get online. The fact that Gwen was set this far behind, I don't think Gwen's ever going to be a factor as we see that Rift drop mid, and they're going for 2 crashes here.
And so far, the team that gets the top lane gank early wins the game, apparently. It's just the results-based analysis right now.
It's simple. Science.
Yeah, apparently. Blue Otter are not going to let a second charge go through. Okay. My God, that was 1 Q, by the way, on the Music. They are going to look to continue sieging, though, because there's a dragon in about 50 seconds. They can just keep pressure on the map.
Yeah, I mean, this dragon should be all Supernova. There's going to be no contest from Blue Otter. It's also so tough. Like, if Toasty's left alone with any of these turrets with Nashers and 6 grubs, I know this is something that LPL specialized in very early, especially in spring, playing these Azir comps and going for the split push once you get Nashers. It's so easy to rip down these turrets with the grubs that have been secured. And again, there's no answer for Blue Otter. The only answer is Father Time. And Supernova going to try and make sure that Time is not a friend of Blue Otter, as they're going to continue to play all these lanes. The full court press is on and should make a retreat to take this dragon rather easy when Supernova wants it.
Zillion is Father Time in the League of Legends universe, right?
He is.
So how do you ask Zillion to stop what's happening here? Like, we got to think of like the message. Is it like Santa Claus where you like, this is what I want, and you like write a letter,
you send a
mail
cog
it to him? You send it. No, I'm not gonna let you get away with that one. Can we? Somebody call the police. Need to get Cubby taken care of here. Dragon is going to be taken by Supernova yet again. And we're going to keep thinking about how Father Time can help out Blue Otter.
Format, game 3. That's how.
Fast forward. Use the chrono shift to get us into game number 3. But this is a testament a little bit to some of the veterancy and some of those names I talked about. I know when I talked about the Supernova roster in the first place, it's a lot of names that are very heavily wanted in the tier 2 scene, I feel like, and a lot of names that are looking at progressively getting into the LCS itself. And while I don't get to speak about that because we're going to get Kenvi actually getting caught by the Nature's... Oh, no.
Oh, it's fine, fine.
Get out. Okay, Bramble smash back. Oh, no. Is this where Supernova beat themselves?
Okay.
A shutdown goes the way of Levitate. We get double level 11s hit. Now Toasty, he's getting a little low now as well. He has a shutdown too. Severing Bolt not going to be fast enough to get him.
Okay. I mean, good play. That's too much from Kenvi. Kenvi had his topside camps up. There was no objective over here. Decides to play for the enemy camps instead and does get punished. And well played. I know that Blastgun from Rovex looked goofy. He was denying the one escape path from Kenvi and was still able to get engaged afterwards. So a shutdown did go over to Levitate. That's 1K. That's pretty much a BF sword, likely, when he's able to base now. And that's a big deal because, again, he is the one source of 80 damage. So that could not have gone to a better member for Blue Otter.
Little prizes, little things, little moments that maybe lead to more. It's still a massive advantage for Supernova. And going back to the story lesson I was talking about a little bit. This was a team, and I know you mentioned it a couple times, but after Blue Otter dominated that game number one, we didn't really get to talk about Supernova too much. They came into this split with a ton of expectations on them. And I feel like we had moments where we're like, okay, what can we see from this team? And then we saw some lackluster ones as well.
It feels like it was a similar story to last split, unfortunately, for Supernova, where they were a top 3 team. Like, they were the team that was competing the most with FlyC and Maryville at the time. But they bombed out of playoffs. They got upset in round 1, then lost to Maryville in the lower bracket before it went on to go to finals. Tough draw, but they did drop that round 1 matchup. And it was kind of the same way, like just playing too fast early, not finding leads, and then fizzling out as other teams would play into them throughout the series. So I appreciate Supernova's early games. Again, I think they played this one very well. But game 1, that's exactly what we saw for them, as they went down 0-1 in this series. And this is a roster with experience. I mean, Diamond's been around forever. We always make a joke about Diamond teams. And Diamond teams are always quite strong because he is a good player who can lead teams. Kenvi had that 1.5 years in LCS. Toasty and Lens are newer, but Faisal, we've been used to seeing Faisal play at a pretty solid level always when it comes to this level of play. So to have Supernova bomb out in spring and then to be threatened to that in summer, this is not the expectation for this team. Whereas for Blue Otter, with 3 players that were relegated from NACL to be doing this against Supernova with 2 rookies is everything beyond the expectation that we could hope.
Yeah. The duality of the stories coming to clash here in the start of playoffs as Blue Otter, they were able to find a little bit of something, but they're still losing on the back end of a lot of these trades. Aaron is available. There's some pings from Blue Otter and from Supernova around this side. Supernova just going to start it up.
I think it's so tough to contest again. Clacker is pretty much out of the game. Flies on TP at any point.
Magical steal.
Music will be able to scout this out as we have a blue trinket. We're at 6K. They do spot Music. Ult comes out. They're gonna flip.
He's in there. He gets it. Music is making the difference. Rally Cry Baron buff goes over to Blue Otter, and that lead just got cut down. See if Faisal can stop any of these Baron capes, and it's Blue Otter that show us a little bit of life.
Lennon.
Yes,
I'm disappointed. How many times do we have to see Maokai Q Smite win for people to be like, no, we can't flip this?
Man. It's
even
crazy.
with Callista. Through Callista, I think that's why they were so confident going for this. Gonna see a replay. Music sends himself in for the good of the team. I mean, yes, we have Callista, but we just don't need to flip this. And it gets down. Q Smite able to secure it.
Smite it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Just not synced up from Lens and Kenvi. 2K should have been the mark where I think it's safe to flip it. But Kenvi does not get that smite off. The blue buff goes over to Blue Otter. We were talking about a tragedy being needed for Supernova to drop this game. That's Act 1, unfortunately.
I think we just got Shakespearean tickets. I don't know.
I still think that this is going the way of the blue side team and Supernova, and not to Blue Otter. But
yeah,
there's a lot of gold to pick
up.
They're outers are up. You have bounties. You can see Samakin at least getting this wave in and does have help. Toasty does have everything up, so I think he's not going to be under threat here. But if you do knock down a couple bounties, I mean, cutting this gold deficit to, 3-4K. Blue Otter's comp does have ways to, get out of this later.
You have your safety position of just saying blue is winning, so that way if Blue Otter somehow magically come back, then you're good, and if Supernova win, you're good. It is still massive gold going down the way of Supernova, though. I mean, they were taking tier 2s in both mid and bot. Now they're also taking another dragon, putting them on soul point. This is not at all in the hands of Blue Otter, but there was a little bit of hope there.
As you can see, our Rally Cry Baron buff power play. Really not up in gold for Blue Otter. It's more so just stalling out time. So not the biggest
Zillion?
impact that we were
Did he get the letter? Did he get the letter?
Maybe.
Did we send it?
I mean, music sent it. He sent something. He sent a Bramble Smash.
He sent something. It worked.
Yeah.
He got a gift back. It was Baron buffs aplenty. I love that we're just going to keep going down this rabbit hole.
I mean, you're forcing it. I'm trying to chip in.
There is, though, the fact of the matter that Blue Otter feel a little bit more confident on the map, have a little bit more vision to play around on their side of the rift as well. But it seems like Supernova is going to be trying to put an end to that very quickly.
Yeah, last inner turret is on the top side as they're about to get to work on that one. Zampakin is here with good wave clear. Looks like no play as Rovax and Navitate show. He will slink his way on out of there. But still, you can see Blue Otter have a very narrow map at this point, and they're losing access to jungle camps, which enables Kenvi to get an even bigger lead on this Hecarim, who, of course, does need a lead, is going to be building damage. Didn't go for the equipped Shojin, of course, talked about the Shojin first, but going for Black Cleaver. Black Cleaver did see some changes that do benefit Hecarim quite a bit, as his W does tick damage, and they took away the timer for like Black Cleaver stacks, so pretty much you can have two at once, especially if you're applying on-hit effects. We're seeing Senna go Black Cleaver first because in 2 autos, you're applying the 4 stacks. But Hecarim, of course, with the W tick damage, the Qs, the autos, he can apply this really fast. It gives you a lot of stats you want as Hecarim, including move speed. So nice to see Kenvi taking advantage of the patch notes and the changes in its favor.
And it's nice to see the only time we'll see this pick in this series at least, but be proficient, right? Get those early advantages and keep snowballing. I've been really appreciative of that. As we are into third items, it is a convergence for Genvia's third item, as we also have the Randuin's completed there for Faisal. And what an occurrence where your jungle and top laners are the first ones to 3 items.
I do like the shot. I do want to return to the shout out you gave to Kenvi, as he did own this map early on. And I find it unique, again, in the Fearless format. Like, if I'm looking at Blue Otter, I know that Music's likely going to play Maokai in a series, so with the full Fearless, you can kind of plan out your answers, right? If you're going to give Maokai, you know that's a pick that teams want to play. Only one team gets it. If you prep a counter like a Hecarim, which worked out really well for Supernova in this game, it is another way that with this unique format, teams are trying to find edge, I know, from talking behind the scenes. Just being like, hey, we know that this team's going to play this pick. We're going to save this other pick, or like this more unique pick, like a Hecarim, for this game, because we think we have the best chance to win when we have something like a Hecarim in the Maokai. I don't know if that's the conversation Supernova's going for, but I do know that's the conversation that some teams are having behind the scenes, and really good to see it pan out well for Supernova this game.
Well, let's give it one more tee off there for Blue Otter as well. Is there a hope that 3 items does unlock this team? Is there a hope that their kind of combined team fight potential can bring a little bit of promise in this?
Nope.
Okay.
Yep.
Great analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I still think it's done. I mean, it's going to take another Bramble Smash smite from Music. That's what it's going to take.
Hey, he's got 30 seconds to get ready for that one, you know?
Maybe 2 or 3 more, you know? Who knows?
I think one more. Might just do it. It might just be the ticket. Though Supernova, they feel like this might just be the ticket for the end itself, as the elixirs has started to come out from Kenvi. We also have the third item, Crypt Bloom, from Tosi. So everybody on 3 items now for Supernova. And unfortunately, very far behind that are Blue Otter.
I will say that if the game starts to get past this, that's where Blue Otter might be able to come back. Mostly looking at...
You said nope. I don't want to hear any of this reductionist.
They're coming back, but like this is the break point for... I think that Supernova doesn't get any stronger. I think that their peak, already hit. The hope for Blue Otter is that you get Levitate to 5 items. So he's working on item number 3. Looks like it's going to be that LDR.
Rightfully so, I think. Doesn't really need the increased range from RC.
But also, like, you have a Wit's End on Lens, and we talked about how efficient magic resist is into this magic damage heavy team for Blue Otter. Len should be able to run rampant on Callista in this next fight and push that Callista record to 5-0 this split.
He can do just that. He's teeing himself up for it. As Baron is up yet again, Supernova maybe feeling a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, they're stalling out for Soul.
They're
just threatening Baron to make sure they see Blue Otter on top side. As that ward, it just died. Blue Otter will have seen that ward die, so they know that they're spotted. But this pretty much gives away Ocean Soul. I don't think Ocean Soul is, matters the most in this game. Ocean Soul is more of a state of mind and, actually being good.
Is it?
Yes. The Soul stinks, man. In a straight-up team fight, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, in a team fight, but if you're facing like a poke comp or anything like that, like it's great.
That's true, but there's some value. I mean, the Maokai saplings don't matter anymore. The Hui poke isn't as good anymore, but you find a straight up fight, it's really like the least amount of impact.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, we do see the Mortal Reminder coming through for Levitate. That has been the biggest conversation. I know Shakarez was talking a little bit about it, but as well as many other people around the scene itself, just changing up the profile.
It's 10 less AD now compared to LDR. So we are seeing a lot of marksmen go for that instead of the heal cut. I actually thought that LDR would still be an option this game, given the... Oh, hold on. We got to pause.
Kenby's just forcing it right now. He's got so much damage, but he's locked down now. Kenby, he does get the bailout. That's really big. They don't get the kill in time, though. Look at Blue Otter. They're separating Supernova out, and they're picking them off one by one. They do lose a couple back, and now we are tied up in a 3v3. Supernova still in the advantage, though, still with the healthy health bars, and still pushing up a top lane tier 2.
I gotta say, I kind of like that initial engage from Supernova, but I feel like afterwards they chase too much into Blue Otter. That said, Supernova, with that Ocean Soul being quite useful here, they're topping off their health bars, and we'll be able to at least take an inhibitor.
Love that. Instant rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, it's true in this scenario. It didn't matter in the 5v5, but afterwards, the post-play,
true. It's all about when it matters.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Supernova, though, they do some lasting damage on top side. They will be backs stopped by Blue Otter, maybe looking to get a little bit more annoyance out towards Supernova. But still holistically in the lead are Supernova. It's a far cry from that game number 1. And they want to put the hurt where it hurts the most, as they actually get a nice combo from Music to get him away from the push there. Rovex tries to dash his way out with the crash, but now he is actually going to be body blocked there. The Deadly Flourish really nicely timed by Levitate, and Blue Otter make it out alive.
Good sapling there from Music. That said, Rovex was brought very low, so if Supernova want to start the Baron, they would have a 5v4 on the map.
Don't do it again.
Being a lot more cautious this time.
Oh, no.
It is spotted from Blue Otter, and we'll see what kind of flip we have come in. Faisal does have the ability to ult Music out. Music's going to ult himself.
He doesn't want to go in too early. If he gets it again, this man is the GOAT. He's in there like swimwear, baby. He's not going down. They turn off, and they... Oh, my God! He gets it again! What the hell did they give this man for breakfast? My God! They still lose the fight, but it doesn't matter. That's a mental dip right there.
The Bramble Smash Spike continues to be big as they're trying to interrupt the base of Toasty. It's still at 5v2 with Ocean Soul to boot. Samakin's getting chased down by Kenby. I think Supernova can still end.
I don't even care if you lose this game, Blue Otter. Like, you just absolutely gapped the Baron twice in a row by Music. They will end up falling short, though, in this game. They will get pushed all the way the distance, but my goodness, they gave us a hell of a show for it. It's Supernova returning to form and returning to try to finish this one off. That's a big engage from Rovex, but he's going down slowly, but surely. Toasty's there, gets a 4th shot to the back, almost going down. Now Samikin's the next one to fall. The last turret will go down. Music is back, but is it going to be enough? Lens is popping off here, too. He's down. And Supernova! They just got stopped. The Baron minions are able to defend, and Diamond's going down too.
I mean, Supernova, they went for the fight. They tried to kill Levitate. They didn't kill him. Instead, they end up dying in the back half, so they don't hit the Nexus. And this game's still going on.
I can't believe they didn't auto-attack the Nexus. Right?
I can't either. This is kind of disgusting.
I cannot believe they did that. You talk about them beating themselves. I know it's not necessarily the case here, but my goodness.
Really good hostile takeover from Diamond to find Samakin. He goes down, but Toasty, he was interrupted by the Hui as Samakin finds pretty much the post-mortem death. And then we are hitting Levitate. We throw Diamond into the turret, and Lens gets a 4th shot here by Levitate instead of trying to go for the Nexus. So we're going to continue with this game. That's
LS
a bit
Premier Wave States.
It's a bit awkward. Interesting. That's Act 2 of the tragedy.
Colorful words, yeah. You going to add any more? You have anything else?
That's Act 2 of the tragedy. We
cool.
have Baron stolen. We failed to get the Nexus.
This tragedy?
I don't know. It depends
it's
on how long.
One that's never ending.
As many acts as Father Time allows for us, Michelle.
Okay. Nice turn back.
Thank you. It's my turn.
We always got to return back to it. To be real, though, it is a very real situation that Blue Otter can find fights in this game now. We're going to have an Elder flip in about a minute. Supernova, they're feeling the heat, but they're still in a comfortable position.
There's still minimal map control for Blue Otter, but I don't think Ocean Soul in a 5.5k gold lead makes that much of a difference. Levitate just one shot in RFC, and we have a death cap potentially available for both Samakin and Toasty, who are on even footing. So if we take a look at the gold, Levitate is actually ahead now. Keep in mind, he is the one source of physical damage from Blue Otter that's significant. Supernova, they can tech magic resist to pretty much defend against anyone and everyone. We do see Kasate going for those 2 armor items, and we did just see a death cap get completed by Toasty. That is quite big. We'll see if Samakin can match it in time. But
I don't think so. We got 20 seconds.
Yeah, they have an advantage here in terms of map and items, but again, I think Blue Otter from this point on, they actually get stronger. It's a bit of a scary fight. I really think that Supernova needs to actually secure this Elder Dragon and cannot fall victim to a 3rd Bramble Smash Smite from Music.
I'm looking at Quacker. I'm looking at the TP to come in. I'm looking at Faisal, having already showed his face over here. A little bit of damage poking down. Curtain call coming out. There's the Nature's Grasp. They're pushing Quacker in the side lane. He's going to TP in. Although, I think Blue Otter might have overextended. Now, Kenby goes in by himself. Kenby, he's down. But look, it's Diamond and Faisal representing them. They're split from the team. Quacker has showed up, and Quacker is snipping their existence from their very life. As Blue Otter, they take down Supernova, and they won't get the Elder, but they stave off the darkness.
That's Act 4. As Blue Otter, they find the win, and Kenby, he sent it all by himself. Toasty threw the ult back to try and peel for himself and lens. When Kenby went in, it was only him. As we have a trap laid by Supernova, they're in the brush. Quacker,
I don't know.
See, he falls victim. See if Samakin can scout it. Anyone?
Somebody? Anybody? They got a lot of damage, though.
Samakin, no flash.
Yeah, slowed down. They're going to start up the Elder. They realize Kenby is in here. Music is in here. They have a little bit of advantage, but
TPs are up.
Has
TPs are up
no
20.
rend in the Dragon itself. I feel like he really needs to focus on that or the fight. It needs to be one or the other, but they just get caught between both. Oh, my God. Caught between a rock and a hard place. The bailout does get the one back, but the Elder Dragon is going the way of Blue Otter, and it's going to 4 members totally. This lead cut down. This advantage cut down, and the Elder Dragon Otters are ready to go.
This is a disaster of galactic proportion, Lennon. I cannot believe that we're in this game state after the early game that we witnessed. It was one of the best early games we've seen. All split in Challenge League. 7k gold lead at 15. Every tool available for Supernova to wrap this one up. And Blue Otter, they refused to let go of that star.
My God, they said it was their precious. It was their treasure. They were not going to give it back any way, shape, or form. And Kenby might have just let that go down into their hands here. He's on 4th item now. If he still finds an engage with the rest of his team, things look good. But now we're at a dead even game at this map state. We're here at almost full items for everybody in the game. And you're going to have to rely on that veterancy. You're going to have to rely on that execution if you're Supernova.
I gotta say, too, with Elder and Baron spawning, I want Blue Otter to force this, and this is the Baron where they can actually take control back of the game.
There's top side.
There's only... Well, that's fine. He's fixing the whip. There's only one turret that's been taken by Blue Otter. They're down 3k gold. If they get the Baron and turn it into objective bounties, they will be up in gold, and their comp scales. Like, at this point, Quacker in the side lane, he is that menace for Gwen. It doesn't matter that he's behind in items. He still is going to be Gwen. Jin is at 4 items. He is able to pop people. The range and the terrain control that Blue Otter have actually makes a difference. They made it to this point of the game, and I'd be very surprised if Supernova decide to contest this Baron, given that Elder is still up for Blue Otter, and it looks like they're giving.
Unless Kenby maybe makes a little magic of his own, maybe makes a little music of his own. He goes unstoppable. He gets it. That's 3 Baron steals in 1 game. but this time it might not end the same result as Kenby's taking down Levitate. They left him. Oh my God, Levitate just barely survived, and now Supernova are falling apart as the double kill goes over. They got to get back to the base. There's Toasty and Faisal in the base. They're stopping backs right now. They're on to the next.
They got it.
Supernova, they bring us to 3.
The disaster of the Galactica proportion. It was dodged in the end. Oh my goodness, what a game. I mean, that it should have ended that way, but this is why we're a little bit concerned about Supernova in the playoffs. There is no way that game should have ever hit the game state it was in. The fact that Blue Otter got there, it was a couple miracles, but Supernova, in the end, they find the back door. They do lean on that experience, but man, this is not a good sign for Supernova moving forward. They need to be able to shut down games like this. And the way that they're going about it, it's not clean.
I just look at the end setup there. I think overall, I think Faisal deserves a big shout in this one. I don't know necessarily exactly how the game would have gone without him in that situation, without him having a little bit of side lane presence. But my goodness, Supernova, they do clean it up in the end. They do end up taking it down, but I just don't know what to think after that game.
I mean, props Supernova. I think that solution at the end was good, but man, some of these fights, like, it's clear to me that Supernova, they really know how to play out the early game. They're good at this, but mid to late game, I see them trying to play too fast consistently, and I feel like if they slow it down, then, you know, we're already in draft for game 3 right now with it being a 1-1. In the end, it's going to end up being Faisal with that big player of the game. I think it's well-deserved, but man, Supernova, if they want to really challenge some of the top-of-the-table teams that we have in the league, they need to clean up these early games and need to be able to put games like this away. Because when you have a 8K gold lead at 15, and you're relying on a backdoor to wrap things up 40 minutes in, something went wrong in between. Dude. And I'm really curious to see if Supernova can really regroup and lean on some of that experience to not let that game tilt them and make sure that the game 3, they can find a really strong early game and put this one away.
3 Baron steals, an Elder steal. That was a game of League of Legends, baby. That's all you could ever ask for. What a way to bring us back into a series of 3 games. I think there was a very big likelihood that there was a bit of a fall short there, and that Blue Otter ended up taking a 2-0. But Supernova, they are able to bring it back. We go to game 3. We'll see that after a short little break here.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Have a seat. As you know, the NACL is recruiting superheroes for our League of Legends division. So, first questions first. What's your superpower?
With my super memory and ability to change other people's memories, I would just be able to walk through words and you'll just forget that I'm there. You'll always see me on the flank, but you will always wonder how I get there. You'll never know.
My superpower is teleport. I'll be able to instantly go to other places. As a support player, just being able to start a fight, be brave, throw yourself into the enemy team and just being a hero.
I would say I have a lot of superpowers, but my best superpower is just being able to gaslight people. Because, you know, usually you get these support players and they don't know what they're doing and they're always doing the wrong thing. And I'm kind of able to, like, you know, talk to them and coerce them into actually, you know, doing the right play. Not Zyko though, you know, he's perfect.
I'd say my superpower is just being able to learn fast and take criticism and being able to apply it like very easily. I'm here on the Rift because I'm selfless. I've just been trying to think of the big picture more often because my teammates are really hard on me when it comes to that.
My superpower is that I have super speed. You want to see me run around the world and come back here? You want to see me do it again? I keep the good vibes, so even if I'm 10 deaths, I'm still keeping it together mentally and for everyone on the team.
My superpower for my team is just being, you know, good vibes. There's gonna be some tense situations, but sometimes you just gotta play like it's a normal game, like an everyday game, even though it's like a lot on the line. In these situations, you just gotta have a good, funny guy. I think something that makes me a hero on the Rift is, you know, when my team needs me the most, I perform in the late game situations. In a team fight, I got the ice in my vein. I just love those moments where it's like everyone's dead on your team and they're watching you. They're all watching your last move and, you know, you get to clutch up for them.
Probably invincibility, just because it's cool. I get people top, and because of that, my team will never have to worry about enemy top lane.
My superpower is that I'm the Avatar. I like to bend the elements. I'd like to think I save everyone when they're inting, you know, because that's what superheroes do, especially my jungler.
My superpower is adaptability. I'll adapt to my environment. Need me on a tank, I'm on a tank. Need me on the carry, I'm on a carry. I'll adapt to my environment. I said the thing that makes me a hero on Drift is I'm always for the boys. Skip a camp to come to a fight, flip a random fight. Someone needs me to be there to protect the stacked wave. I'm for the boys.
Our people will get in touch with your people.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. We're in our first series of the playoffs, and it is already delivering. What a game number 2, a game of all time, if you will. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and Blue Otter almost made it a 2-0. Supernova, though, they ended up cleaning out.
It's delivering something all right, man. It's delivering heart palpitations. We look at that gold graph. I actually made a mistake. I didn't pull up that gold graph throughout the game. That's my bad. I had the control to do that behind the scenes. As you can see, the disaster of galactic proportions was dodged out by Supernova in the end with a nice backdoor to wrap up that game. Props to Toasty and Faisal for finding that one. But man, every objective that was attempted was stolen. That was something else. We had Kenvi, taking that final Baron. That honestly helped because if you have Baron creeps, a little bit more of a threat in the end. It was an open nexus, but man, when you have a nearly 8k gold lead, as you highlighted, Mazel, that early into the game, about 16, 17, 18 minutes in, and the game goes to a 38-minute mark, it's not great.
Yeah.
So we're going to look for Supernova to keep up what was a very strong, dominant early game, one where when asked if there was a way to play back into this game, I responded with a simple nope, and I was nearly proven wrong.
Which would have been
Blue Otter.
The funniest thing. Because we asked about it, Alsa being nope. No.
The curse that I have on this broadcast, especially in the broadcast live chat that we use to communicate with everyone, is something else. As Game 3, final game of regular season, I typed in after Jinx got 2 kills, AoE win. They lost. I say nope. It was everything but a nope.
There.
It was everything but a nope. It was only the conclusion that made it go that way. Special power on this stream.
Maybe never seen Palpatine and you in the same room.
Okay, that's aggressive.
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit,
But anyways, a little bit of aggression needed in this first best of 3 by both these teams. As it's only our first best of 3, but we are obviously going the distance. This has to deliver, and these are two teams on paper that should be a lot closer and a very even matchup. At game number 1, presenting very well for Supernova in some regards, but mostly for Blue Otter in their macro decision making, especially their mid to late game. The way they were able to turn that game holistically in their favor was huge. Then Supernova answered with their own, giving Blue Otter some moments in that one. But then now coming to a head, all of the 20 champions now that were already picked in the series are not available as we crest over into game number 3.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what ends up happening with some of the pools, especially the mages that we've had in the mid lane so far. Interested, no Corki has appeared yet after some of the changes. I thought that...
Good riddance.
I don't know. I still think we're going to see Corki, especially later on. Just given that teams are practiced with it. I think the phosphorus bomb changes makes a wee bit of a difference, but if you get the right matchup, you can still hit E and just walk forward and be okay. So curious if that has completely fallen out of the meta or if that makes an appearance this game. But with the lack of marksman mid, it actually has opened up the bot lane pool quite a bit, which traditionally in game 3s, just given how many marksmen we've had played across the map, has been very pinched. I'm also wondering what happens with Senna, as we've yet to see teams pick up Senna, and I do think the strength of this champ is kind of undeniable. So I'm wondering which team is going to be more keen to pick that up, or if they pick it up as we go later into the series.
It's a good question. I feel like it's more of a Lens Diamond choice, but you know, we never know. We'll see exactly how that pans down here. But as we get to it, it is also a maybe not Cliff's Edge just yet. But we have to kind of reiterate the format of our new style of postseason, as the first 2 rounds in the upper bracket are these best of 3s. That's really important to Levy, as you won't have to do the best of 5 all the way till the semis if you stay in the upper bracket. If you do lose here, you go immediately down to the lower bracket into best of 5s into elimination territory.
Yes, I believe that we have the winner of this series facing the undefeated Dragonsteel in the next round, and then the loser would drop down and face Winthrop University, who would be our 8th seed. So we'll see who goes where. Yeah, we'll see who goes where after this game. It's funny that the 2 partnered LCS teams get to face the 2 collegiate teams, and then afterwards we have the 2 challengers roster, the official LCS teams. A lot of 2s today, Mizel.
A lot of 2s, a lot of double kills, a lot of 2s. We'll just keep
game 3.
Yeah. Now we no more talk about 2s. 2s are gone.
A side swap.
We did have the side swap. We do have very similar bans, and I expect that to continue to be the case here. The Rumble banned away by Blue Otter. The Samikin Zoe banned away as well. We do see maybe some of the continuation. The Senna is going to join the table there as well. And if we continue to see like maybe some of those big picks taken away, the Darius was in there as well.
Ooh, okay. Senna ban's interesting because I'm wondering, like, we used to see Smolder be played into Senna. I'm wondering if that changed. I don't know, as Senna got a lot of changes on this patch, but I know Smolder is a pick that Levitate quite likes. Also curious, a lot of times in game 3s, we just do see bot lanes resort to traditional pairings like Kalista Renata or Xayah Rakan, both of which are off the table, as Rovex played Rakan in game 1, and Kalista Renata was just used by Supernova in that last game. So bans also being switched up for Supernova. Importantly, Darius is left up. I would doubt it gets first picked. But that side swap, we have an Aurora ban, as Supernova do not want to deal with that. We have the last of the very high priority engaged supports actually being locked in, as it is the Alistar. So no Leona, no Rel. We could see a Nautilus or a Braum response, but Alistar first pick is very disrespectful of all the changes that we've seen made to Silas.
That's what I was going to say. You know, I feel like there's a lot of playability
traditionally
around this first pick.
In past Everfrost metas, we would see a Silas slammed
immediately.
But we did see a lot of changes with Silas. I don't know where Silas's like win rates or strengths are sitting, but I know we've seen Zeus play it in a Kennen in the top side, and I think the Brawler Silas is actually doable right now with the Rocket Belt, I should say. So
we'll see.
Something to keep in mind for Supernova.
I'm just interested that Blue Otter are going with this as a first pick on blue side. Like maybe just trying to hold their cards a little bit closer to their chest here. They are going to be up against a very poke-heavy composition, but also one that has a little bit of mobility potential there in the Kai'Sa Corki combination that Supernova already have.
Yeah, so we do see the Corki emerging, as I was teasing. And we do get Levitate has the potential to actually answer with a counter. I will say, I like Alistar into Kai'Sa a lot. I feel like a lot of the times you do get to interact with Kai'Sa in the lane. And I would expect Diamond to follow up with a Nautilus, just given how much he prioritizes engaging. But we, instead of a Xayah, something more defensive against that Kai'Sa, we're actually going to play Jinx. So going to be important that Blue Water are able to find some peel for Jinx throughout this draft, because the ability for Kai'Sa and whatever else Supernova takes to dive that backline will be there. And potentially the last chance for Quacker to take Darius, as it would be banned in the next phase. That will be his pick here.
Not banned this time around by Supernova in the first phase. Love to see some of the clutch picks coming out for Quacker. First it was the Olaf in that game number 1. Now the Darius. See what the answer is going to be, though, by Faisal. I expect him to have an answer here. It will be the Gnar.
So this matchup, it's first to Steel Caps can win. If Darius gets there first, then you can kind of chase down Gnar in the longer lane. If Gnar gets there first, then you can really rely on your spacing of the Darius to not be under serious threat. I think I'm interested to see how involved Music will get in this top side, because when Blue Otter do play this Darius, oftentimes that is the lane of focus, as it will be the Ghost Flash, no TP. You go up there to make sure that Darius gets ahead and then gets good recall, so Quacker's game is all right. And for Quacker, it is a Sterax rush into move speed items. So a huge emphasis on move speed, just being able to rely on your base damage with the Qs and the Ws to apply those stacks to get those big ults off.
Quacker very willing to take the Flash Ghost, though. He did it in the Olaf lane.
Yes.
Very good at it, knowing when he can get those walks off as well. It is going to be the Vi Lux focus by Supernova, so not going to take away the Kindred this time around. And it's also going to be a little bit of movement here by the side of Blue Otter, maybe looking to focus on that jungle matchup themselves.
I am wondering if we see an Ivern, and I would like to see Ivern potentially taken away here from Blue Otter, as that has been a pick that Kenby has added to his arsenal this split that has been very good for him. Instead, going to be a Taric ban against Alistar. I respect that. If Diamond does go onto Braum, he would have yet to have played it so far.
Okay.
And they will give him 5 pick, as jungle has been narrowed a little bit. They're going to deny the Zyra, as that will be taken by Supernova. And we have the Shyvana coming in. I'm expecting the Shojin solo queue Shyvana. And it's going to be a Samakin Ezreal mid lane to round things out.
Okay.
Very interesting. So this Shyvana build, it's Shojin into AP items. So you are going to be the Emax, that AP. And I will say there's not a lot of CC to deal with Shyvana right now. And I don't know what Diamond can take to really break that, because you don't want something like a Blitzcrank here. This would be a risky Blitz pick.
As you say that. The power you have, you do not
His
know
pool's
of,
really
my
narrowed.
friend. I have been maybe a little bit of a naysayer of the Shyvana. We see it individually get so much strength, but the thing is about turning it into a team win. This is a team game after all, and I think it's very difficult to transition some of those wins into those team fights.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't love the Blitz, because I feel like Samakin has a lot of ways to play out and around of it. And of course, you can just have Alistar stand in front of the Blitz, and if he gets hooked in, it is quite good for the Alistar. I think the key for Blue Otter is going to be protecting the Shyvana, because the one good hook target that you have if you are Diamond, it is Shyvana, because you either force the ult or you get Shyvana in. And with this build that we're going to see Shyvana go with the Shojin into the Andres, you are going to be very squishy. So potential to one-shot that, and of course the Jinx, or throw the Darius off. But I really expect Blue Otter to focus on protecting Shyvana early and pathing towards the top lane to make sure Quacker gets good resets on the Darius.
Well, Music got the first answer game 1. Then Kenvi replied with his Hecarim. Now we get Music's Shyvana in a upper bracket, best of 3. Decide who goes on in the upper bracket and who goes down to the lower. Blue for Blue Otter in the chat, or SN for Supernova. Who you got as we crest into the ultimate game of this first best of 3 of our playoffs?
Yeah, both of our partnered teams, Blue Otter with C9 and Supernova with Energy, respectively, playing to earn a date against the top-tier Dragonsteel. A date that I know Blue Otter would be looking forward to, is frankly in the regular season, Blue Otter put the best performance up against them in the best of 3. It would be a rather fun rematch for two teams that I know like to practice against each other behind the scenes.
And that's brings back some of the story that I feel like Blue Otter has had over this split, is they have taken games off some of the best teams we've seen in the league, especially even in the earlier parts of the season when we weren't necessarily seeing the big growth, the culmination of all that we necessarily have in the end of the season. But that's been the story of Blue Otter, and we talked about it so much, maybe not as much in the second game when they were getting trounced, but it really has been a team that has risen from the bottom to the top, it feels like, in the regard that we see them play so well around mid-game macro decisions and around playing together as a team.
Yeah, again, I really feel like the way the Blue Otter's developed is somewhat of a standard for what should be expected for our teams. It's been very impressive to see what the staff has done with a young team of players that have been relegated from this league, but look very different from the form that they were in when they were relegated on Supernova, respectively. Or Supernova, if they win this game, trying to earn a date against Dragonsteel, who knocked them out of the playoffs in spring. So, revenge wanted from each of our teams here, and for good reason.
Yeah, some right now, some later. I guess in that regard. But yeah, it's cool to see some of the stories already playing out early on into our playoffs here. But let's take a look at the map states right now, as it will be mirrored starts from both junglers. We'll see Kenvi pathing down towards this bot side, relieve a little bit of pressure there, maybe find a pick, but Music is headed up towards top side.
Yeah, Zyra, faster clear early on, and the power of Shyvana really comes in once you get the Shojin, and, you know, you get a couple items. I think Zyra, a much stronger champion early, but Shyvana does have ways to play out of Zyra, and those E's in fights when you get the Shojin and the Yandris, they do a lot of damage. As Samikin's going to dash in, eat the PTA and the armor shred from the Corki. In a matchup, I know Corki did see some changes on this patch. The Phosphorus Bomb costs more mana and is a second last cooldown at all ranks. But besides that, Corki is going to be a very oppressive champion if he is able to get to those 2 items on the turret.
That's not a bomb, that's a chew toy.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah,
that's true.
Get it right.
We do see
it doesn't
three-wave crash.
Oh, still going to connect the hook there. Diamond going to take a turret shot there. So Rovex, sub 200 health now as he burns down from the Ignite. Kenvi wants to return gank.
Yeah, Music's still cleaning up that top crab, so he's not going to be able to base and be down here on time. Kenvi might try and interact. Level 3 just dinged by Blue Water. Rovex pops the passive, heals up a bit, but we might have a redive.
I'm going to try to. Not going to hit
Good
the roots.
dodge.
Do have the plant in there, though. Really nicely done by Blue Otter to stop any of the advances and stave off the rocket grabs.
Good movement there from Levitate. He positioned behind the creep, so even if that rocket grab got close, he would have been okay. And Rovex, of course, did lose the flash, but now that the passive is dinged a little bit, he's okay. And Music is actually using this opportunity to go down and contest the bot crab, which it looks like he was able to pick up.
Going on the long con. Okay, so Music is on his way down, but this play is already developing, and it's already going the way of Supernova. They do get one back here, though. Levitate stepping up to claim one, and here comes Music. He's got the angle, but there's a lot of plants there. Kenvi is doing a lot of damage now, though. Oh my goodness, Samikin maybe making the difference now. Len's gonna flash out, but the flash immediately comes back. The burn is not enough, but Samikin cleans him down. Now it's gonna be Blue Otter that responded a 2-for-1.
Samikin TP'd first to use that to get mid out and go get involved in the bot play, and ends up being the difference in this one, as Kenvi was the first move after he dropped the crab, and surprisingly the Shyvana ends up winning an early skirmish. Not supposed to really happen to this.
And you get gold onto the Ezreal and the Jinx for Blue Otter. Let's take a look at this fight.
So we had a flash from Diamond, but the Q from the Alistar made it so that he couldn't land the Power Fist on the Levitate. That meant that Levitate could auto-attack freely to melt Diamond, get excited, and then eventually turn this one around as Lens got a little bit stuck, ate the zap, and with Samikin here first, they were outnumbered and outgunned.
Flash coming out a little bit too little, too late. Samikin able to clean up, and that's big from one of those rookies there you were talking about so heavily for Blue Otter. The map movement from Blue Otter so far is so good in Game 3.
Diamond is level 3 with no passive, so if Quacker is able to find him, it's a maybe.
And he's almost got Mega Gnar up too. Quacker, he's got to do something. He's just got to fight back. It's a lot of healing there, but rammed into the wall and slammed to his doom as Faisal picks him up.
Good find because the action bot, we weren't able to correct the lane state for Darius in the top side, so Faisal able to turn that matchup around. We have steal caps from both Darius and Gnar, but Faisal with that first kill should be able to fix the wave, get back again, and also secure grubs for Supernova.
That's going to be a really big early advantage for them as well. Going to be able to set the tempo and when they want to fight for the next grubs. Also, got to think about the dragon stacking coming soon.
Yeah, that does matter, of course, with Shyvana, but the trade made because Diamond was top. We have Blue Water step up and actually force off. Wait, Music at 6. He Kenvi. Kenvi had the flash out. He's going to get 2 grubs. He could rotate down to bot. That's huge from Blue Otter as they take 2 of them. And now this dragon play, they have the option to try and cross map here as Levitate does have the flash if he needs to get out of a hook from Diamond.
He's waiting, but my goodness, Lens does a lot of damage there. And really big pickup by Music to just know the tempo state of the game.
I gotta say, so this game's kind of evolving quickly. We have a few interesting things going on. BF Sword start from Levitate. We did see Kraken Slayer nerfed a little bit. This tells me he's going to go for the IE rush, which means that when you get to the 2-3 item mark, you spike a little bit harder, given that you have the IE first. That said, it means that you're a little bit weaker early on. So I don't think that we're going to have priority bot side for Blue Otter, as Levitate just had a base and Lens is up quite a bit of XP on this Jinx.
He's on a ward.
Yeah, can't do much top. He's going to try and walk on the Toasty, but Toasty has the info and wiser to it.
All right, so both junglers going to show each other's faces yet again. Kenvi is not going to be level 6 just yet, but has the team around him. And you have to remember, this Zyra has tons of objectives set up. If you can get preemptively around those objectives, they're actually looking for a play on bot side right now, though. As Diamond is going to be headbutt out, looking for the rocket grab on Rovex, potentially, as he goes back into the turret. Kenvi is here. Nice double headbutt pull. And here comes the Dragon's Descent. He gives over his life. Is it going to be enough as we get one back? Looking for two. Kenvi. Oh, it's Lens. He goes in with the killer instinct. He's getting low. He pops him, though. Stranglethorn gets achieved by Kenvi as he hit level 6. And now music's gone. A double kill for Lens.
The first time around, it was Samikin getting involved in the bot lane play first. This time, it's Toasty first to move. And the ult from Kenvi was really big in making sure that Music wasn't able to clean up Lens. Lens going in. Man, this Kai'Sa, I remember Fear, when he was on Kai'Sa last split, game 3, Lens had a huge team fight to propel Cincy Fear forward. And this time around, game 3, picking up the Kai'Sa, goes in on the Levitate, takes advantage of that XP lead he had, finds a big kill and able to survive.
This man is insane, and I love it. He ain't no just Kalista player. He knows exactly when to go with that killer instinct. It is something where Supernova are a little bit on the back end of that fight, but the fact that they stick it through is huge.
Yeah, this route from Kenvi is big because it's what gets Lens into the back line, and with that barrier, he gets first. The ult from Kenvi also perfect, using the last bit of his mana to get those Stranglethorns down and strangle Shyvana out of the fight. As much needed gold picked up for Supernova. I haven't really talked about the scaling of this game. I do think it's a little bit goofy. I think that Supernova, as this game goes on, will be okay in the side lane, but they really need to play the early fight cautiously against Darius so that he doesn't get rolling. Because the resets for Blue Otter with the Darius and the Jinx will be big.
Yeah, you can never back that one down. It's always going to be difficult. Now we have Dragon up and available. No focus on that so far by either team, and Supernova don't even care about that one. They are looking for bot side plays.
This is huge. I don't know how Rovex was forced out again. Time's going to burn Flash.
He's got the flash. He's got the play. He's got the slowdown. Here comes the Void Seeker as well. The ulti. It's not going to be enough, though. They actually don't take down Levitate. They do push him out of the wave, though, and that's massive.
Yeah, I know that this BS sword start for the Jinx, like, it does give you power in terms of, the auto attacks you are able to throw down, but Levitate being this far behind against Lens is massive. Lens, let's pull up the XP. We have a nice score.
He's also got the static shiv, too.
Lens is like almost to 8 after this wave. Levitate, I know he's a creep or two away from 6, but this is a massive lead for the Kai'Sa. And if Kai'Sa gets a lead like this, you can always pressure the Jinx later on. As Lens, I mean, not only is it the XP lead, the gold lead as well. This Kai'Sa is massive.
It's been really cool. As we see Faisal burn his flash.
What was the auto?
That's the ghost flash from Quacker as well.
Yeah, where was the auto? I didn't see the W. It looks like Quacker kind of got stuck. That was very interesting. As if he starts with the W auto there, I assume that Faisal didn't have a jump. It was kind of weird that didn't come out and find it, but no blood topside. Both sums used by Quacker, and Dragon secured by Supernova while that was going on.
That will be the first Dragon for them, though. Blue Otter are already front and center on the grubs. This could stack up to get those 4 at least to get the might spawning, but they at least just get the 1 to deny the potential from Supernova to tie it up 3-3. They will get that 4th at least as well. Need 1 more to get the full advantage, but they will get the might spawning. Oh, goodness.
XP lead.
This is exactly what we were talking about. He's got no item. He's got no hope. And Lens just got a solo bolo.
I mean, this priority from Blue Otter, I really feel like they need to put more emphasis into protecting the Jinx. The fact that Jinx is just light years behind is going to be a problem later on. As Music dives in, he's going down.
He is absolutely just going to pop. He is a Dragon. Clipped up his wings as Toasty picks up the kill. Meanwhile, Lens has just been taking the turret down. He's gotten all 5 of the plates down there, and Rovex does pop the Unbreakable Will to get away.
I thought Rovex already burned ult. That's my bad. The good catch, though, by Supernova. Music diving in. I do want to highlight that Dragons and of course, does deny some armor and magic resist from the Shyvana. who in a build where she's going to stack health early with the Shojin and the Andres, that does matter. But man, the story of this game, Mazel, it's that early pick Kai'Sa for Lens. We saw it banned away from him in earlier games in the series. And look at the gold lead the marksman for Supernova has in this one. Lens, a new addition to Supernova. Of course, him and Toasty had a decent showing on Fear last split, trying to make a big impact for Supernova and change the fate of their playoff run this split. All the hopes lie on Lens to see if he can carry it through. And I gotta say, Lens has been a very solid carry so far in the league. It was a close race for me to have him or Instinct as my third all-pro pick. I did go with Instinct. But Lens, he was on my list last split, and a lot of it was because of his play on this pick in particular. When Lens is able to find a champ to pick his spots and go in, base tank, something like Kalista, something like Draven, something like the Kai'Sa, we really see Lens excel as a player.
I think it's also just been well, Diamond's just going to pick out now as well on the Samikin, who does have the Arcane Shift away and does have Flash as well to get away himself. But you talk to Diamond, he's like, man, I'm with like literally the best ADC I've ever played with when he's talking about Lens. And it's really cool to see some of the peers laud this guy as well, but he also shows up on the Rift. And, you know, since his time on Wildcard Gaming, it feels like so long ago, even though it wasn't even that long ago. It feels like we've seen some serious potential growth from this guy in terms of like the way he knows how to enter fights.
It's always been a strength of his. I just think that the way that like he's laning now to get leads like this, where he gets even more opportunities to play up because he has a lead earlier on. And sometimes like when he isn't able to step up and has to play safer, I really feel like we've seen Lens grow in both of those aspects. But this, scenarios like this where he has to go in, this for me is where he has always excelled as a player. And we really get to see if Lens can push things forward in this game, as it is another massive gold lead for Supernova as plates fall.
See the massive plink differential in favor of Supernova. We've had a lead like this before. Stranglethorn going to be the kickoff of the fight. Dragon's Descent going to use the Unstoppable to get away from it. Quacker goes for the guillotine, but everything's falling apart. Now Rovex is here. They've already lost a couple back, though. It's a 2 for 2 right now, and it's actually something that Blue Otter will take.
Yeah, you'll take that. Levitate is at least trying to absorb some XP mid, and Samikin has a free lane bot, so Supernova a little bit sloppy on the dive there.
Don't say we've seen this before. Don't say it's too soon.
I'm not saying
it's too soon. Maybe I'm saying it.
Okay.
Definitely don't want to see Supernova fall to like they did in that game number 2, even though they still won. It is next setup, though, as the Rift Herald is available on the map. We also have the next Dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. First items are being completed aplenty for Supernova.
Yeah, I really feel like Supernova, when they get that Miramana spike for Toasty, I don't think Blue Otter can deal with them. Because it likely looks like it's going to be a little bit ahead of where Samikin's at with trying to get to that item. I know that Ezreal and Corki kind of match, but that's where Corki for me just does so much damage in the game itself.
We also had like a 15-minute second item Gwynsu's for Lens, by the way. So yes, maybe the Static Shiv a little cheap, but the Gwynsu's and the combo Static Shiv going to provide a lot of fighting strength to Lens and to Supernova. As Blue Otter defend their turret here valiantly, they will send everything at Lens here. It's going to use the Killer Instinct away to safety.
Still able to hold on to the summoner spells. Of course, Flash was down. Barrier is up. That might be enough, though, to get Blue Otter the space to take a dragon. Again, dragons uniquely give Shyvana armor and magic resist for each one that your team slays. And in a build where you are mostly stacking health early on, this does make a little bit of an impact. So we'll see if Music has to ult out the back of the pit, as that will be the case. Supernova does trade that out, though, for the mid-outer, a Herald, and is going to snowball the tempo they have into the top lane where they already have push.
It is nice to see Music taking advantage of the extra damage. Oh my god. Okay, Samikin, you don't get out of that one that time. Toasty, a redemption play, it feels like, in this game number 3. Goes to 3-0-2 and is about to take a tier 2 turret in topside.
I mean, he finds the kill, but that was all set up by Kenvi over the wall, who found the route onto the Ezreal. We have seen Samikin be found a couple times. That's been big. Both Samikin and Levitate, the two rookies, they've really been denied early on in this game. We saw Levitate being pushed off of waves early by Supernova. And then the play of Diamond and Kenvi to find Samikin in the mid game, it forced him back to base the first time, lost a couple waves. This time sends him back to the gray screen, loses even more. Really good focus from Supernova as they continue to snowball this lead forward. And for what was a really decisive game one in Blue Otter's favor, every play Supernova tried to make was turned on their heads. We do see Supernova with a similar lead to what they had last game. And honestly, I think it's going to be a lot easier for them to actually close this one out. As there isn't the same side lane threat from Blue Otter that we saw in the last game. FlyQuest and Supernova have done a great job of neutralizing this Darius so far.
Love to see some of the members that we were asking to kind of step up to the plate here for Supernova do so in some regard. It's not just Kenvi, as real big performance from Toasty and Lens so far. Love to see the double carries working out. They do need to cleanly close this one out, maybe a little bit more so than that game number 2. Does feel like, though, in this case that, you know, that saving grace of the big 3 item spikes, things like that, maybe not necessarily going to be in the same regard for Blue Otter as that game number 2. And this is where maybe some of those later game decisions need to find the extra surprise in there for Blue Otter. Find something that's going to break this lead open some way, somehow.
Gotta imagine it's going to come from a early reset in the fight with the Darius and the Jinx. As we see FlyQuest jump interrupted, that's big.
Oh,
good flash.
Rovex trying to get the headbutt back. That was close.
So we got the flash. That's something to work with as they find FlyQuest early on in a fight. Might be able to be held down by the side of Blue Otter, but still, at this point, this lead's so bad, they're starting to lose access to their jungle camps, which is just going to further propel Supernova forward. So I think that at the moment, Blue Otter, they're kind of trying to play out 3 lanes, but they're still dropping a bit. I want to see them make an overload play onto whatever lane FlyQuest goes to after this reset. Just being down flash. I feel like that's their best path into the game to at least get some gold.
Music? Is looking for Toasty. Toasty did not see Music. Music did not see Toasty, but now Supernova sees Rovex, and now Supernova sees Music. So we're all got the information here. As Dragon's Descent comes out from Music, it's going to be a big cooldown. I don't know if we've seen him use that aggressively yet in the last couple minutes. We did early, but it's been few and far between now as this pick maybe not ringing true.
Yeah, it does buy some time for Quacker in the bot lane, but we're going to sack the top inner for this. At this point, it's a trade down, but it's kind of what you're forced to do. At least they pulled out FlyQuest's TP, and yeah, it's not even going to be a sack. Toasty's going to burn his TP to go protect that. So I will say no TPs up for Supernova. They just kind of use it to deter a couple plays. That isn't bad by any means for Blue Otter, who are at a TP disadvantage in this game, given the summoner spells that Quacker goes with on this Darius pick. That's okay. But, yeah. Oh, Music did burn flash. Okay. Thank you, observers. We missed that one.
I will say that Rallies has been completed for Kenvi, and if you don't know, now you know that team fight damage potential gets ridiculous when you can't run away. And so Kenvi's going to have a lot more say. We have 2 items on pretty much everybody. And Lens just explodes Music. So you have no frontliner. You have no Dragon. Now he's locked down, though. He's by himself. Look how much damn damage this man does. He finally dies over to Levitate, who gets him in the end. But it's just Samikin and Levitate against the world at this point in the mid lane, as Supernova will turn right back over here towards this top side and towards this Baron.
We talked about Lens picking his spots, and yes, he goes down, but by removing 3, including the jungler, he does open up a free Baron for his team that should be uncontested, as a great play from Lens manages to find his team the Baron.
Give props to this man. The growth we've seen from him has been huge. And his step-ups in these moments, getting those laning advantages that maybe hadn't come to him all the time in the past, and propelling those into later game advantages. Now, Rally Cry Baron buff secured for Supernova, and a 6-2 Lens on the Kai'Sa, 3 items in.
Levitate is going to pick up an objective bounty. Bot will be much needed gold in his coffers, but at what cost, as things keep on getting further and further out of control for Blue Otter, off a great play from the bot lane of Supernova. Lens, again, having the lead, cashing it in, 3 levels up on his opponent. And a worthy death for an 80 there. Flashing the Darius Q did buy enough time for him to get through Darius and for his team to get through more, as they'll clean up Dragon on the back half and should be able to answer some lanes. Top lane's going to be dropped, so objective bounty going over to Quacker, but you got to imagine he's going to reset off this, and Supernova likely to take the last 2 of the inner turrets from them getting this bounty.
I just feel like this is so representative of you know, a pretty easy to execute composition by Supernova. There's a reason why Zyra has been so rampant in the meta. It just provides so much stability at the clear speed, but also at every single team fight. You saw how much the Stranglethorns were making a difference, and now you're so far behind that it's even difficult to hold on to your base right now for Blue Otter.
Yeah, also Toasty up levitate. Just gets one shot. Yeah, flash Stranglethorns. Oh no! That's game.
Oh goodness, music is gone, levitate's gone. Samikin's really the only damage left. Quacker doesn't have much in the tank, and the last inhib in mid lane will fall. It's onto the Nexus turrets now as well. Supernova, they're looking to make a Supernova here to start off our playoffs, as now the re-engage for Robex, and we flashed away from Meganard back, and the cow is down. And Supernova surrounding the Otters here. They're ready to take their treasure right back from their hands. It might not have been pretty, but all that matters is results. The second Nexus turret goes down. Lens explodes one more time, but so do new Supernova all over Blue Otter, as they will take our first best of 3 of the playoffs and move on to face Dragonsteel.
I mean, that game 3 from Supernova, that was beautiful. Played by them. Lens, Diamond, Kenvi, all the way they played around bot side was massive. That Blitzcrank pick really did end up paying off. As, man, I got to give a lot of credit to Supernova. Last split, they were the 3rd seed going into playoffs. They got upset round 1 by TLC, dropped out of the tournament early on to Maryville, and now with that win over Blue Otter, they have a date with Dragonsteel and a chance at revenge in the second round of our playoffs.
They deny Blue Otter's members revenge against Supernova, and now they will have their own chance. We'll see if they will be denied that one as well. But Blue Otter, they will end up falling to the lower bracket here because of that, but they gave Supernova a run for their money.
Yeah, they did. I got to give Supernova so much credit. The way that they denied the gold off the carries, it was first that play to gank Quacker on the top side with Diamond going to interact with that lane. Then it was about forcing Levitate off bot lane, which Kenvi came down, pushed the Jinx off multiple times, then finding the big kills to find that big early lead. And then Samikin in the mid lane, oppressing him with Kenvi and Diamond. They sent him back to base twice, once to the gray screen. That was really all Supernova needed to crack open that big lead and play out the solid map. They struggled to find a lead in game 1. They struggled to snowball their big lead in game 2. In game 3, everything came together for a very clean game and a good series win from them to move on to the playoffs.
Supernova keep the upper bracket dream alive. Those best of 3s looking oh so sweet here. As we are going to send it to a short little break, we'll be right back with our Rally Cry post-game interview.
Hello, folks. We're back. We're joined by the victorious top laner for Supernova in Faisal. Faisal, hey, congrats on the win. I thought you played really well, honestly, in all 3 games, but especially that games 2 and 3. What was it like for you guys? Obviously, it was a slow start in game 1. Game 2, it was a fast start with a little bit of a bumpy road to the victory. And then game 3, you guys cleaned it all up. I know before the interview you said you felt like it was a slow start from you guys. Well, what kind of went into that, or what was your impression as you guys scaled throughout the day and managed to find this 2-1 victory?
I think in game 1, I'm not sure what it was, but I know Toasty said he was nervous, but we kind of just messed up our own plays. The enemies didn't really make plays. We just like kind of messed up our own plays, which happens sometimes. Like, I don't know. The enemy wasn't really playing that well. We just messed up.
Yeah, Music and Rovex were kind of in the right spot at the right time against you guys, but the next 2 games, you found massive early game leads, something that we've been used to seeing from you throughout the regular season. I know that, you know, from talking with Lens and Toasty, sometimes it feels like you guys, or at least you have a feeling that you guys sometimes beat yourselves. What's that been like as you prep for playoffs and the matches get, you know, more and more stakes on the line for you to clean things up and really live up to the potential that we've seen from the good games you guys have put together in this split?
Yeah, so in our games, we tend to throw a lot and like have no discipline, like even in our scrims, for example. Like I remember versing Dragonsteel in the later before in the split, and like we had the lead, like 5k gold lead, but we just threw it because we're not disciplined enough. So we're just focusing on making sure we're not making like solo plays, that we play with the team most, like first of all, because usually our players, like me, our solo laners mostly just like we just do our own thing and just end the game away, like not playing with the team kind of. So we're fixing that, trying to fix that.
Well, speaking of Dragonsteel, that is your next round matchup. Notably, in spring, both you and Maryville at the time were upset in round 1, found that really tough lower bracket matchup in round 2, and you guys were knocked out of playoffs early. What's going to be different this time around going up against the 9-0 Dragonsteel as you guys face them in the next round?
I mean, they don't have Niles, first of all. Niles was carrying them last split. I mean, this split it's Samuto. I think he's still pretty good, but Niles was like shot calling that whole team. But jokes aside, I think Jalala and Yuji are really good players. And their bot lane's actually kind of smurfing this split as well, same as last split. But I think if we just hold ourselves to a better standard compared to last split, we can take them easily, because this split we did pretty well against them as well. We just need to stop making like easy to fix mistakes.
Yeah, well, I know that nice to hear some respect for your old teammates there in Yuji and Joel. And you guys have a chance to go up against them in the coming week. Faisal, that's going to be it for us. Before we let you go, I do want to give you a chance to give a shout out to all the Supernova fans, Faisal fans, with any thank yous or any shouts you'd like to give.
Yeah, shout out my team. Shout out ZZ Legendary, our coach. He's been smurfing. He's been like kind of whipping us a bit in scrims. Like hard, to be honest, but it's chill. We're learning from it. Yeah, shout out Diamond. This guy's also tryharding a lot recently. He's been like yelling at me mostly. Well, not mostly, but like he's been yelling a lot because he's like really wants to win. And Kemi's kind of like he's like taking a backseat recently, but before he used to be like as like Diamond. He's like teaching us a lot in scrim, so it's pretty nice. So yeah, that's all I want to give a shout out to, I think.
Well, it does appear that some of that discipline from ZZ and Diamond paid off as the series went on today. Congrats on the win. It was a really good comeback after that game 1 and a bumpy game 2 where you guys found the victory. But that's going to be it for us. Faisal, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck next week against Dragonsteel. And stick around the stream, guys, because we have FlyC versus TLC up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. Now, after we got done with our first best of 3 of our first round, we get to move on to our second best of 3 here. In the upper bracket, we are continuing. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and now we have FlyQuest Challengers in ZXT versus Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Say that 10 times fast, as I'm so excited to introduce our 2 LCS organization ties to our playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. We have the partnered teams and then the 2 LCS orgs going up against each other in day 1. And frankly, this is a match that is a bit surprising to have this early on in playoffs, as this was our matchup in the upper bracket finals in order to make it to grand finals last split, where FlyC found a 3-1 against TLC that was closely contested, as in 2 of those losses, TLC did damage to the FlyQuest Nexus.
That's just absolutely crazy as well, that series. What a banger.
Yeah.
Now, hoping to get another one in best 3 format here. It is FlyQuest, who have a bevy of LCS ready or LCS prior talent, and it's looking to represent in maybe a way that isn't the same that we would expect from the start of the split, when we maybe thought they were going to be in the place of Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I mean, this was everyone's top squad going in. It felt undeniable. The only change was a quad for Bradley. Everyone expected Bradley to be one of the top mids in the league. But FlyQuest, they've hit a couple bumps like on their way to find it here, like 6-3. This wasn't the regular season they wanted. They were dropping series to teams like Blue Otter, and what was quite a surprise to a lot of folks that follow Challengers League. But it's playoffs, and it's time to see if this team that I truly feel like can be the best team we have in the league, it's time for them to hit their potential that we haven't seen so far this split.
On the other side of them, a team that's trying to hit that potential that once was for an organization that has known nothing but success, it felt like, in Tier 2. Team Liquid Honda Challengers represent with a roster they know so well as not changing very much here.
Yeah, ran it back as 5. Also, this is my favorite team lineup just because of Roamer T-posing around the others. Roamer really has been big, and this team has been very good at early games this split. But we haven't seen TLC convert those into leads, much like last split. I like to joke, but it really isn't a joke, that if Baron, Elder, and Nexus turrets didn't exist, TLC would be the best team in the league. Unfortunately, those things are a big part of League of Legends, and TLC just haven't really been able to find, get those things right. Now, this is a team that will play early game for better or worse. They refuse to play anything else. So really curious to see if TLC can take those early games, still find the victories, and then actually snowball those into wins overall, and not just wins at 15.
Well, we'll see. We're into the best of 3 now. We're into draft number 1 with FlyQuest Challengers on the blue side. We have Team Liquid Challengers on that red side, already getting the Kennen ban towards Jenkins, one of his premier favorites, as well as the Lilia ban focusing over towards Shaden, joined by the Lucian ban and the Aurora bans, respectively.
Yeah, we do see quite a bit of target ban focus in Fearless.
Yeah.
If you haven't been able to
Full
tell.
Fearless.
All champs are just kind of off the board after you pick them. So, if you're really scared of a Shaden Lilia, something that he does play a lot in solo queue and can really ramp the game, just take it away, and you don't have to deal with it for the series if you keep up that ban. But a couple marksmen being taken off the board. Curious what our first pick ends up being here. I gotta say, Rumble is up. That is a very big pick for Jenkins, and it is locked down by Surdy and FlyQuest in the top side.
And Surdy ain't no slouch on that either. But I want to see how much pressure you can put on with this Rumble pick and what's picked into it to maybe relieve a little bit of that from Team Liquid, because it can get a little bit one-sided very fast, especially if Shaden goes and visits that top lane, which we know he loves to do early, try to get Surdy ahead in that regard.
I really think that FlyQuest, yes, Surdy is a very talented laner, but the way that Surdy is able to orchestrate his teammates around him, and also the way that they're able to orchestrate top lane just as a squad, credit should go to Shaden, Chime, and Surdy for how this team plays around top lane. They're the best team when it comes to playing around top lane we have in the league. And we have a Skarner being picked up. So I'm curious about this one. We did see Skarner get some pretty serious buffs on this patch. He gets an extra 20 base health, an extra 3 AD, and a better bonus AD ratio on his Q. So if you are going to build something like a Triforce, which is better in jungle than top lane, you do a little bit more. That said, I know that we've seen this be an answer to Rumble and LCS. Licorice was playing it against Shopify Rebellion. But this is a pick that on TLC, I actually know more so for Kiel, as they were a team that was giving away Skarner so that Jenkins could play this Flicker Blades Volderbear build that absolutely nuked that pick in the top lane when Skarner was really OP at the start of the season.
And I've recently, it was a patch back, obviously, but LPL was playing it in the jungle as well. I got to see Kanavi take that one, not go too well. We'll see exactly how it works out, though, exactly where it's going to go. And that's some of the flexibility in the draft that I think is very powerful to utilize, because you see this pick and it maybe throws you for a little bit of a loop for FlyQuest challengers, very stacked in their own regard. Gonna have the Azir and Misfortune combos and a lot of return in that damage profile that FlyQuest are representing, as it will be the Leona last pick in the first phase by TLC.
Some priority for Kim down and the ability to interact and interrupt MF. That said, I think that we need to see some more wombo combo setup for FlyC. I think picks like Rel could be really big, just interacting with both MF and Rumble. I take that off the board, which, that's an easy ban. That's an easy ban for TLC. I'd also really think about removing something like, I think Nautilus. Like it's honestly just worth the Nautilus ban.
Just take away all like frontal engage.
Yeah, take away the really big, easy wombo combo, because you have bullet time, you have equalizer, and you, of course, have Shurima Shuffle over the top with this buffed up Azir.
I feel like there's too many. I feel like even if you take the Nautilus, the Alistar, the Rakan,
it's super worth removing at least Rel. That was a must ban.
Absolutely.
Okay, I like the Vi ban. I like the Vi ban.
Shaden's also just a dirty Vi. Just say that.
Yeah. And dirty with 2 R's. It's a good dirty.
Yeah. Good dirty. Good dirty. The bot lane focus right now from FlyQuest, totally, as it's the Jhin and the Ziggs. Take it away.
Yeah, Ziggs, of course, has the power to interrupt MF pretty easily with that satchel charge, and it's a decent pick for spawn. And a good pairing with Leona. I like that ban a lot. I think we're going to see the AD picked up here as Varus. Funnily enough, actually, we're seeing Varus be one of the better matchups in MF. We did not see it in the last series, but good to see Spawn pick it up. Spawn, I think, has been actually quietly solid this year, as per usual for Spawn. And Varus is one of the picks that I feel like he's better at. Does have the ability to step up. We'll have to be very wary, though, of the bullet times, of the equalizer, and the Shurima Shuffle, as his team's going to need to help peel for him.
One of the big things we talked so much about for his growth last split was just the aggressive nature that we were seeing from him a lot more often. I don't know if we've necessarily seen a continuation of that, but we have seen that stable gameplay coming through. The Alistar is locked in. The Wombo combo is afoot right now for FlyQuest. They'll be looking to kind of add to that now as well to continue getting the setup.
So Wukong actually also saw some small buffs on this patch. As I got to keep on scrolling through my patch changes. He gets more bonus armor, and it's just one extra armor for his passive, and also more bonus attack speed on his E. As we do see Ornn locked in, so that does push the Skarner into the jungle for Kiel. TLC, I like their scaling. They scale really well. They have double tank and 2 really big marksman picks that can deal damage and will be dealing magic damage. I'm curious if we have Varus go for this AP variation of builds that we've been seeing later on with something like a Nashor's Tooth. As with this new on-hit Varus, we're seeing you need to put points in W in order to do damage with your white stacks. And those have really good AP ratios. Meanwhile, FlyC, they should have a ton of priority early, and I expect them to be ahead in the early game. It's just about snowballing that into the mid game and the victory.
Yeah, if this composition from FlyQuest gets ahead, it's very hard to wrestle that control back, because then they'll have say around the objectives. They'll be able to pull the fights when they want to, but you have some serious scaling potential on the side of Team Liquid. I'm very excited to see if they can hold on, if Kiel can keep the ship right as we get into game number 1 of our second best of 3 of playoffs. You know it's about to be a fun one. Get away ahead and spam in chat who you got. FlyC for FlyQuest Challengers and TLC for Team Liquid. Level 1 by FlyQuest. You're going to get a little bit of vision play onto Kiel.
So usually we don't see junglers go for Grasp, but I know this is the build that actually gripped.
Sajed
might have to flash.
He might have to. Oh, that auto cancel there was a little bit rough from Spawn, but they still don't get the summoner spells from Sajed, so that's nicely reserved from him.
So this is actually a build and a variation that is kind of being pioneered by Griffin over on T1 Amateur, their Tier 3 team, and someone that we used to watch compete over here in NA, as Sajed's going to be really delayed on this base. He likes to go for this grass build and these points, you scale really hard with conditioning and overgrowth, and approach velocity is really nice for him throughout the game. And grass, you end up getting a little bit more later on. So good to see Keel, picking up and adapting some new tech that is being played with Skarner. And of course, if you end up, you go for Heartsteel in this scenario. So if you end up, that 80 ratio and the health stacking, it kind of ends up helping Skarner overall. So Skarner becomes a pretty oppressive tank. I don't know the power curve that well, but I expect Keel to interact pretty well in this game.
When we got to see Kanavi take it, it felt really bad from behind. Like, you could still see the big setup potentials and how active it could be, which I think is what I'm very much looking for here now. Shaden and Keel kind of going at it as early as possible in terms of Keel wanting to get an advantage, but he needs to make sure that he's staying in a stable position, because if they get behind a jungle, it's going to be that much more difficult to propel any of the leads that Spawn or Roamer could possibly get.
Yeah, and you can see the XP differential bot with Sajed. He missed out on something. Actually, I might use this tool early on. As, yeah, you can see Sajed. He missed out on like 2 or 3 melee creeps because of that base that was delayed by TLC. So nice level 1 and lead from that bot side. Spawn came down taking advantage of some of the power there. But we could see mid and trouble. Roamer's playing really far up.
He's really far up. Does still have the flash available. Shaden going to close the distance here. See if Roamer wants to burn it. Does end up going. They're going to, they follow that 10 times out of 10. First blood goes over to none other than Bradley in the mid lane.
I mean, that feels like way too easy of a kill there. Going over to Bradley, of course, against his ex-team. Did become 2 chains with TLC up in the top lane, now playing bot or mid lane. Of course, Surdy was behind him on TLC. Surdy now the top laner that everyone's looking out for.
Really love to see Bradley himself getting a little bit of resources. Here comes the Excel's impact into the wall. The instant cleanse, though, flash away as well. Now Chime locking down Spawn. Sajed actually has a bit of a fight now as well with those love taps. And now trying to step back up, but maybe extending too far as the Shattering Strike. Oh, no, it's not, actually. As, there you go, Spawn. Able to clean one back. Oh, my God, no way. I thought Chime might actually have the moves.
I think he whips.
He does end up surviving there. TLC, they barely make it out, and it was a really good utilization of the Shattered Earth and Upheaval combo by Keel.
I mean, this Skarner, you can see the power it has on the ganks if you're able to go through that terrain. And that's a huge deny from Sajed, as that wave was completely stacked up. And he is so far behind now in both gold and experience, this wave pushing away from him. So I think Keel, he skipped over the Gromp. He's going to take a late crab for that. That is well worth the sacrifice that he made to get this sort of lead onto Spawn in the bot lane. And Spawn highlighted him being a consistent carry for TLC. Always feels like Spawn is just a solid player at worst in this league. We'll see what he can do with this, because this is a massive gold lead in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, you might know him from his time on Dignitas. If you talk to him, he owns up that it did not go well for him. I think you hear that a lot from some of the players that have come back down from the LCS, wanting to reprove themselves in a lot of cases. And that's why it was so hype in spring when we saw this guy flashing for it, going in for aggressive trades and 2v2s, and still having that team fight potential there as well.
I thought he was even more impressive when he was on Team Fish Taco. I know they got relegated, but it was not because of Spawn. Spawn was playing actually like really well in that team. That's what netted him a spot in TLC. Of course, when you are these LCS Challengers team orgs, you're a little bit higher up on the totem pole in terms of who you get to pick. And so the fact that TLC did go with Spawn, I think, speaks very highly for his play, despite being relegated.
And now they have 2 Spawns in the building.
Yes, well, it's not Coach Spawn. He's not that OP. He's not also, competing.
Casting, coaching, playing.
If I dare open Twitch chat, there's always like one comment a week like, wait, is that Coach Spawn? Like, is he really the caster, the coach, and the player?
I miss when Spawn was this Spawn was like 6 ins after, and it was just Spawn. That's how we knew. Yeah, there was a little bit of a play trying to develop on bot side, though, by FlyQuest. They don't end up finding anything. There's not going to be an early start of the Dragon itself, and we're going to get resets back out.
Yeah, this MF is miles behind. I think that was from the top side. As we see Bradley drop a caddy. I'm expecting to see Chime go for a base and look for the grubs, which Shaden's working his way up to now. There's just no option for FlyC to make any play on the bot side, and Keel actually skipping over the Dragon. It was warded by FlyC. He might be looking for another play, and it looks like Chime and Sajed They expect this coming as a good E from Sajad. Does grant vision to spot the Skarner, and now gonna have to see if they can play their way out of this one.
Upheaval goes a little bit wide. I was wondering if he was gonna pop that Ixtal's impact to go through the wall there, but not gonna go for it. Goes right back to the Dragon, which is spotted out, and the grubs had already been started by Shaden.
This is the expected trade, frankly, and I do want to credit Sajed, at least for that scout, to make sure that the dive isn't on TLC's turns. They had knowledge that it was coming. They can hold on to their abilities and make sure to respond properly. But I also want to give credit to Jenkins in this top side, who has a bit of a unique build on the Ornn, going for the Negatron into the Rejuve bead, just to make sure that he's able to get some health against this Rumble. Once you get past a certain break point, Ornn just wins this matchup. But you can't fall too far behind in experience and gold early on. 30's doing a nice job of pressing that advantage in the 1v1. It does help ensure that they get the free grubs, and Shaden's doing a nice job of pushing into the jungle, actually skipping over the red buff, and it looks like we're getting an update. Forky actually sniped one of the grubs. So well played by Roamer. Yeah, well played by Roamer.
Go down early, but you still get the objective there.
Yeah, that said, we do have a swap. Keel was trying to take away the red buff. Shaden already got a hold of his own, and that's a big interrupt. Bradley could look for a play now.
That is
Keel has
actually
no flash.
so massive. He's going to go ahead and smite that. He got the impale off that. That's actually massive too, though. He's going to get pushed back. Beautiful move there. Impale coming back. Shaden's coming
here.
down. As now they have a fight right back. Shaden's a corruption coming through, but Spawn can only watch, though. Kim down is down, and FlyQuest now find themselves down 3-1 in kills, and Spawn, having escape tools, will make it away.
Okay, I thought Chime might have tried to go for the flash trade. That's a really big collapse. A good stall again from the FlyC bot lane, doing a good job of playing from behind. And I really appreciate how Shaden, they forced Jenkins off that top wave after he got the red buff. And then he did the cross-country mile walk. You're going to see him run through mid here to find this. As Chime to headbutt, it canceled Keel from going over the wall. Yes, he gets the red. Yes, he gets 6. But this collapse is too good as Bradley connects with the Shurima shuffle against his old teammate and Kim down. And Shaden's here first. Like, Roamer has to respect him, the power that Wukong has, level 5. Roamer's out of mana, can't really interact. And FlyC just find a winning play as they deny the camp. Like, trade red buffs and then deny the exit.
And I mean, I know it's got to feel good for Bradley, obviously against his old team. This guy, a little bit of an emotional player as well, trying to lean into the moments and stuff. And I think we've seen him taken advantage of in side lane occasionally, some of those moments being caught in between for FlyQuest, maybe leading to some disadvantageous moments. But this guy is so happy to be back in this league, but also back in mid lane. It feels like it has unlocked him. It feels he just feels a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it definitely brings him a little bit more joy playing mid from talking with him. And Bradley, I mean, he took the split really seriously. He actually relocated to be more central to the servers so that he's playing on lower ping. He's really trying to make a push for going pro through mid lane now. And a really nice rotation from him as he drops the wave at the right time. Gets 2 kills and an assist for himself, and he's very fed in this matchup. Does have the chance to really push a lead into Roamer. Again, big for the overall arc of FlyC this game. Their power in their comp, it lies in the now. So they need to push this forward as we look for a potential dive on the Jenkins.
Speaking of, oh my goodness! Oh, that was so dirty! In the good way, like you said earlier, Cubby, as it's TLC that move in and clean house on the FlyQuest. That was a beautiful play.
Shaden skipped over the ward to find the play at the right time, but that gave TLC the info they needed to make a play. Now we have FlyC attempting to play their own as Bradley TPing bot. Spawn does have flash.
Him down, just going to leave his bot laner out to die. It will go over to Bradley, who goes on a killing spree, so that is huge. I have to give the biggest of props to Jenkins. That was one of the dirtiest Ornn outplays I have seen in a long damn time.
I mean, I gotta say, I feel like that's a really over-ambitious dive. Jenkins did play it well, but it's tough to dive Ornn. But as long as you play by the turret, that wall, you have the ability to go unstoppable, you have the ult up, and you have the E into the terrain around you so that when they jump on you, you just find a free double knockup. Surdy was not able to auto-attack during the overheat, which is a big part of the Rumble damage at this point of the game. Great turn from Jenkins. Props to Keel for being there as well, as this Skarner pick has been something he's been playing the entire time. And now I have a grub contest as Kim Down's going to jump on the Chime. Keel to follow, but he cancels that quickly.
He was walking away as soon as Kim Down went in. Kim Down did just hit level 6. He's going to walk into Shaden, though. Shaden looking for the big Cyclone combo there. Chains of Corruption does come out. Now he's caught out. Oh my goodness, so much damage, and Romer cleans him up.
Good find by Spawn. That max range Chain of Corruption. Fine Shaden didn't need to go in there for the chip damage. And with no
he
flash.
Saw like a 4-man Cyclone there on the edge.
Yeah,
he's like, I want it.
He saved the Cyclone last time. Okay, Romer's going to eat some harass.
Yeah, he's going to eat a little bit more than a harass. He will make it out alive, though, after burning the flash. Now 30. He's all by himself, and Bradley's on his way over here. Bradley's the one that's fed. Bradley's going to clean up house here with a shutdown onto Romer. Can't believe that he just picked up a shutdown of all people, and now they actually do lose a couple bodies for FlyQuest, but they maintain a steady advantage.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be okay for FlyQuest, but Bradley just wasn't quite there in time, and honestly, the ult from Keel to pull himself and Surdy off the equalizer, I think, was the difference maker. I do like Surdy looking. I feel like that is a winning play. Again, we're trying to make plays within the power window of our own comp, but FlyC just not quite there to support it. So it just ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. And honestly, I mean, the big focus, it has to be onto Bradley, as you keep on highlighting properly in Mazel. 4, 0, and 1 completed Nashor's Tooth on this Azir. He has the power to make the difference this game.
He does indeed. They have to find ways to get him into these fights. Him find big Shurima shuffles. On the other side, Team Liquid, they have gotten to a point where Keel has all the setup. If Jenkins in these fights, they have the trigger pull to turn these fights in their favor if they can get the single target damage down.
And you can see with, Keel being a little bit ahead, and also Jenkins sitting on that empowered TP with Surdy unable to respond, how scared they were to start that dragon. They tickled it. Surdy did get the wave in. He's going to now dip down so FlyC can look at this dragon take.
Try to get Romer Valkyrie away from that wave just in case it was going to go a little bit awry. The dragon has been already started up there, as FlyQuest will even this one up unless Team Liquid want to come around. The grubs on the other side I thought might just be the focus here, but turns out that is not the case, as honestly, we will only have the one available over there. 2, I believe, rather.
FlyC would love to sneak one more in the next 30 seconds because that would give them... Yeah, that would give them at least the little gremlin to spawn. But Surdy is going to get back to lane. And Jenkins with 3 points off of that failed dive attempt from FlyC and the drop wave from Surdy. Again, once Ornn gets ahead in this matchup, it's really tough for Rumble to play it out. I expect to see a Warmogs potentially up next for Jenkins, because then you can just play the wave, eat the damage from Rumble, step back, and get a full health bar.
I'm still sitting at this Bradley 4-0-1 performance to start us off. Even though we're dead even in the game, he has so much strength behind him. And I guess this is a pick we're starting to see rise up a little bit more in Prio as well, now that we're seeing maybe a little bit less of the AD mids. And it's a position where you have side lane pressure. You can take these towers very quickly, but he's also going to have that kind of Azir shuffle damage to get to this backline that TLC don't want access to.
And we'll see if him and Shaden can really sync up and set up. And I got to say, Bradley, for me, his Azir has always been really, really good. But I think that Bradley in this marksman meta actually hasn't been quite as strong of a mid laner as we were expecting. So if he is able to step up, that could be a big difference maker for FlyC throughout the rest of their split and in playoffs. Because, of course, this is a team that we expect to really be representing Challengers League at the Tier 2 Americas tournament. But they haven't played that way throughout the regular season, where it's been more so contested. And they are not the team that's sitting with a bye, which was pretty much fully expected from them if you were going to talk to me at the start of the split, right? Everyone had this team at the top of the tier list. It was expected that they would win the league, or at least be close in representing us. But we're in a scenario where, with the way the Fear Star Forge are playing, the way the Dragons are playing, it's going to be close and contested throughout playoffs.
We're already about halfway down on the Rift Herald fight here as Team Liquid pull out of it. The Rift Herald getting a little bit lower. FlyQuest going to keep the tension high, as they will end up securing that one, so continuing to take these topside objectives. They did end up letting those last 2 grubs despawn, so there wasn't a continuation of that one, but Team Liquid were a little bit more reserved in taking this fight, and I think that's a good thing. We said for them, it is about holding on and getting to the later part of the game.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, I think that this is the point of the game, just given how far Bradley is ahead, and then you have Rumble Wukong on the other team. If you take fights now, you're going to be at a disadvantage. If you're able to buy time to get Romer to the 2-item spike, to get Spawn further into the game, where, I mean, Varus, especially if you go for that, Nashor's Tooth later on, you can really pump the damage at 3-4 items. I think that's where, with this big front line that TLC has, that's going to be their comfort zone. So the fact that TLC drops that, I feel like they're almost losing the early game gracefully. They even found leads on the bot side. That's really good to see from TLC, who are a team that, especially in regular season, I was just used to seeing, we're picking early game no matter what. We're going to play as fast as we can, and if we win, we win, and if not, then we likely throw in a run.
It's a pretty easy progression path there, I guess. I don't know if that's going to be the name of the game here, though. I feel like they found a little bit more of the stable thing, which is really cool to see.
They need to have that in their comp.
Yeah, again, this is the start of our playoffs, but it ain't easy from here on out. If you move on in the upper bracket, it's awesome. You get to keep these best of 3s, the best of 5 for your life. Waits you in the bottom bracket. My God, that blast code was so interesting as Impale goes on to 2. FlyQuest trying to regroup with the team, but Bradley is down, and guess who gets it? It's a shutdown to Spawn, who also hits the Chains of Corruption, but going to get Unbreakable Willed right out of that one. Bot side, we got to fight. Oh, Surdy's chasing down Jenkins. The harpoon can be flashed out of. Does end up saving his life now. And meanwhile, Keel, he's in a fight against 3 people. Spawn is here. No, he is not taking up. Gonna have to burn the flash. Xtal's impact out of the wall. The bullet time going a little bit wide. Now we're gonna continue going with the fights, and Rover is in there, and Spawn gets another kill. Double Avenger beam for both sides, and we're regrouping. But it's 5-man strong for Team Liquid as they turn on the chime. Rover picks up another one, and here comes another. Where's DJ Khaled when you need him? Bradley coming over, gets the shuffle there. Not gonna use the Emperor's Divide as it's not up just yet, but does have those shifting sands to clean the kill up.
It's still a huge win for TLC, and it's off the back of the fact they found Bradley first in the fight. Yes, he ended the fight with a kill, but Bradley, he had all the gold. The fact that TLC took him out first in the fight, and with how tanky Keel is, keep in mind, MF is behind Wukong. He went for the Sundered Sky. It's not like he has a bunch of armor shred, or really shred to just get through a big tank. Keel was just able to sit in the front line and continuously fight Mazel, and that really helped TLC push that advantage, and I think they got 2k gold off that play. The gold lead is now in their favor.
That's so insane with that series of events that this lead has developed so heavily for Team Liquid, facing off against the spring champions here, a team that hasn't maybe lived up to those expectations. Speaking of the day, it feels like the theme, but there's the Dragon up and available. FlyQuest going to start it up without Team Liquid anywhere nearby.
Yeah, Mountain Soul, pretty good pickup for FlyC. If you are able to stack these Mountain Dragons, it can give you some resistances, whereas I think TLC
Time's caught out.
Next with tanks.
He's going to pop the Unbreakable there. He does have the rest of FlyQuest coming over. Big equalizer. Jenkins coming from the other side. CC Chain is there. Cyclone. Look for Bradley's entrance. He's the main damage dealer, but he hasn't found his entrance, and they've already lost their front line. FlyQuest have missed their window, and TLC just smashed it in their face.
I mean, I don't love the equalizer from Surdy because, like, yes, it does push TLC back, but that's what it's used for. The fact that FlyC take the fight afterwards, I think they're playing too fast. Like, you want to use the equalizer to actually go off of Shaden, who did burn the ult Cyclone in this fight, but equalizer was down early.
They go for Chime to start it off here, realizing he was a bit split from the team. There were still people committing to the Dragon itself.
Yeah, I mean, that equalizer, like, if we're going to use ult Cyclone, use the equalizer now. Find Spawn then, right? Spawn doesn't have to burn his flash because there was no threat, and yoink from Keel as well to find the front line, the top side of FlyC. It's been so good for them this split. They fall early in the fight, and TLC continue to press this gold lead in their advantage with a comp that scales very nicely.
Yeah, the gold advantage shown clearly there, but it's so interesting when we said it from the draft. This FlyQuest Challengers team that they've drafted for themselves is all about the wombos, is all about the combos, and we just haven't seen them layered necessarily on top of each other. We've seen the defensive ults, the try and go towards choke points, but it's not working out. Now they're going to try to get a little bit of that gold back here with the Rift Herald charge in mid lane. Doesn't look like it's going to be much though, as they are just going to get the charge off and it falls.
And this is the dream setup for TLC. You have a 3k gold lead with ornaments now coming in. You already have Corky sitting at that evolved Miramana 2-item spike. Spawn is just going to scale harder and harder into this game. Again, it just, like, Bradley has this big lead. That was a fight where Bradley, again, really wasn't able to auto-attack. YC played that fight too fast for their own good. They are grouped up as 5. They should be able to force this down. They do get a TP out. Chain of Corruptions do go wide. We have an ult from Jenkins.
Ornhorn just came up. He's going to use it straight on cooldown. He's trying to get Shaden off on the side, but Shaden able to dodge away from that one. Now TLC will be rebuffed a bit here with their advantage, though, still intact.
A good hold there from FlyC. They do get a few tools out in their advantage, and they can now go fix their side waves. So the fact they got the turret there and are able to get back out on the map, okay, but still, the fact that TLC, they're looking for plays now. For me, this is still where the power curve should about to be shifting, you know, somewhat in favor of TLC. Like, I think the goal at 20 minutes is, for this comp for FlyC, I think you do need to have a 3-4K gold lead. They're far behind that margin at the moment. And TLC will just continue to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
They just have so many decision-making tools with Kim Down and Keel at the forefront of those, and Jenkins. Chime will be spotted out here on the top side as Team Liquid's plays were also spotted. It's really just now been about both teams kind of just hovering each other, shadowing each other, trying to dissuade some of these plays. And Bradley, that's all of his mobility gone. Maybe has the team there to follow him up. Yeah, I mean, you have no more mobility. You just die there, bruv. As Bradley goes down to Jenkins, and that might just be the Baron going to Team Liquid.
Bradley had flash up, doesn't use it. A great snipe from his old teammate, Kim Down. As Bradley, the light's too bright for him there, falls to the solar flare. Now Keel going to continue with the push. He's going to force Chime out. And after this mid wave, Spawn did drop it. It's being caught low. I will say, I think TLC, they might have played this a little bit too long. I think that it's either you have to hit Baron there or you have to pull off. Chasing Chime, they did drop a little bit of their tempo. And it will force the TP outer roamer to protect that bot outer. So no Baron look for them, but still, they'll take the kill onto Bradley, who, of course, was the Fed member in this game. And Bradley has not really stepped up to the occasion.
Not just yet. Waiting for his moment, maybe. The moment seems to be passing him by. We do have 2 items being completed across the board for Team Liquid Honda Challengers. And that Spirit Visage is so detrimental to what FlyQuest want to do in this setup. And it's going to be so much harder to deal with this front line from Team Liquid. And we also have a Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds.
Yeah, of course, all those shields now that Keel gets to cast on the Skarner be a little bit thicker. And I really like the fact that we see the tech that Griffin was really working with. Like, we saw Canyon pick it up, and to see Keel be on top of this for a champ of that he was piloting quite well at the start of the season. Really, really nice from TLC.
See if they actually want to pull a play here before the Dragon setup. I mean, this would be a soul point for FlyQuest, but it feels like they've lost all their momentum. I don't know if that's necessarily going to stop them from going in, though. This team wants to try to out-hands them. Is going to try to find an angle here through mid lane.
In the fog, look at Keel. Impale is down. So he did burn that ult in the fog, trying to drag Surdy and Chime over. Was not able to connect. So that is a big tool. I'm not sure if FlyC is aware that's down, because I wasn't aware that was down until I looked at the cooldown.
Yeah, he was just in that bush trying to get them over the wall because you could still bring him. Chime goes in double. There's the pulverize, and there's the combo, but it doesn't get the kills you needed. Now, it's Team Liquid's game. They want to turn it right back on you. It's going to be a nice little dodge away, though. Shaden surviving, and FlyQuest and Team Liquid, they are battered and bruised.
That is well played from FlyC. Again, I think that their comp is quite strong now. Is the fact they were able to force TLC off. They can go catch bot lane and try and push that into the outer. The only response would be a Baron start from TLC if you have TPs to respond. And Mountain Dragons, there's a lot of damage on the FlyC comp, so just getting those bonus resistances to survive against the 2-threat team of TLC, as long as FlyC are able to zone out the 2 threats, which they have the tools to do. We saw Bradley pumping on the Azir there. We saw the Equalizer pushing Roamer and Spawn back. They need the tanks to step up, take damage, so that they can step up and actually do damage at their range. If FlyC use their tools to interrupt that and keep them at bay, they will have an advantage as this game goes on in team fights. Overall, I prefer the scaling of TLC, and I prefer their fight if they are able to find a 5v5, but with no Impale there, and with a good combo coming out from FlyC. Do they find the kills? No. But they push them back and find the objective? Yes.
They get 3 items now on Bradley as well, and you just love to see some of the things that can go right for FlyQuest when you see all those abilities used on top of each other in those big moments. That is what makes this composition so strong.
Do you want to say Black Cleaver for Wukong? You do get Armor Shred on your Q, but the fact that you get it now on everything is quite big. And Black Cleaver did receive a baby buff against the front line. That is going to be quite nice, as will really buff up MF's damage behind. So nice pickup here as Sajed continues to try and stack items and catch back up in this game. Looks like he is going for the Essence Reaver build next.
Get some of the early damage, or at least early potency of the Immortal Reminder there. We are getting those ornaments coming online, though. The Blade of the Rune King already upgraded for Spawn. Next, I'm sure, will be Roamers. And that is going to be hard to deal with for FlyQuest as the scaling gets worse and worse.
Roamer better have that Triforce at number 1 in the inventory. I want to see that.
Jenkins, he goes for the long distance. Oh, Sajed. He's a bit caught.
Good Quench Flash.
Now
that
it's
was
good. He coming back in.
Chime
going to catch Kim down out. Impale immediately onto Bradley, but a big shuffle. And now you got the big fish back into the bullet time. Roamer gets over the wall. Spawn gets the killing spree now, but FlyQuest, they've gotten a couple kills there for Mr. Surdy. And now it's Spawn trying to find one back, but it isn't going to be enough. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of FlyQuest.
I thought that TP from Bradley was scary, but YC, they were able to hold on as Bradley pushed them back with the Emperor's Divide. It was just enough. Good use of Summoner Spells from Sajed, like baiting Kim down in. That was always going to be a free kill afterwards. So those engage tools, yes, they do connect. Summoner Spells used wisely, though, by Sajed. He will not have those available, though, for the next fight. So all eyes should be on Misfortune if TLC want to find a fight.
And now you got Wits End completed there as well.
That's big. That helps.
That's so massive. And these next team fights can be really nice for Team Liquid, even though their lead is just a little bit smaller than it was beforehand as well. Really nice to see that FlyQuest still know how to target select in a lot of these. And that's where some of that veterancy or some of that, praise that we've been giving this team comes to a head.
Yeah, honestly, would have been curious to take a second look at that fight, just because I wasn't exactly sure how their wombo lined up, but I think after
it was
the first
a little
couple,
bit off, but
they were trying to play defense though, because again, Bradley, the TP was attacked, so the fact that TLC didn't find that was big. It's
hey,
spotted.
I mean, you have 3 attack speed items for Spawn. He melts this.
They're gonna stick it as it was YC off a reset. Baron's gonna be at half. TLC, we'll see if they melt it.
Emergency.
They got it.
Emergency. It's a rally cry. Baron buff going the way of Team Liquid. They will end up losing Kim down for it. Keel's going to flash away. Shaden going to try to chase down Jenkins now as well. And they might actually just get him. That Emperor's Divide pushes him back. They go for a fight after. TLC need to get out of this one. They've overextended. They've stayed a little bit too long. And now Shaden has the distance, so the Exalt's impact will get killed through the wall there. So in the end, they do end up losing 2 of the Baron buffs, but they get out with 3.
That's okay. The waves for FlyC aren't great. They can't really take anything off the back of this. So TLC, they'll have to wait a little bit for Jenkins to get back out on the map, but besides losing a blue buff, really this Baron buff has to be spent, or at least this window before Baron buff can be executed by TLC, just fixing waves. So I like the call from TLC, as you highlighted, Mazel. Varus on 3 items. That's a lot of damage you can dish out. It's just that TLC, they have to be ready to fight this dragon, because I do think Mountain Soul makes a big difference this game. Again, just getting those bonus resistances against a very low damage, like 2-threat team comp is big for FlyQuest.
Oh, Keel. He's tanky at least. He's all up in there though, and a little bit by his lonesome. Gonna have the rest of the team coming to join him now. There's the solar flare used, and the thing is, TLC, they are looking for something right now because they know they do not have the 5-on-5 fight if they go to take it in front of the dragon pit. They do not have their ultimates. They're coming up now, so now they have to reposition for this one.
This is a bit tricky. YC are at least going to play the wave. I don't know if they have blue trinkets available or not to check the dragon.
They've got the wombo.
They actually drop it. Okay, Chime's at a good angle. Chime is not spotted. This could be big from Chime. Watch Chime.
We've been asking for them to get the combo off every time. Dragon, it's going to go the way of Keel, though. He denies that soul. The bullet time over top of it. Big pushback from Bradley to deny any of that damage back through it. It's a double kill for him as the rest of Team Liquid challengers are scattered to the wind like dust is. And now it is all about FlyQuest. They have shrunk in that advantage that Team Liquid had. They do not get the soul, but they will end up getting a big shutdown as well onto Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley, I mean, he was able to step up in that fight because the flank from Chime was huge. He was not spotted. I thought that Spawn, he was safe in the bullet time, but that initial engage, the equalizer, the Emperor's Divide, the bullet time all on top of each other, it was enough to force one of the threats, Roamer, out, and Spawn had to flash to a part of the fight where he could not do damage. So if YC are able to find angles like that, with Chime not spotted, that is really, really big and really open things up for Bradley to do a lot of damage in this fight.
We'll take a look right back at it. Starts off with the equalizer, but then they just find that backline access.
Again, I don't love these equalizers. You got to wait for Shaden to throw these down. Like, yes, it pushes you into the pit. It didn't do enough damage. But again, Roamer, there was enough damage onto him where he had a flash over the wall, spawn, or falced over the wall, spawn flash over the wall. So each are out of the fight. And if the 2 damage dealers are out of the fight, YC can push with no deterrence for the rest of the fight.
Spawn gives him a very close call there at the end, but isn't able to get the turnaround there. And you might have ornaments coming through, but for the first time, FlyQuest have a big lead at 1,500 in the advantage here. They will still have some things to answer for. You're almost on full item spike now for Bradley, and they're trying to utilize that.
Yeah, death cap on the Azir is really big, and I know we've pulled up this gold graph a lot, but this really emphasizes how Bradley has been ahead the entirety of this game, how a lot has fallen on his shoulders. Like, the 2 fights went bad for FlyC were when Bradley wasn't able to really fight. Everything else has been fine for FlyC because Bradley's actually been able to deal with some damage, and the Wamukam has been much more synced up.
Yeah, that's the big difference here. He has the engage tool, but also the peel tool in a lot of these cases. But he's been utilizing the lead in a lot of ways well, but some of that mid-game may be coming to question. We'll see them now try to push the tempo, though.
It is good to see, though, because, like, again, Bradley, if I was going to ask any, like, member specifically for FlyC to step up, it would be Bradley and the solo lanes and how they're playing mid-games. Like, a lot of games for FlyC, we've seen Surdy get leads in lane. We've seen Bradley get some leads, and then mid-game, they just kind of get picked off or flounder in terms of how they snowballed this. And we did see it this game, but the fact that FlyC were able to bring it together and get the game back in their advantage, that is good. And Bradley, when he did have a lead, yes, the first couple of fights were flubs, but from there on out, when FlyC were kind of able to solve the puzzle that TLC were throwing at them, it's been much better. So, again, as long as they're able to space Corki and Varus, use their tools to push them out of the fight, these are lower range champions, especially after the changes made to Corki, where it's not like the Malignance rocket builds that do so much poke. It's just like devilish to face, right? They need to be able to auto attack. And YC have so many ways to interrupt those two actually auto attacking, and there's no damage for TLC outside those two.
So now we play the waiting game between these two teams. Neither of them really willing to sacrifice much in the in-between times, but these objectives are where they're going to put everything on the line. There is a Baron coming up in about 45 seconds. We already got a taste of the medicine that TLC can give and how fast they can clear that one in FlyQuest, trying to put some vision up here to make sure that can't happen again.
Shaden going to get some poke on the Kim down, of course, with Wukong. Your passive kind of allows you to get frisky. With that and the clone. As FlyC going to group up. The side wave, they haven't really been playing sides. They're just trying to play as a group. They understand that if they throw down their ultimate at the same time, they should be okay. As they get a nice pocket carved out for themselves on this top river. Of course, 15 seconds away from Baron, but 1 minute away from Dragon. It is Mountain Soul for FlyC. I think it would be a huge difference in this fight. Again, going up against a 2-threat comp where FlyC, all their champions really want to continue to build damage. Having that bonus shield and resistances would at least really help them, try and survive against a lower damage comp in TLC.
All about the little things from here on out, though. I love that we've gotten some very tense matches so far in our first couple best of threes in the playoffs. It's the kickoff, Dave, and it feels tense as ever as both these teams trying to fight to continue their run in the upper bracket.
That's some good poke on a Bradley. Keep in mind that the mages cannot sustain that. So if they are able to find more, they might actually force Bradley to base and TP back. He is playing with the health bar at the moment. As he did just ding level 18. Bradley slowed up.
That's a lot of tools, though, by TLC utilized. The Equalizer is going to come right back. FlyQuest, they're looking to go right in. That Shades of Corruption actually does a lot of work. Shaden flashed it away, though, but still gets into the wall by the arrow. Spawn and Keel. He still has Impale. He still has Flash. Team Liquid are taking advantage, and now they're moving over to the Dragon.
Yeah, Jenkins has Mogs too, so he's going to heal the full. That Dragon's down. Great patience by Spawn on that piercing arrow to wait for the clone to appear, and he knocks down the real one in Shade.
What a play. I mean, Shane just like panicking right there. Just, I got to get away from the arrow. Tries to get the flash play away while he's invisible, and unfortunately can't escape the eyes of the marksman. Spawn. Now Jenkins is in the edge of a bush play by FlyQuest, but they can't get anything.
Yeah, there were 2 blue trinkets available, so TLC were able to scout Baron there. They used one of them, saved the other. I should say Roamer's bot lane, so they couldn't use that one there. But
don't worry, no, you were right the first time. Don't worry, you don't have to give the caveat.
No, it's. I mean, I try to be right up here.
I'm just messing with you.
In the bully pulpit here, Mazel. But hey, props to TLC. Chime invested a lot to try and cancel the Ornhorn, but when TLC start the fight on their terms, we do see a scenario where finding Shade in there with a great chain of corruption from spawn, that was enough to actually net the kill on the jungler and secure that dragon. So Mountain Dragons on the very tanky comp, that is going to scale better for those tanks to be a lot harder to get through. So the carries do all have 10 at the moment for FlyC, but again, that front line needs to be able to absorb damage so that the Varus and Corki can step up and fire off those auto attacks.
Fourth item spikes as well for TLC are going to be a little bit more sustained with those Bloodthirsters locked in for Roamer and Spawn. So just trying to keep those fights afloat here for them. And the fourth item spike is huge because that means we're getting to the point of that scaling we talked about so heavily.
We are at the point where, like, FlyC, they do so much damage in the early to mid game, but now with the BTs coming in, you're pretty much ensuring that any fight that you have for TLC is on your footing. As we see a Solar Flare actually dodged out by Bradley. They could pull the Baron here if they want to get Bradley's TP, which he doesn't have.
This is devious.
Instead, it's just going to be a team reset from TLC. I mean, Chime's just going to continue to stay here.
This is devious. If
they see Roamer. Oh.
Okay. Oh, he didn't see him. Oh, no. He's going to have flash over. Oh, no. Oh, the massive flash.
My God,
He knows this is real rough. Roamer trying to get the safety. There's the bullet time. It came down. He goes down himself there. No, he's going to get out there. Impale coming through. Big Ornhorn to separate the team. Now, Shaden going to get the Sterix pop there, though, and he's still tanky.
Arrow?
TLC, they're falling into a bit of a trap here, but now the tankiness is starting to come back to bite FlyQuest.
The arrow was locketed by Chime. Shaden survives. Great setup, though, from Chime, who, I mean, we really cannot, like, help but, continue to sing the praises of Chime. We still don't know how long he's going to be playing on FlyC before Law School starts, but as long as he's here, FlyC are happy to have him as that creative angle found them a pick they needed, and they're going to use that to start the Baron.
They already have it down low. Keel's in the pit, but getting denied. He can't get in there, and now it has gone over to Surdy, of all people. The Rallycar Baron buff secured by FlyQuest. TLC still want to fight, still want to tussle. Although Bradley is going to dash his way away from Jenkins' engage. Spawn was looking for an angle. They don't have ultis. They have the Ixtal's impact. Kim down's getting low. This was not a fight you should have taken, Team Liquid. Oh,
wait,
no.
TP.
Now they're going to TP. That's a bit rough. He is all by himself. He's going to Valkyrie, and he's going to find himself in the death chamber yet again. He just came back, but FlyQuest put him in the dirt all the same.
Another game for TLC where if Baron didn't exist, they'd be better for it as they get aced. And what was a really great game from TLC, it all comes crashing down off of one sequence started by Chime.
What a series start to this one. Team Liquid, they had it. They had something. They had everything going for them in some of those cases. The late game scaling, everything going along those lines. But the decision making, the veterancy, the prowess showing out for FlyQuest challengers, and that's a hell of a way to lose a game for Team Liquid and a hell of a way to win one for FlyQuest.
Just game-winning play from Chime,
Easy.
That game, like with the Mountain Dragons, it was so important that FlyC were securing them just to take them themselves and also deny them from the tanks. But we got to replay the angle from Chime. Let's fire that one up thanks to our team.
What's up with our cows, man? Our cows really like this top lane alcove in that ACL.
They're free range and they don't want to be meat. They want to turn into.
He was here for the longest time, by the way. This starts when he goes in.
Yeah, but the fact like he knows where to stand around where the ward would be. I know it was just a blue trinket ward in there, but the combo connects. They take down Roamer first, and again, just the scenario that this creates, where Shaden he's able to survive thanks to the Sundered Sky, the Sterax. Really get a couple procs. Nice locket here too from Chime to deny that piercing arrow from Spawn. And yeah, I mean, now we're down numbers. They keep Keel out of the pit, and we were going to give the player of the game to Bradley throughout the game, but considering that Bradley kind of fumbled a couple of mid-game fights and Chime created the game-winning angle, we'll give it to the support as Chime yet again
deserves it.
Comes up real big and takes a game for FlyC where they picked a comp that was spiked harder early. They were on the back foot for the vast majority of it, but it's one hero play, one hero angle where FlyC were able to snowball things from there that ends up bringing this game home.
Can't believe it. That's got to sting a little bit for Team Liquid as well.
Oh, that TP from Roamer,
yeah,
that wasn't it.
Real bad.
That wasn't it. Yeah.
It is what it is, though. I mean, one of those once those dominoes start falling, it just feels like you're caught up in the storm.
Yeah.
And there's just no way out of that one. But
this is the story for TLC.
It is.
Like,
That's
it feels
exactly what I was going to say.
So many games. I know they weren't winning that early game, but given the comps they had, they were fine with that early game.
Yeah,
they were ahead
absolutely.
in this game. And yet again, like when it gets to late games, they just are not on the same page as a team. Things come falling apart, and FlyC, that was a tough one for them. TLC made them fight for it, but FlyC find the win.
Do you think their hands are different? Because they just look that much better. I mean, FlyQuest just got the hands, bro. I don't know. It is a little bit of a break here before we get on to game number 2 and see if Team Liquid can pull us back.
I'd give the back-to-back to UG. In this league, like right now, there's no like really standout player. But I mean, I have to give it to someone on DSTL because you know they're really having a good regular season split. I just think UG like he just has aura. Like their lanes are always like perma fighting, like really flexing on everyone, and then everyone's just always thinking in the back of their head like, where's UG? Like I'm actually scared, bro.
For me, I'd have to go with UG for the back-to-back. I think Maryville is definitely the strongest team this split. Like everyone knows that, and I think it's right for someone to be on that team. And I think UG, strongest champ pool. Almost every game he's playing a carry, and I think this meta right now is kind of centered around jungle. I think laners play around jungle well, and I think UG is just like a strong, consistent leader on the team, and easily it's UG for the back-to-back.
Probably gonna pick Roamer. I don't think he's peaked yet. Like he hasn't played Tier 1, I think he's like too good to play in Tier 2. I think he'd be more disciplined if he played LCS. He wouldn't go for as crazy stuff. Probably play Temple more.
If I were to say overall general, I would say Scary Jerry. It's definitely the one that stands out the most when we played against Dragonsteel in the second week after AoE. But overall, in a more specific sense, that a player elevates their team to a higher degree than what you would expect, I would say Toasty Alex from Supernova is a really good candidate as someone who can increase a team's potential, especially when, like, even though they already have great players, Toasty Alex like brings them up to the next level through his communication and his supportive playstyle.
I think the MVP for Summer Split is the Dragonsteel UG because he was the best player on the best performing team. UG was the best player in regular season, and that's just period. Nothing else to say.
I think it's got to be either Serdi or Zamudo. Maybe Serdi because clearly he's proven he's worthy off just solo queue, considering he's 2k LP. And for Zamudo, I think he's on the best team, and clearly, you know, it's clearly for a reason, you know?
I think the easy answer is Serdi. Just knowing him as a person and as a teammate, I feel like he has the competitive drive that some people don't. And I know it's like easy to say, like, oh, he's my roommate and he's my teammate and we won CWL together, or like he carried me or whatever, but I've never seen the competitive drive that in one person from anyone I've ever met.
My most valuable prospect award would have to go for UG. I think he's a very consistent player, like last split and this split too. I think he's always he's a big prospect for his team on like winning games. I think that mid jungle has a lot of synergy, but I think UG is really good, yeah.
Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024 playoffs. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and we are into our second series of these playoffs, our second best of three, and FlyQuest took, in the end, a resounding victory out of Team Liquid Challenger's hands.
Yeah, it was a really competitive game from TLC. You can see that gold graph. TLC being in control for the vast majority of it. I just think the big thing, like, a lot of the fights that FlyC were dictating for TLC, I didn't really talk about this on the cast. I actually do want to give FlyC for like credit for playing a lot of those fights in mid lane. I think that in open areas, like, it was a lot easier for them to not get stuck in a choke against something like Skarner, something like Ornn. I usually be like, oh, you want to play chokes as Rumble, Wukong, Azir, right? But the fact that they were playing in such open terrain, it really made it tough for Roamer and Spawn to step up, just with how they were using those long-range damage abilities. And those are the 2 damage dealers for this TLC comp. So I think that, like, FlyC, even from behind, like, sometimes I get a little bit mad that we always play 5-stack through mid and we aren't playing enough sides. I actually think their solution to this game was quite good, because anyone that shows on a side with both comps showing, the other team gets to engage for free. And there are a lot of tools where you can engage for free. So between that to get their way back into it, and of course that hero angle from Chime in the back half of the game, that was the difference maker and ended up getting FlyC the game 1 win.
The hero cow we never knew we needed. It was always Chime in the end. But it is a little bit of shout outs over to Spawn on TLC. I think he had a hell of an opening game to the series. See if he can try to transition that with the team into something a little bit more consistent in that second game. Because you have to think, you see all those picks there, they're all not going to be available for this next game.
Yeah, engaged supports, of course, always getting narrowed. And MF versus Varus, that's off the table. Again, it's been curious to see all the Azir prio and like where it's fallen. It's been a game 1 and the game 2 pick so far in our Fearless draft. One thing I'm really curious about, where does Senna fall? Because for me, Sajed hasn't ever really been the Senna player, and FlyC hasn't really been a Senna team. In at least the last split, they weren't a team that was like really playing a ton of Senna. In fact, they didn't play it once. So I'm really interested to see if that ends up being an angle for TLC, because if TLC want to play tankier comps, like having Senna over the top of that, with the Echoes Moonstone build we've seen, just terrorize solo queue, or even the Black Cleaver where Senna can pretty much instantly apply all 4 stacks with a Q auto, or auto Q is really powerful, and it has Senna really high up on tier lists on this patch, unlike really the rest of the season where we've seen Senna really fall off in priority.
Yeah, it's a little bit different when you get all those things changed.
Yeah, it was a really big adjustment. And the Echo, if you want to have fun in like lower elos, just play Echo's Moonstone Senna and have a blast. You will never die. No one on your team will ever die.
Everyone will hate you.
Somehow do a lot of damage as well. It's really not fair. So go enjoy that, please.
Yeah. Go enjoy having no friends. No, I'm just joking. It is really strong right now. A little bit ridiculous. Again, super surprising. We haven't seen any of it. But it was
banned in game 3.
It was. But not the other games. The Kennen ban, again, likely, just like we said in the first series.
Okay.
The bans in the full Fearless typically stay the same. We're going to get the Kennen and the Lilia banned away already.
So, FlyC, they banned out Kennen. Rumble and Ornn are off the table. Those are 2 decent matchups into Renekton. FlyC, they really like the first pick Renekton. That's where my focus is on this draft.
See if they continue to whittle down maybe some of those matchups. You know, Jenkins always has answers, though. That man...
He does.
He cooks. That man cooks. And if
there's an R ban, it's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, true. The Aurora is going to join the Lilia ban. For Team Liquid, as we've seen tradition, I guess, on the red side so far. It is the Lucian ban so far by FlyQuest. We'll see if Team Liquid do want to ban away the Renekton. It's the Ezreal. Renekton's still open.
I think it's right to pay some respect over to Bradley's Ezreal. It actually has been one of his better picks, so they do give away the Renekton, and that will be an insta-bear pick, which is flexible, but I expect to be in the hands of Jenkins.
It's 100% to Jenkins, man. That guy just, if for some reason, he really likes the animals with teeth and claws. Him, Warwick, Volibear, anything you can ask for.
I'm surprised it's not Gnar. You can still find Gnar later on if you do want to put this into the jungle, but Jenkins uniquely was playing this Volibear pick into Skarner, where that matchup was so good for Volibear. Jenkins played it so well, I was convinced. I was like, no one should be picking Skarner. Like, the interactions you get with the Roa Flicker Blades, just like that matchup, Skarner always has to play melee. You always get Frenzy off. You can buffer the ultimate. You get the Q stuns to get him out of his E so like he can't run away. It was a really, really good matchup that Jenkins was kind of pioneering in this league, which is always fun to see Jenkins' creativity. But
I want to see the 1v1 now into this matchup. I want to see exactly if he can take advantage of that, because we can see top lane mean a lot on this map state for both these teams if there is an advantage up there. But now we have to look at the tools given by the bot lanes, at least to now. The Zeri still flexible, obviously, but it is the Rakan and Xayah lovers duo locked in for FlyQuest.
And that Rakan for Chime actually found its first loss recently.
Yeah.
As it is just 10-1 now on the split. So just okay for Chime.
Just okay.
Who has been
just
crazy good.
It's below average, really, honestly.
I love how he plays this pick. Like with Rakan, you can really bluff where you go with like some of your alts and Ws, like how you use your flash. I think that the way that Chime plays it at times is next level, and it shows in his record. So I'm looking for FlyC to pick up a little bit more front line so that Chime has someone to piggyback off of going in. And we have a choice now for TLC. They did take away the Nidalee. I'm expecting a Vi or a Sejuani ban. And I'm wondering if they actually leave up both so that they could maybe play Vi into Sejuani. Instead, it's an Orianna ban. So Zeri,
a lesson from earlier.
Yeah, a little bit gated on range. And also we have the Ori Rakan combo. They're like, okay, Sej or Vi, we'll deal with that, whatever it is. So they deny a pick that has been very good for Bradley in the past, his Orianna.
I do wonder if it is going to be the Vi this time. It's been banned a lot of our second phases today for both series, at least. The Ziggs is going to join the Callista to take away some of that AP damage profile potentially that Spawn is going to be going for. But now you have to think what Team Liquid are going to be saving their counter pick for. It's got to be the jungle matchup as
Roamer.
It's the LeBlanc locked in.
It's a bit of a roamer specialty.
It is.
He's really good at this LeBlanc. Pick that Bradley likes as well. Curious what the answer is for Bradley. I will say we did get some Syndra buffs. The R doing a little bit more base damage is kind of nice. So wondering if that's going to be the case. Do not break my heart with the Zed. There's no way we're going to see Zed. Not in the Voldibear Nautilus instead.
Is this an Ivern
Would it be
angle?
Tristana? It could be. I think that's a good shout. We've seen a lot less Tristana as she was rightfully nerfed as the season went on, but still a pick that you can hold on to. As I'm expecting a Brand.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, just press R. It's fine.
Brand
also, it's a diabolical counter to the Blanc if you are thinking about mid-lane matchups.
Don't do this, Shaden. Don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. No!
Okay.
Is the Maokai. Well, again, the setup for this, all about the team fighting, all about the spacing. You can provide the catch outs you bring.
Yeah.
You're very reactive. You're not going to be extremely active on the Rift, and now it gives Keel a lot of options to be that active move. And we've seen this matchup already today. It didn't go too well.
I'm kind of surprised that Keel's not going for Vi. I know that he's not usually the Vi player, as he's yet to play at this split, but it is going to be Lee Sin. We have seen Lee Sin get a couple small buffs. Cleaver buff gonna help him a wee bit, but LeBlanc Lee Sin for TLC is a little bit more of the identity we're used to seeing from them. Maybe a lot about attacking mid, trying to set the Tristana behind and get Roamer going.
Yeah.
And again, Roamer really, really good on this LeBlanc pick. It's been a bread and butter pick for him. Yeah.
So right now we're looking at some orbiting circles. Keel is going to be completely orbiting around these solo lanes between Jenkins and Roamer, it feels like. On the other hand, Shaden is going to have to be very reactive to that. He will have a lot of strength in the fights to lock people down and have that single target damage. But you got to get to that point.
Yeah, I think that I'm curious to see, like, it feels like we have a kind of a swap of identities in this one. A little bit more of what I'm used to from TLC, just fully committing to that early game, Gazelle, as they kind of return to a specialty combo for them in Lee Sin and LeBlanc. I mean, all eyes, they've got to be on Keel, and we'll see if Shaden and Surdy can neutralize that.
TLC almost took that game in game number 1, but FlyQuest held on, they held strong, and they took the advantage in this best of 3. It's one game that separates TLC from moving on to the lower bracket or continuing to keep this series alive. Make sure you're spamming who you got in chat. FlyC for FlyQuest in ZXT Challengers, or TLC for Team Liquid Honda Challengers. As we take a look at the runes, nothing too special, nothing too spicy.
Yeah, the one giveaway is that Shaden, with the tech he's going, it looks like he's going to go for Leandries, which does make sense. He is the only source of magic damage this game.
And we haven't seen that a lot recently. We've been seeing a lot of the Locket starts.
Yeah, we've seen some like Faded Ashes into Locket. As we see TLC, they're going to get spotted on a ward. Scouting here from FlyC. But yeah, I think that's like the one giveaway in terms of the subs we have early. And oh my goodness, Mizel, we missed something. What else is a little bit off this game?
Surprise me.
It involves fire. In a place that I don't usually see fire.
The Ignite mid lane?
Yes. No flash the block, baby. We got Ignite on Roamer.
Bro, the man knows the champ. The man knows how to get an advantage in mid lane. They need this duo to be unlocked. And if you're going to find kills, it's got to be through Roamer.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's something that like I would do if I was a bit tilted. But you know, it's fine. We're gonna really play this one through mid.
I mean, after glotting this guy's LeBlanc that, you know, he's maybe a little tilted going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's a very one-dimensional strategy coming into this game. We have to play through mid. We have to play through mid or else it's doomed.
But I guess the way they drafted their comp, it kind of goes like that. But that is also reminiscent of their history and the way they play. A lot of their successful moments. I do wonder now. Okay, I was wondering if Jenkins was going to be a little bit more cheeky with a deeper ward, but is just going to go with that one in front of the blue buff. So vision going to be played towards both junglers, heading up towards this top side of the map. No more mirrored clears, but there will be a little bit more vision information for Team Liquid.
I mean, TLC, they do have pushing lanes early with the Zeri, but I really like where FlyC is going to be around the 1-2 item mark. I feel like this Renekton Volibear matchup, like, yes, Voli can find, you know, some leads, some benefits in this, but I actually don't think it's that bad for Renekton, especially after some of the Cleaver changes that have been made. I mean, just stacking up Cleaver faster is really nice for Renekton. He just has to be careful about the extended trades, because if you stack up that Frenzy, it is a bit of a problem, as we see Bradley being put a little bit low. We'll have access to a couple creeps, but all eyes on mid. When's that Ignite coming out, and does it net a kill?
First one has to strike true. As,
we could see a collapse on the Shaden as this ward. Shaden should be wiser to it. He should understand that he's being scouted right now. There's going to be a fight over the bot crab.
They saw him. He got the Sonic Wave there.
Yeah, he's got to give. As the TP comes back from Bradley, and we'll see if Shaden's able to get to the bot crab.
Not very giving for a Christmas present, as the Scuttle Crab trade will be huge. But it's, to an extent, looking for Team Liquid to continuously utilize some of this mid-jungle strength they'll have out in between the lanes themselves. As we see FlyQuest trading pretty well into Team Liquid, and we'll get a nice hefty bit of damage back to him. Spawn's actually going to reset here.
Yeah, they have sustain advantage if they want to continue. And Shaden was able to secure that bot crab for FlyC. So overall, no blood early. I think that TLC, they are on a ticking clock this game. Whatever kind of lead they do not receive early, I think that is them falling a little bit behind. So really important that we see FlyC continue to keep things stable early on.
I'm curious at the back timing there from Spawn. Just try to get a little bit of a better position in lane itself. The obvious completion of the refillable pots there to keep some sustainability down there. But it's trying to set up for potentially the dragon.
Maybe. They did reset first. It looks like he picked up the majority of that wave. And that's a good shout, Mazel. Because we could see Keel get down to that dragon right now. If that ends up being the call.
I'd be very curious if they did. I'm just wondering if there's always like a level a little bit deeper, but now, unfortunately, with the timing, Sajed got to stay in, got to stick with it, and we'll have the call fields coming back to lane, so maybe a little bit more damage in that regard. But it does look like Keel's just going to keep going towards top side.
So with the changes being made to Kraken Slayer, we have seen the Xayah build change back to the Essence Reaver. The difference is that I think you're stronger when you have W up in those windows, because you get the attack speed from your kit, you get to do damage, and also your 2 items really good, or 2-3 items really good, because it is Essence Reaver into Flicker Blades into IE.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We did end up seeing now level 6s being completed by both mid laners. Wonder if we get a little bit more proactivity from them, as well as a couple distortions giving Roamer a little bit more distance.
I'm really surprised that we haven't seen Kill go mid yet. Because, like, A, the Ignite, but B, Roamer has an item advantage from the early laning. So,
we just can't find the end.
That said, I think that one unique thing about this draft, oftentimes, like we'll see in games where if your team has the Renekton, you just kind of get first grubs because Dominus is so strong early on. That's not going to be the case with the top side, though, for TLC. With LeBlanc and also Volibear that's uniquely very strong at this point of the game, that will be a seed. So it does look like TLC will get these uncontested. I feel like that is the right call from the FlyQuest challengers.
It's a little bit of respect given, which I think is rightfully earned by Team Liquid with the comp they have in the early parts of the game. But this is a situation where you regroup, you reconsider the next timing to deny those 6 grubs from Team Liquid and see if you can get some timing that way as well.
Again, all about the early game here for TLC. This gold lead, it's fine, but nothing that's going to break anything for FlyQuest challengers, which really is the issue. You can't see in this top lane matchup, uniquely, Renekton on the back foot against Volibear. Renekton actually does outscale in this matchup, which is crazy to think about. But if it is the Roa Flicker Blades, I think that Jenkins like slingshots his way back in when he completes both. But once Renekton, once he gets Cleaver, it's quite good. I'm wondering what kind of build we do have this Volibear completing. As I think it's just going to be Warden's Mail into something else. He just needs the armor.
Yeah.
Of course, Jenkins always loves to play 4 lane.
Dude, he loves it, man. He loves to find any kind of advantage. I know playing against Surdy, these guys know each other very well from their time playing against each other, but it's always so interesting to me how you see kind of the bend and break within the lane itself and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm honestly really interested to see what Jenkins goes here. Because, again, like the traditional build, it is the Roa Flicker Blades, but I don't mind picking up the early armor. It makes a lot of sense this game. I'm just wondering where it goes from here.
Well, we'll have to prolong that even longer because he's just going to keep us waiting. He's going to find himself some fancy new shoes and get back out on the lane.
This is spotted uniquely.
Yeah, no, he isn't. And that's actually really big, but they are going to get a nice trade onto Roamer in mid lane, both him and
That's
Bradley.
Ignite!
That is. It didn't find the kill. Didn't find.
It still chunked him really heavily, and I think it's enough where YC again.
This is dicey.
Oh wait, hold on. They won it.
Keel wants to go on the other edge. Oh, they saw him. Keel's gonna try to flash, try to get away, try to get to his team. And First Blood plus Dragon goes the way of FlyQuest. It's Shaden. He is all by himself there in the pit and will fall for his sins. But that's a massive play.
You'll take that if you're FlyC. Anything to delay and slow down this game for TLC. As uniquely, that control ward in the pit, it did not spot the ward in the back of the pit from FlyQuest challengers. So I don't know who dropped that one, if they saw the control ward, but that is a great drop from them because it gave them all the info they needed to go for that play. Everything that TLC was trying to do was spotted by FlyQuest challengers there, and they responded very appropriately.
The fact that they get in, they deny Heel from getting back to his team.
Yeah.
The man was so desperate to get to his team, he flashed to try to get into safeguard range and was still denied, and the dragon taken. Really good moves from FlyQuest, trying to take away some of these early advantages that we set up so heavily for Team Liquid.
And I mean, we'll see what happens with the second grubs here, because as you highlighted with early advantages, a chance. So see the ward here. That ward, again, thanks for the toggle from our observers here. Shout out to the entire team here that's helping us out. That was not spotted. So all this, TLC thought that it was blind, but FlyC spotted everything.
And that's why it went over the corner.
Yeah, the setup that Sajed had with Chime and Shaden was really nice. As Sajed, even being over the wall, was able to completely DPS down the Lee Sin and make the difference in that fight. So one for one, Dragon of FlyC, well worth it.
You know that Keel is going to look back at that ward and he's going to hate it so bad.
Yeah,
my goodness. Because he even tried to play with the vision to get around the corner, but they just had him on sight the whole time. So this time around, Team Liquid, they still have a small, minute advantage. They'll still have the early game going for themselves, but you have to think what this means for FlyQuest to prolong a lot of those early advantages.
Like, Shaden's up a level, and keep in mind, you're playing against a Maokai. Like, once Maokai gets space, it's so hard to actually get that space back. As Sajed still has ult and barrier, so he's going to be okay on this way, but will be forced back. Second grub's taken. Looks like no attempt from FlyC. It will grant the 6 grubs to TLC, and we'll see how much their strong solo laners can get as this game moves forward.
Zeri's going to be very tough to deal with when she's taking those turrets with all that help. But Rubageddon is upon us. Team Liquid have taken all 6 here. Jenkins going to try to find an angle there. Take his tower shot in the end. But this is where we take stock of exactly what has been going right in some cases. Obviously, FlyQuest, they found that fight early. They were able to kind of stop any of these early games. We have first items now, though, for Team Liquid. We have the huge damage spikes that's going to be coming through from the combo of Keel and Roamer that they need to utilize.
Yeah, Eclipse and Ludens both completed. As see topside, a little bit of a fight against Surdy. Can't take the extended one. The more frenzies go off, the more sustained the Jenkins gets. And Surdy's not going for the hill cut. He's just trying to get to that cleaver as fast as possible to get through the Warren's mouth. So actually going to pop the Dominus just to throw the wave. And a plate should go over to Jenkins.
Easy pickings for the bear. Like getting honey out of a beehive. I don't know.
Yeah,
but surely.
See if Jenkins goes for the dive on this wave. Allegedly.
Volleyberry your cousin?
No, but fun fact, it is the first champion I played in League of Legends. Not related to my name, but very first champ I played was Old Volley.
It's always a coincidence until it's not a coincidence.
With the flip, I miss it because it used to be my pick into Yuumi. I'd play Volibear support into Yuumi, and that matchup would terrorize Yuumi. You could also interrupt the dash back with the E. That fear.
Yeah.
Old Volley's kit was fun. I kind of miss Old Volley.
Nostalgia hits different, I guess.
It does. Vein swap pulled off here, though.
That's what I was just about to
from
say.
TLC, and Sajed going to have to burn the ultimate.
He does not get out of that. That is a big bear. He's getting his TP out, though, as maybe he has a little bit of safety here. Blade Caller going to get him, as now the Nature's Grasp actually not going to connect there in the end, but it is Jenkins just trying to chase down Sajed. He got him! Oh, he gets him! Jenkins in a 1v4 will take the kill to Sajed, gives it a thumbs up as he goes down because the whole time his team has been cracking down the mid lane.
Oh my goodness, Jenkins, that was a bear on the run, and he ended up getting into the cookie jar and everything else as he ripped down those feathers. And as you called out, Mazel, while all that's going on, TLC, they're farming out 2 lanes with 6 grubs. This is the point of the game where grubs are so strong. Spawn got that top turret for free, and also Roamer knocking down 3 plates in the mid lane. That's pretty big for TLC as they busted open a 2K gold lead.
That is insane. That is 10 plates across the entire map. That is a lot of gold. And now Team Liquid, 2,000 gold up, 14 minutes in, is really nice for them with their early machinations we talked so much about. But FlyQuest, it will not be denied. They're going to stop any potential dragon evening by getting their second of the game.
Ooh. They rolled like the strongest soul they could roll from there too. That's not bad. That feels really nice on Maokai. If you do get the soul, just being able to continuously apply it. Speaking of the Maokai, Shaden, of course, only magic damage on his team, does have the Leandries and should go for the Mogs or Locket after this. We'll see what ends up happening. As Chime, that's a brave grand entrance.
A little bit. Him down. Goes for his own little dredge line into the deep. Rift Arrow has already been started here by Team Liquid.
Surdy is being chased by Jenkins, so FlyC will have info that they are going to be here first. But they do not spot Keel on the Rift. They have an idea it's going down, and we'll get the notification now.
Rift Herald already down. See if Jenkins wants to take a fight into Surdy there, but FlyQuest moving up. The Rift Herald going to be nice standing gold for Team Liquid.
I will say one thing I'm a little bit surprised about, Surdy to go for the Stride Breaker first. I'm sure that he has an idea as to why, probably trying to create some more space.
We've seen it in the LPL here recently.
Yeah, trying to create more space against Volibear, but I mean, Black Cleaver is so good, especially going up against a Frozen Heart Rush. This is much less for the lane matchup and very much more so for the fight. So, curious if it's Cleaver or Sterak's next for Renekton, given that the build that we usually see every game out of Renekton being changed up a little bit.
Yeah. Love to know that Rover just has absolute dominance over the Dominus Croc himself there. As soon as Rover shows up, he's like, nope, I'm not even trying. Not even going to go for it. As they do get the redeploy of the lane states here to get Jenkins his matchup into Surdy. And now everything calming down just a little bit on the Rift.
I will say that TP, though, it does allow for FlyC to reset and match. So both Surdy and Bradley reset, and we do have the matchups that FlyC wants. As Tristana does have that Kraken Slayer still into the block, so this build nerfed a little bit on top of Tristana being nerfed quite a bit throughout the rest of this split, as this champion been a bit diabolical. The split of League of Legends. Mazel, TLC, they They have the power play bot, and there's a little bit of a lack of wave clear here from FlyQuest Challengers and the Triz. So
they're going
to go for the one crash in bot, and Keel going to try and test that driver's license.
Go, Keel.
The second crash mid. I think he's got it.
Boom! He gets the turret. That's 2 for 1.
Well played. That's how we use them Rift Heralds, man. We're scaling.
We're scaling. It's happening. FlyQuest don't seem very happy that happened, though. They are definitely trying to punish TLC. They do not find that punishment, though, and they're left wanting.
Let's say we kind of were a little bit late. There's been some back and forth action. That plate goal with the 6 grubs being very big, and a lot of that going onto Spawn, who has the lead now. Surdy with the stride breaking and chase this does get the second distortion out from Roamer as he burns his ultimate to open up a little bit of space for Bradley to take this turret bot and get a little bit of gold into FlyQuest NZXT's pockets.
Such heavy trades back and forth we go over and over again.
More trades the better. FlyC times their friend.
Yeah, it really is. And they're leaning to that to some extent, although that was bold. I'm not going to lie. If TLC were ready for that, Shaden dies. As now they will not be ready for that. They get a little bit of vision out onto the side of FlyQuest jungle here, but they'll get their resets off themselves now too. Oh, Kim down. Oh, Kim down. Oh,
yep.
No. And he flashed into the wall.
Okay.
That is nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Bradley picking up a kill, though. That's big.
Oh, that's a bummer. All right. FlyC, they are able to get a little bit of tempo back on the map as they took down the support to answer the waves. And, I mean, I gotta say, I don't know if TLC have gotten enough early on. We have Roamer. Looks like he is going towards what I expect to be... actually, I don't know what he's going to build. Horizon Focus. On LB, you can kind of abuse that with some of your hops. Might be the idea. But, man, I mean, Spawn kind of has to be the saving grace of the squad at this point, Mizel, because it feels like the Voldibear and the Blanc... They didn't get enough done with their power windows. I know that Voldy's going to be quite tanky as this game moves forward. He does appear he's going just for the straight tank build into Surdy. And Surdy is going for the Stair Axe, so won't have a way to get through that armor. But, man, I just don't think TLC got anything done with the Lee Sin, the Blanc, in this power window. And the scaling of FlyC is quite nice with this Maokai, the Tristana, the Zaya. It's going to be good.
I think one of the biggest things as well that we know for Spawn is that he is a team fighting AD carry. We've loved his laning phases here of recency, but it really is the moment in the nitty gritty, the 5-on-5 where he can spawn the most gumption, I feel like. And we'll see if he gets this 2-item spike to make it work. TLC, they're moving in to contest this dragon. They do not want to let FlyQuest get 3 in a row. They do not really have an entrance, though. And yeah, there's the Nature's Grasp right back in. Everybody's starting to run away. Roamer goes right back in, though. Big catch out, though. Keel, he's going to find one. Now Surdy trying to chase down the exit, but Jenkins chasing him down himself. They actually find one. And guess what? Chime is gone, so you lose a lot of your engage potential, and Team Liquid are going to deny the dragon.
Yeah, I think that was a little early from Shaden on the Maokai ult. That angle kind of allowed TLC to split around it, and they couldn't get to Voldibear and Roamer in the backside. So we're going to have double TP come back for the contest, but I don't know if YC can win this.
FlyQuest are confident as hell right now, though. They're stepping up. Shaden has flash to get in the pit if he wants to try to steal it. Dragon down to 2,000. Oh my god, Surdy just got turned into nothing. As now they take one back. The Dragon, it's getting low. It's going to go the way of Kill. Real gauge Roamer. He's gone. Bradley, he finds the big pick. Now into the back of the pit goes Bradley, trying to catch Kill in the end. They did end up denying the Dragon's tank, but Spawn, he overextends now too. He's trying to dodge away. Try to get Shaden. Shaden goes down now too. This is chaos, and this is what we live for. As Jenkins is healing up a storm, he is fighting back. Spawn, he is here to represent for the damage of Team Liquid. Jenkins, he gets the sun. Keel's there for the kick, and another kill goes the way of Keel. As now Team Liquid, they have another slowdown on Bradley. He's gonna flash away, and after the dust settles, Team Liquid maintain their advantage.
I'm so surprised that FlyC went for the full contest against TLC here because, again, I think the time's their friend. The power window of the TLC comp, it should go away. And then the overcommit in the back half onto the Volibear. Watching Jenkins in a fight with low damage for FlyC where it just stacks up the Frenzy onto Rakan was ridiculous.
Absolutely bonkers that fight was. And, you know, I guess if you're Team Liquid, you'll take that because you come out the better for it, it seems. Oh, no, not again. This is where it all started last time. I'm just saying. Kimdown got caught out.
He's got Maokai. Yeah, we're chilling.
I want another, like, 5-minute progressive play just like that again. We need to do it again.
I'm so surprised if YC pushed as hard as they did. And we did see a couple members getting caught. Really well played by Shaden to find Roamer on the Maokai as Chime maybe finds Kimdown. But he's caught himself. He's down.
Nature's Grass comes across, though. They actually do end up catching out Roamer. Shaden will claim that kill, so it's a 1-for-1 right now, though. But you're missing a lot of your damage profile now for Team Liquid. All you really have left is Spawn and Keel.
Yeah.
This FlyQuest, a 4v4, not something they want to take right now.
Looks like they didn't want to overcommit into the Volibear. I thought YC might be able to get more, but not the case. Still, this back and forth, I mean, I gotta say, all right, we're going to go way back for the replay. The TP in from FlyC, they had Chime coming. Like, Surdy trying to go in, like, for me, this fight was never really winnable for FlyC. The fact that it goes as even as it does surprised me. Because Surdy just gets one shot here. Uses the Empowered W on a Kimdown, who ends up hooking in the shade and then does die. Spawn kind of exits and has a cute angle. Really good rip from Sajed to find Roamer.
Yeah.
And then on the back half, they force Keel out. Shaden does a really nice job of buying time to the front line. They do get Spawn's flash here, which ended up being quite big. I thought Shaden was actually going to get out, but took the wrong path around the blast cone. If he goes south, he actually gets blast coned out of there, and I think that's kind of where things get weird. As YC, they commit on the Jenkins. They don't commit on the Spawn, who was down sums. And opens up the space for Jenkins to get back in as we return, and both of our teams posturing and skirmishing. As this is a scenario where, again, I really favor Maokai with this Leandres, with not really putting points into the E yet, but that E damage will start to stick a little bit once he does get some points in later on.
You're almost at 3 items for Spawn.
Oh,
you do have the second item spikes for FlyQuest. They need to come over here and try to take this fight out here. Blue Trinket will be utilized. Here comes FlyQuest rebuttal.
Are they going to force? I mean, again, I think TLC, they need to like make plays. They need the force. This is their power window, so take advantage of it. At Baron at half, but no turn available. As Roamer is going to take
just can't skip the damage.
Yeah, I think YC, if they stall this out, they should be able to return mid and actually take mid outer off.
Okay, Kimdown goes for it. Nature's Grasp in. Big double grain entrance. This is a front to back for FlyQuest, and it's looking damn good. Team Liquid, they're losing bodies left and right. Keel goes in for a big kick, but the slice and dice, it gives access to back to his backline. Oh no! The traitorous treason by Keel, and FlyQuest will take the Baron.
I know the TLC have to force, but like that scenario for me is just so bad for them. Like I don't see a world where they come out on top with that setup. And the hook, yes, it goes on to Surdy, but he just presses R. Chime finds the grand entrance, and guess what? Bradley Sajed, they're able to free fire. Meanwhile, Spawn, he's zoned off by Nature's Grasp. Roamer, he's a mage, so you're just getting out DPS with a double marksman. Look at this. There's no way that you win this fight as... Again, like, look at the Nature's Grasp that comes down.
Back. It's easy.
It's a free fire. It's a free fire for Bradley and Sajed. There's nothing. You got to play off of Roamer's cooldowns, try and get a health bar advantage or a pick. They never played around Roamer early on. Man, I mean, this is not the game for TLC, and looking like an easy 2-0 for FlyC in the end. As game 1, TLC, I thought played well. They were pressed, but it was a collapse in the back half. Game 2, it felt like TLC, with the full early game comp, never really got control over this game.
Jenkins had a bit of an angle here on the back end, but nothing else going to come of it here as Dragon is up and on the table. FlyQuest being surrounded a bit by TLC.
Yeah, Keel winning the blast cone is actually quite big because they were able to kill the control ward in the back, so now Jenkins has a real angle, and FlyC are going to say, all right, we don't need the Dragon to win. We're just going to stick to the lanes that we have Baroned up. They are grouped up, and we'll be pushing down mid.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Rally Cry Baron buff up for another 2 minutes, and they're going to do some lasting damage. Team Liquid's base. They are surrounded right now as Team Liquid are trying to get the waves as much as possible. This might be the play for Team Liquid. Maybe it's an all-ditch effort here. Maybe it's the last-ditch effort as they have Keel on the edge. They have all tools available to them. FlyQuest are going to move out towards this top side of their map. It is the outer tower still available up there for Team Liquid, but they don't want to chase any further.
Yeah, Fleisty's fine. I mean, they killed that wave high, so the TLC, all they can do is really catch the next wave high and then contest the bot side camps, which they will take. But Bradley going to the top side, as you called out, that outer is up, and that should be the next point of focus for FlyC as we get a zoom in from our observers. That ward was missed. And we'll see if that's used for any TPs here afterwards.
That's always the question.
It's a tease. It's a tease.
There's always a little bit of something. Maybe a little bit of a little bit extra fun added in. Chime. Gonna find a very angry bear. Must have woken him up from hibernation.
Yeah.
As outer tower is gonna go down for FlyQuest.
Looks like Flicker Blades is up next for Jenkins. So just skipping out on the Roa, and it is quite nice, more abilities, and of course with that Spirit Visage, the heals that you get from the stack Ws and the shields on the E are increased for the Volta-Bears, so quite nice.
The build's starting to come alive. I will say 3 items down for FlyQuest carries is very hard to deal with. And again, if we see another fight like that one, where it's kind of just front to back, untouched, it's going to be even more difficult. The Shaden did get out with a nice twisted advance there away from the dredge line, but does cede a lot of pressure up here, as that means Team Liquid will know that FlyQuest are collapsing, going to move away themselves.
Yeah, with all TLC up top. If YC they play the next wave into bot, which they should do here, could lead to the inner. As no more Baron, but still using some of the tempo from the Baron expiring. Fine plays. As TLC still on the back foot.
And there's a reason why I feel like maybe we're a little bit more introspective against this FlyQuest team. They are the reigning champions. Oh, gosh. That was a bit of a rough flash from Shaden. They still end up catching kill out. They'll go on a killing spree now. But this is a team that expects greatness from themselves, that expects this run to end up in a back-to-back championship. And here they start with a strong run against a team that seemed like they could give them a bit of a run.
I mean, this kind of a bummer for TLC, honestly. Again, I actually think they played game 1 out decently well, but this game 2, they really never had anything going for them. As this is how the game should look later on. The control that you get with Malachi against the comp that TLC has, nothing for them to really get done in the rest of this game. As I expect FlyC to put this one away soundly. We do have both of our monster objectives spawning in about 2 minutes. And we'll see if we have any sort of trade. I feel like at this point, that's the posture for TLC. I'd love to see them flip the game over something. I think as this game moves forward, things only get worse for them. So I'm really down for them to flip if they can find it in a creative fashion.
And I think we've put a lot of, praise, rightfully so, on Chime. We've talked so much about Shaden and Surdy's combinations, but I feel like through all of this series, even though in Bradley some of his slumps in that last game, him and Sajed have had a hell of an opening series to their playoffs here.
Yeah, it's been good to see Bradley be a little bit more consistent and not get caught out on the sides.
Or at least if he does, he turns it around somehow, right? Later on.
I mean, he didn't this game. He didn't. He got caught out twice in the last game, but he's been really solid on this Tristana, and that's his job this game. You're playing against Lee Sin LeBlanc. If you don't give them anything early, it's hard for them to get anything later. Now that Bradley is 2 levels up on Roamer, we're really seeing that come to fruition as Chime.
He just says, I want to fight, man. I don't care if I have nobody to follow me up. He's going to get everything used onto him, at least the depth charge as well, but he will pop his quickness. So that is going to be gone for now, but there is another dragon coming up about 45 seconds. Both teams would be on 3 because Team Liquid have done a good job of denying FlyQuest, but the TP, that's Jenkins. That's a scary bear in the bush.
They're going to go for Bradley. Bradley's too far up on the side lane. We might have caster cursed him.
I think we might have here. He does have flash, does have buster shot, does also have his team. But maybe it all makes the difference. Oh, everybody's coming. They all love Bradley. As they're going to save his day.
Flash too.
Nature's Grass coming up. He's bought so much time. Team Liquid, they still can't get this man. Kale wants him like he wants anything in his life. And he will be denied once again. Kale left out in the dust. And FlyQuest take advantage.
Surdy did burn TP and flash for that, so we can't get back in the fight as Jenkins turns. Oh, that's big.
That's
good find.
Sajed overextending, had everything available. Flash, barrier, blade storm, everything. As now, it's going to be everything on Jenkins, running under turret onto Surdy. Time trying to deny him. Jenkins is just a ruthless predator, and it's against the man that has it in the croc. As Jenkins is under turret now by himself. It's been the entire time Bradley just taking the dragon, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, good call from Bradley to pick that one up. As he just he TP'd to get that one after the top play. And good flash from Jenkins to find Sajed, who had flash, had barrier, had ult, but because Jenkins found that flash stun, none of that was able to be used as he was picked off. So TLC, they do lose out on the Dragon for that. They don't get anything significant, but at least they get a kill and some gold. And man, that was almost the great escape here from our... I mean, it was a great escape from our Yordle friend. Fortunately, you know, a couple team members fell, but that's all good.
Hey, you don't worry what happens in your wake. You just worry that you got out of there, I guess.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Sajed not able to. And now Team Liquid, they felt pretty confident in that play. I think they'll go back to a reserved state of mind now, as they don't really have anything to play for. There is the Baron up on the table. We haven't seen FlyQuest really willing to pull that trigger over TLC, but maybe times have changed.
I still don't see a way back in for TLC. Like, it has to be just the longest fight on the planet for the Volibear to just continuously use abilities. I think a big pick onto Bradley, who is now down flash, is doable. Nautilus uniquely interacts with Triss pretty well, as Q has 2 points. It's really tough to buffer if you are Tristana. Okay, that's one way.
But he has everything this time.
He's got flash and Nature's Grasp.
He's going to get
Goodbye,
the rebuttal.
Jenkins.
Jenkins going low, able to smash his way out of that one. Roamer, though, he's going to go right back to his clone. Now, nobody has fallen yet. Nice kick back on a spawn. Keel goes back in, gets the kick himself, though, as now it is a big fight for Team Liquid. That Buster shot actually saving Keel in the end, but for a little bit at least.
Roamer has TP.
And now, yeah, you might actually have the turnaround fight here. There's no jungler for Team Liquid, but you can push mid lane.
Shaden has Warmogs, TP mid. Let's see if Chime or sorry, look.
Ooh, Kim down, missing the engage there. Just dies for it.
Okay. Well, that's not ideal.
Yo, Roamer. Got the might spawn, you know? That's what he's looking for. Stops the back. Actually cut the stairs there from Sturdy. That's huge.
It is actually a long cooldown. Jenkins is on the Baron. He's on the Baron. And this has not been spotted. We don't have TPs up. Okay. He can't solo it yet, unfortunately. You know.
It's just a bear cub.
Yeah.
Like you, Cubby. I mean, come on. I don't get to make that reference very often.
I
We
know.
don't get bears in these neck of the woods very often.
I appreciate this look. But Sajed, he had flash up. They do get flash out of the Xayah. Jenkins ends up being really the victim of the double marksman here. Roamer, nice chain to push Sajed off. That does save Jenkins. And Bradley, he caught that one for Sajed, but ended up paying for it with his life. So, I mean, honestly, I'll give TLC credit. I feel like it's a tough game for them to bounce back in, but a couple of these looks have been decent. To at least,
I think Spawn's huge.
Yeah, at least like try and force things off, and Spawn still is big. That is a good call. So appreciate them trying to close the gap. I don't really see a way that they're into it unless they get a big pick, which they have control over Baron now. But they have to be careful because we're 90 seconds away from Hex Soul being available for FlyC.
Yeah, they're in it to win it though. Not backing down from the fight one bit. Team Liquid. They don't necessarily have the compositional strength, but they can get some catch-outs here. Although Jenkins, he's the one getting caught out now, is going to get himself to safety. Team Liquid, they were looking for an angle. Roamer always trying to get some poke down as much as he can.
Still, YC by pushing them up north through mid. They get to bounce back into the Baron pit and take away all the vision that they lost and that TLC gained. Is Bradley going to have to hit the wave? Like House of Jad, no one else is touching the wave. It's only for Bradley. As Chime did pop the quickness, was not able to get in range of Spawn, and it's buffered out by Kim down. So, ability lost here by Chime. And TLC potentially with a look as Jenkins TPing behind. He can alter the wall.
Okay, they actually find a little bit of an angle here. They get a little bit of damage. They got to concenter it, though. He's gone. And now Shaden makes the engage difference. Look at Spawn. Those little bits of electricity are just tickling FlyQuest here. As he's going to flash away. He's got a little bit of damage. Back gets kicked. And then Buster shot, rather, as Bradley takes him down. The shutdown goes over. And it's a 1 for 5 for FlyQuest. And you take those all day.
That's gonna do it. Jenkins tried to take down Shine, but it's Shaden's Malachi. The pick where if you just hold on, you're okay. The point-and-click W onto the LeBlanc, and the Lee Sin ends up paying off big as YC cruised to a TO against TLC in the first round of our playoffs.
What a series to kick off FlyQuest's run here in defiance of Team Liquid. They will take a 2-0. They will move on to face Fear X Starforge in their run to redeem that championship title from Spring.
That's a big match, and I mean, honestly, scary one, as I would have much rather faced Supernova instead of FlyC after the games today. I think that FlyC ended up doing a lot of grouping, not as much side laning as I maybe would have liked to see from this team, but I do think that's somewhat warranted against a Nautilus LeBlanc in each game. We did see FlyC play things out quite well as the gold graphs ended up going in their favor over time. And for a team that, you know, has been victim of throwing some big early game leads by playing too fast, I do appreciate how controlled FlyC played in a couple of these games. And I thought Shaden for me was my player of the game in the last one, just really keeping the map quiet and finding that big dragon steal to kick the game off. I think really helped get FlyC off to the right start, and they're the team that ends up coming out on top in the end.
And what a way to do it. That is a hell of a gold graph right there. We've had some doozies today, and it's only the first day of our playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, 4K is just not enough with the comp that TLC had. Like, like 4K post 20, that should be the bare minimum that you want. So, man, I got to say, really props to FlyC, and we'll see what TLC can do in the lower bracket as they get to face Disguise, the two teams that upset in the first round of Spring. They upset Maryville and help me, Munin. You're my only hope. Who they upset?
I was looking at something on my second screen,
they
brother.
upset Maryville and Supernova in the first round of last Spring. They're the ones playing in the upper bracket match next. Meanwhile, the two teams that upset them last split, both Disguised and TLC, they're in the lower bracket. And honestly, two orgs that, you know, we expected to see at the start of the year fighting for that spot to the International Americas tournament. They have a best of 5 to decide who goes home early. And regardless of who goes home, I feel like that's a pretty disappointing end of the split for both of those squads. So that'll be a big match coming up.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to stand it to a little break. We'll be back for a Rally Cry post-game interview with Chime. I've got Rally Cry post-game interview going on right now with none other than the man with the plan, Chime, for FlyQuest Challengers. And what a series to kick off the playoffs in the run for a second championship. You start off strong, but that game one, it was a little bit dicey. How did you keep your head in the game? How did you make sure everybody was kind of keeping on their dotting their I's and crossing their T's?
I mean, we had a good comp. I think they had like pretty good scaling, but I think we had better. So we were just like talking about how to fight, how we like hold zones that like me or Wukong need to find a flank. So we were just talking about how we fought, and I think finally we figured it out. But it took some like trial and error.
And then in game 2, you guys kind of swap the tables on them. You go with a little bit more stable composition. They have an extremely early game focus comp. Did you have to change mindset going into the game, just kind of get everybody on the same page of, you know that you're going to win as time goes on, but you have to stay stable?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, the plan was basically just like, if they're not killing Tristana every like 5 minutes, we're in a good spot. So we just like defend Trist on our timers. And yeah, I think like we had really good scaling picks and really good comps, so we just needed to like make sure the game was in a playable state. And we kind of gave them like a playable game, which was pretty bad by us, but like we found ways back in.
Gotta give us something to have fun with, all right? You gotta give us something. But I do want to talk a little bit more about you and the team itself. I know there's a lot of voices, there's a lot of veterancy on this team, but you have talked also about taking more of a leadership role. In these playoffs, do you guys feel like you've gotten a little bit more on the same page in the way that you want to play the games? Has there been a big level up you feel like coming into the playoffs for the team?
In scrims, yes. Like I think like today it showed a little bit like the progress we're making. I think like consistency issues was a big like hurdle for us to get over. But I think like for leadership for me, it's kind of like relative to my past teams. I was never like the primary voice. I was more like a secondary shot caller, and I'm not the primary voice now. But like I do my part a little bit more than I did on previous teams. But that's like the rest of my teammates basically say everything that they need to say, and that's like Jay specifically, and like everyone like says a lot. So yeah.
I really like to hear that. Very communicative, and that's always a good thing. You guys are playing on the same page.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more of a couple personal questions here. First and foremost, if you had to name one thing that's been your favorite part of playing on this team, and especially the track record of the whole year behind you, what do you think it is? What do you think? Who is your favorite person to kind of mess around with? Is there any moments that really stick out to you?
No, I mean I like just playing with Sajed and like learning together. I've never been like a veteran, so like the whole like I'm learning to be a veteran and whatnot. But yeah, I just think like we have a good dynamic on the team. We can like poke fun at each other and also like take it. Like no one has too big of an ego to like not take it. So when we int, we call each other inters. When we don't int, we say good job. Yeah, I just think that's like a very blunt and like productive teammate environment.
I appreciate that. Now, last question for you particularly. What are your big goals? What is the team goals going on to the rest of this? Are you going for a back-to-back?
I mean, if I said no, that would be pretty bad. So yes,
would be.
Yeah, we are planning on winning. That would be ideal for us. And yeah, anything other than that would not be ideal.
I feel that. Now, any shout-outs before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out my girlfriend Avery and my parents who are watching. Any of my friends watching, and my teammates honestly just showed up really good today, and we need to do that again tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. Chime, it was an absolute pleasure. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much. And we're going to bring back old Cubby to go ahead and round out the day here. What a first day of the playoffs it was, my friend.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm not too surprised with the YC win. I do think that, if they do play up to their potential, they are one of, if not the strongest team in our league, as they've proved in the past. But to see Supernova really bounce back after that Game 1 loss that went Blue Otter's way and be very decisive and control things for the first 20 minutes of Game 2, where they managed to find the backdoor victory, and then all of Game 3 was good to see. So excited to see some of our teams stepping up in playoffs, and excited to see that continue as we go throughout our bracket.
And it's so crazy as we bring up that bracket. It is going to continue on here in the upper bracket, which is crazy to me as well, because it does mean that we're going to have already our semifinals ready to go after tomorrow. But it should be a lot of fun to see the continuation of these playoffs. Again, upper bracket, still best of threes until those semifinals. But then if you go to the lower bracket, all best of fives for your life.
Yeah, and that DSG TLC one, that's a big one. Again, whoever loses that best of 5, I got to say it's a disappointing split for either team, where we had higher expectations for both rosters coming in, with TLC being reunited and DSG. I will say with Tomo, that was a part of it too, but we'll see if Manui can step up as he steps back into that team and push themselves forward in that lower bracket.
Yeah, there's already a lot of fun ones, but already a lot of big names in that bottom
bracket. We got 2 good ones tomorrow.
Yeah, we do. Tomorrow, the upper bracket should be a lot of fun as well. See if we get a little bit of that revenge matchup going either way there, too. But that is the start off, the kickoff to our playoff bracket. And it's already been so much fun, even though we didn't go all 6 games that first series. My goodness, it was a barn burner for sure. Cubby, any thoughts going into the rest of the playoffs here after we saw our first day, after we saw no Sennas picked at all?
Hey, we hit the ban list. No, I think that Azir being back makes sense. We'll see how else the meta changes, but just excited to see some of our teams, playing uniquely well, and hope that continues. I really feel like all of our teams doubled up in Challengers League this split, whether it was rosters or how they've prepped behind the scenes. So hope we get a strong conclusion, as there are a lot of stakes in the line. We got more best of 5s, but of course, if you make finals, you get to represent NACL internationally at the Tier 2 International Tournament. That is massive for all these teams, and a huge goal for everyone that's involved in the league to have the privilege of playing that tournament.
Should absolutely be a fun one. The journey is just getting started, but the future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. That's what you just got to watch today. We'll be back, same place tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for some more best of 3 action and more NACL playoffs. We'll see you there.